Hello and welcome to the Top Cut Regional over in Peoria, Illinois, to kick off the OP16 format out here in the West for the One Piece card game. I am Jake. You can also call me Atrocious. I got Eggman by my side, and we've got a fantastic regional here for you. How are you doing today, Eggman?
Good, good. I'm trying to get in the zone. I'm in the Midwest time zone right now to try to get more aligned with this event. This is the first big weekend of the OP16 meta as well, which is really interesting. We're also just kind of buzzing ahead where in August is really exciting. And like the biggest like day one events we've ever seen in the history of the One Piece card game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of anticipation heading into this championship, especially, with the Eastern format having a couple weeks under their belt that we've been able to view. We're getting closer and closer to global simultaneous release, which is so exciting. There's a lot of innovations that can be made this weekend among deck lists, among matchup spreads, things of that nature. And we've got a lot of great players in this championship today that we've been seeing in the venue and of the sorts to look at their deck list, kind of see what they're piloting. Because, like you said, for the West, we don't really have much of this format outside of this, so
No.
there could be a lot of surprises today that I'm pretty stoked to see.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, we looked through the players here, a lot of familiar names, which is great to see. Honestly, there's a lot of people I could expect to see in the top 32. And also, both of us are at the Los Angeles Regional this past weekend, right? End of OP15 going to OP16. A lot of players from there going here, including the winner of the entire event. I think that's going to be a round one match, but going to be really fun just to see, like, for me personally, just a week later, different format, same player, different event. And obviously, we won one event. Why not try to win two, right?
Of course, I mean, especially with back-to-back weekends, but I think players are just about set up, so we'll be moving to their table very shortly to try to see what they're playing, and it looks like it's going to be a Nami versus Rosie matchup. So Professor B, or Jelly Beans, you may know him as, playing that Rosinante, especially with the Navy package in OP16, has had a huge boost within this format and going to be starting off with a 6 cost Rosinante in law found off the 1 cost Rosinante. Excellent start.
Yeah. And the whole Rosinante deck has like had a really like kind of weird history with this game. Released about a year ago. It's always been kind of like behind on card pool since like releases and stuff. But it does now have like a lot of the core cards, and we can kind of now spec into the Navy package as we see Professor B playing the Marine Ford, looking top 5 for a Navy card, which is shockingly a lot of this archetype. When you see Sakazuki, one of the new super rares from this set, one of my favorite cards they've printed in the last couple weeks.
Just generically so good to be able to help with the removal with this deck. Going to be using the other two Dawn to just swing 7 at lead. No 4 cost law to be able to play on the turn by using leader effect. Nami going to go ahead and use their leader effect and then 2K with that Kumasi out. So Tovi Man going to be still at 4 life heading into their 4 Dawn turn. Did not play a girl promo over on 2, but does have a Zoro on 4. Is going to go ahead, trash the Zeus in hand to go down to 5 life, going down to a very low hand size early in this game.
Yeah, and it's really weird, right? Nami has this draw effect that's usually pretty easy to account for, but there are these times where, like early game, you have so little cards in hand. You do not have a card or a Dawn underneath your leader, I don't believe right now. So it's
Mm-mm.
going to have to be just a hard counter out of this big 5K.
It's going to be taking the life going back down for a potential trigger, trying to look through the trash. Maybe one of those Thriller Bark triggers in the package is not going to have one. Put it in the hand. And now Professor B going in with Koby, trying to look once again for a Navy type card. There's plenty of different cards outside of Sakazuki and the
Mhm.
Rosinante in law to find, and Borsalino is one of them. Introduced in EBO for that OP15 set that we had. Just going to be an insane card to have in this deck. Not only just a good generic yellow card, it is just that good
Yeah.
overall. And so now using leader effect to play out the Rosian laws, since they are tied on Dawn, is going to re-ramp one and draw one and pass off the turn with one active.
Yeah. Now, Professor B's like a little bit behind on curve, right? Wasn't able to find a 4 drop on the previous turn, but Rosie Law, I think one of the most important cards in this deck, especially since we attack 8K naturally, means that even with Nami leader effect, we'd have to have another 2K attack to get out of it. We're just going a big 6. There goes the block there. Unsurprising there. Another
No,
6.
Now this swing, right, gonna have to force a 2K or something out of hand. Professor B really not allowing Toby Man to draw a card off of leader effect, as we've seen as of right now. And only 4 Dawn left means that there's no like 5 cost Nami or something like that. But Mr. 3 Galdino is going to be utilized. If you play him down and then utilize that activate main, you can draw 2 cards and prevent a 9 cost or less from being able to attack in the next turn. Is so strong overall.
Yeah. Now, luckily, you are okay with that being a blocker. And also Sakazuki that we saw earlier, we do make the Zoro a 0 power. So easily for these 2Ks to go into, Koby does the job there and pass it back to Toby Man.
And especially even with, the slower start from Professor B, right? Not having that 4-drop law to be able to play on curve earlier in the game, as you were mentioning, especially if
Mhm.
there's no board for Toby Man at this point, you just have this one 8,000 power blocker that can essentially free block the leader 9 times out of 10. You're going to be in a strong defensive position in this game. Getting down that 7 cost Robin from EBO3, it's going to put him back up to 4 life, activate the leader effect, and hit that 8 cost or 8,000 power body on the field.
Yeah. Also, I think we're at 5 life actually for Nami right now.
Oh, yeah, yeah, you're
Yeah,
right.
because we
My
took
bad.
one, but we trashed a hog back, which is a good trigger. But that means that we do have some now Thriller Bark cards in our trash to play out on future ones, which is really nice. But for Professor B, the board is getting wider and wider. We've got Suru here, a mediocre searcher, and the fact that it does. You do have to discard a card afterwards, but it does find Sakazuki, which is quite nice here.
Be really curious if on this turn Professor B had the combination of Sakazuki and something like Gum Gum Lightning. Actually, just pitch the Gum Gum Lightning off the
Yeah, yeah.
Suru and then utilize the Sakazuki activate main. Now is going to tap that 7, I believe, is going to go with that other Sakazuki to make the Robin a 2,000 power character. Mama Ragon resting in just as good as a Gum Gum Lightning almost. Now you can utilize your searchers to swing into it. And especially with that on KO effect of Ramen, you don't really care at this point if you take a life because you're still sitting at 4, right? So you would only go down to 3. You're still sitting in a really fine spot, keeping the board clear.
Yeah, and the other thing too is that Nami only gets the draw on their turn. So,
Mhm.
Robin's pressuring more than 1 damage, I think, throughout the game. So if you can take this damage early, you're fine with it. You get the removal of a big threat like that, and now Nami's board is still like non-existent. Right, they're at 5 life, which is nice. No trigger yet. There are some chances for some Thriller Bark cards to come down. We are going to use the effect to discard the Kikanojo, get the plus 2K for the turn and another 2K to get out of that 8K attack. And then we are going to pass from looks
We're
like
using leader effect now, getting down that 4 cost promo law, right? Still establishing a blocker for every single turn for potentially the leader swing is going to be really nice defensively. And on that Marine Ford stage, just using that to Dawn -1, draw 1, and trash the I Love You event. Very good event, but maybe not needed right now, especially when you're still at 3 life.
yeah, and but again, yeah, this is super great board, right? We've got a bunch of 8K attackers. We've got a blocker in case anything scary is coming out, and yeah, looking like we're at 10 Dawn for Nami, so there are like again like a good amount of threats, but we're kind of hoping that Robin stays on the board. We actually have the Nami a little bit late, but we'll still take it while we can. So going down to 2 life for Professor B.
Especially at this point of the game, too, that 5 cost Nami might be able to help you double play on this turn, right? Attaching 1 more Dawn and swinging 7,000 power with 4 Dawn left over is just going to block and at 2K with the X Drake. Now going in with that Marco again, putting out double bodies onto the field. It's a lot harder for Rosinante to deal with 2 bodies than 1 body, especially with this Sakazuki, Mamaraga, and Gum Gum Lightning combo.
Yeah, because it is like good removal, but it is a little bit expensive at times. But again, like I think we've done a very good job at just applying pressure. The biggest thing now is that like Nami's life could have a lot of triggers that we have to be really cognizant about. But I think we're in a pretty okay spot for Professor B. So we'll have to see how they decide to, where the Dawn is going this turn.
Professor B sitting at about a 5 card hand as of right now. Does have a couple different attackers if they just want to keep the blockers as active, but no, he's going aggressive with it and swinging 7,000 power. He's going to force 2 cards out of Nami's hand, one with the leader effect on the Robin and one with the Perona. Again, still keeping that life size very high up in this game.
Now, there's always been like the decision with Resonante too of like when do I attack with my blockers, right? We just attacked the
Mhm.
7K. And I think that's mostly because there are a lot of different triggers that could interact with the 4-drop law. So we wanted to use that attack first. And now where do we go from here? We got to be like Rosie Law can get hit by Perona. So that might be something we want to attack with next. These Sakazukis can attack pretty large as well. We'll have to see.
Especially if you can cheat out with your leader effect another Rosinante and Law to be able to leave in as active, you're definitely going to be swinging in with so many different of these 8,000 power base bodies on the field because you're still sitting at 2 life. There's only a couple 6,000 power bodies on the field on Toby Man's side. If you just have one blocker up of like Rosinante and Law, I think you're sitting pretty well defensively. So actually is just going to go in right away with a Sakazuki and a Mama Ragon combo. That zero power character is immediately going to be rested. Mama Ragon, so nice in combination with Sakazuki within this deck. Just two generically good cards, I feel like, in purple in the last couple sets.
Yeah. Now, you know, a cost of this, man. Our board is too good now. We don't have any like small 1-drops to attack into it. We have to still give it a a real attack, right? Likely from Rosinante leader just attacking into it. But we're gonna do Don -1 here.
Our leader effect now active, I believe.
Yeah.
So is going in with an 8,000 power swing at lead with that Sakazuki. I believe it's at lead. Could be at the Marco, but I feel like it's lead more than likely. You're kind of just resting the Marco
Hmm.
to be able to go in. Is going to take the life. No trigger bodies of anything of the sort. No thriller bark action as of yet for Toby Man. Now
Yeah, and
another
we still have
8,000.
all of our like Dawn kind of active. Another 8K here.
And especially with
Going
that
down
counter
here.
out of the Sakazuki attack, the second one of the things that's curious to know is that it was two 1Ks used as counter of Perona and Hogback. That's pretty telling, especially with the small hand size. Now you just want to go as aggressive as possible if you're Professor B to try to put pressure on, is going to go ahead, KO that Marcos. So then there's no blocker at least anymore, and then is going to go ahead play the Rosie Law to be able to restand one as active, maybe for an I love you in hand and pass off the turn.
Yeah. So 5 8Ks on board. As you can kind of see, Sakazuki kind of goes +1 Dawn. So since you have two effects on the leader and the Marine Ford to be able to go that Dawn -1, you get to play essentially with 12 Dawn on the next turn, assuming at least two of these Sakazukis survive. So block the 7K, pretty standard.
Still 9 Dawn left to be able to work with. Is just going to go a 5 at lead. Is just going to ask for a card out of hand. Is that Koby with the 1K counter? Now attaching 2 Dawn is going to be another 7 at lead. Professor B taking it going down to 1. Nami getting that leader effect draw because they had 7 or less cards in hand. And still with 7 Dawn, we'll see if something like another 7 cost Robin gets played on this turn, right? That would fit that pretty exact. I would imagine that your best case here is Robin, I believe.
Yeah, because we spent the Dawn, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, it could be Teach as well, one of the newer cards. Yeah, it's going to be the Robin, though.
So Robin is going to be able to, once trashing the life, is going to heal to make sure, yeah, you do the life in the correct order.
Yeah,
It's both a known life, so it may not matter too much, but in the rules of the game, that is how it's going to have to go. But
yeah.
is going to go now into Professor B's turn. No blockers on the field and only 4 cards in hand, I believe, for Tovey Man. 5 AK bodies on the field for Professor B. He could get very aggressive if he wanted to.
Yeah. So currently 3 life, 2-1 right now. Again, Nami is good at presenting these boards. You kind of just have to ignore the Hogbacked and Nami too, because both of them can just on KO make another body, which is kind of tough to do.
So is thinking about taking this first swing, is going to do exactly that. No trigger, and now another 8,000 power swing is going to leader effect that Zoro and 2K out of it with the Kumasi. Just another base 8, not doing anything with the 10 Dawn at this point. Just trying to leave up as much Dawn as possible to not give any key on what they're doing right now. Is going to take it go down to 1. Another 8,000 power with the Rosie Law. The blockers getting aggressive. 2 1Ks out of that attack. Another swing coming in of 8,000 power. Still all 10 Dawn. If a take is taken now from Tovey, man, we could just go in all 15 at lead.
Yeah, and there is Moria, which has Zoro. So all right, Not quite going to be able to do that now, thanks to I would say Toby Man's been a little unfortunate with the lack of triggers so far this game. So they're owed one, right? At this point, they're owed a pretty good one. And Moria and Zoro is probably one of the nastiest triggers that can exist in the game right now. So we're gonna play Board Lane. We're just saying, you healed, we're gonna heal as well. We're gonna use the Marine Ford, Dawn -1, and then another Dawn -1 off leader effect, and then paying 1 to get them back. Yeah, it's very, very cool to have these kind of abilities to be able to, again, quote unquote, like cheat out a good amount of Dawn.
Especially with all of this Dawn onto the field, right? There's plenty of options for maybe like another Rosie Law to play on this turn, maybe go somewhere else. But at first, a 5,000 power swing going into the Dr. Hogback is going to get that on KO effect to play a card with trigger onto the field. And there goes that Perona. The Borsalino's not swinging anyway, even though it's stunned, but double Borsa turn is going to put Professor B up to 3 life. And even though you got rid of some of your 8,000 power characters, it is still in a prime position right now for you, especially because now you're very confident, even with 3 cards in hand, that you're not going down this turn.
Yeah, and you still have one open if you do have a copy of the I Love You. And yeah, I think this was a good play because, yeah, the Rosie swing isn't doing anything anyways. You're fine with like the Perona being established here at the end of the turn. Going into the life at start here. So Toby Man going to be drawing another card, 2 life for Professor B now.
Probably want to try as long as possible to keep these Borsalinos on the field alive. But Azuz is going to come in and delete one of them, is going to allow Nami to take that final life. I think going in an all-in play right now, it's attaching 1 Dawn onto the Nami and maybe thinking about swinging at least 7,000 power at lead.
Yeah, I mean, we've got 4 more attacks, and there's 2 life and a blocker here. So all of these really have to, quote unquote, hit if we want to try to win here.
So just going in and swinging 7,000, just clarifying right now how much Dawn is left. I believe there should be 7 Dawn left at this point. Is going to go ahead and take it. No question about that.
All right, 2 more attacks. We've got Nami, Leader, Perona, and Zoro.
Do have to hit it only 2 more times. Unblockable Sanji is now still a factor, especially with the Perona still on the field, being able to swing. It's just going to take it and go down to 0. It's just going to ask for them to go all in.
All right, big 7.
7 at lead with only 3 Dawn remaining. Does have a little bit of non-counter in hand.
Yeah, it'd have to be 7 and 8. So yeah, get out of the 7 with 2K1.
2-1 on the attack, and now with the Perona swinging in, could just block with Borsalino. Don't even have to save it if you want to, but it's just going to 2K out of that and then pass off the turn. I think actually swinging at like Sakazuki.
Yeah, I think they blocked, like they didn't show. They blocked with Borsalino 2K maybe.
Oh, gotcha.
No, that wouldn't have gone. Regardless, yeah, it's understood.
Either way, going to be able to get out of the attack. And Rosinante and Professor B going to start out 1-0 in this regional championship. An excellent start, right? If you're in this tournament to go 1-0. And it was an excellent showing, too, and showing how powerful stuff like the new Sakazuki, Mama Ragon being in the deck, and how good those 2 cards can be to help clear a board and help prevent any momentum on Nami's side.
Yeah, I mean, and it's just like a really good pairing of cards, right? Sakazuki gets things in the range for Mama Ragon. Mama Ragon gets to rest it. So again, I think Rosie Law plays so many 1-drops, so he gets free pressure from that. Sakazuki helps you get the Dawn back that you used for the Mama Ragon. Like there's no negatives for it. So it's been like a really good combination for it. And Professor B currently, as you mentioned, 1-0. Coming off of the victory from Los Angeles, right? So their win rate between 2 different regions, 2 different metas. Like he's on a real tear this month. This is his month for sure.
It's been a pretty good start, and one of the reasons why I really liked the beginning of the game for Professor B, I'm not sure if he had like a 4-drop Trafalgar Law in the hand, but taking time to do a little bit more searching, right? Not only with the Rosinante, but also the Koby in the early stage of the game, the Marine Ford, that's 15 cards right there that you see off of that to be able to find different pieces of the puzzle, whether that's Sakazuki or the Rosinante in law, just helps set them up in the later stages of the game to be able to have those very high control aspects of the turn.
Yeah, one of my I've said it before. Sakazuki is like one of my favorite cards that they printed in this last set. But it is also they bait you a little bit in the sense like you feel like you have to play it on curve, but when it's a reaction to something that's already on the board or being able to get removal, I think that's when Sakazuki really shines. So being able to find it, use them. I mean, I think he played 3 of the 4 that he's likely running.
Mhm.
So played it out a lot, but the times when they played it, they were able to get maximum value because they did pair it with the Mamaragon, which is again a really good combo.
And so much consistency as well. We didn't even see the use of something like Gum Gum Lightning, right? I had
No,
mentioned it in the broadcast, but immediately was pitched.
fish, yeah.
That's another great card to be able to utilize, especially in these matchups with the Sakazuki. The Gum Gum Lightning could have cleared anything that hit the board
Yeah.
for the Nami in that game. And that's
Hmm.
just huge momentum as well, because that means that you don't even have to commit a swing at the bodies. So much flexibility within this deck and so much deck building. One of the reasons why people absolutely love Rosinante heading into this format. There's a lot of different ways that you can do it depending on what you're afraid of or maybe what you're teching for, things of that nature. But we'll have to see if any other players are doing anything different in this tournament. I'm sure we'll see Rosinante again sometime
Oh
before
yeah.
the end of this weekend. But first, we're going to take it to a break. Get ready for our round 2 match. Thank you so much for watching the Peoria Regionals hosted by Top Cut Events. And we'll see you guys here in a second. Thank you.
Okay, so they haven't paired their round yet. They're still like finalizing some stuff. Do you guys want to go in for a little bit and talk about the next round or wait? Hold on 1 second. Sorry, I keep muting you guys because I'm crazy. Say that again.
We don't have any idea who the next match would be, right?
No, not at all. They haven't even
Mhm.
started pairing the round yet, which is.
I do have the breakdown from Miyagi last night. I mean, that's like a talking point of like no teach kind of deal.
Yeah, we can go over some of like the Japanese, like, you know, I don't think we can show it on screen, but we can go over like our thoughts so far.
They could just be like talking points, really.
If there's
that's
any
fine.
screenshots that you can send me as you're talking, I can just quickly cut to them and cut back to you guys, if ever. If you don't feel comfortable,
I could import them to Eggman events super quick.
say that again.
I can make a Eggman events here. I can get the first place list and second place list probably pretty quick.
Yeah, because I posted them in the
We just pushed
Discord.
round 2. Okay, we just got round 2.
All right, I'll get those ready though, because those could be good talking points for like
Okay.
another.
Let me grab a
long.
table, and then I'll be right back.
Mhm.
So I'll have those input. Where's the bow list? Why is that posted in context? Luckily, Enel lists are very easy to make. Can you actually input the BOA list? Or you can do the list.
On Eggman right now.
Yeah. Just type it in real quick, just so the more.
Scrolling. Let's see.
Yeah, I'll input the BOA one. So it's a little bit more involved.
Wait, I input the BOA one or you?
I'll input the BOA one. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because now you just have to type in like purple and Sky Island, and you just it's a point and click adventure from that point.
Mhm. Hey, apparently our mic is on.
Oh, okay. Apparently our mic's on. Hello. That's okay. Hi guys.
People wave to chat.
Hello. Yeah, luckily we are good boys. I'm gonna mute my thing on under the software.
All right, I am back. Sorry, we've been on a hunt because everyone was like sporadically taking their time to sit down.
Check the
We
DMs, please, and change
yes.
some audio settings.
How is that? Thank you for saying that. I might have not muted it when I went up. You should be good.
All right, we are back for round 2 of the Peoria Regionals hosted by Top Cut Events, and we've got 2 brand new ish decks that we're excited to go over. I think we've kind of noticed that there are a lot of different decks that are viable. This is kind of a day one meta, unlike others that we have here in North America. And there's a lot of different decks that I could see get a day two for this event.
So, an exciting one here for you. Two Navy leaders heading off against each other. I don't think a lot of Navy leaders that I think people will anticipate, but it kind of speaks to this format that we have in general, right? A lot of people anticipating into the OP16 meta. Don't worry, we'll talk about the leaders here in a second, but the meta is much more diverse than what we had in OP15. There's a lot more viable decks that can match each other in strength, right? To be
Yeah.
able to be well respected within the meta. And it's definitely opened the door to a lot of different ideas.
Yeah, and I think there's just been like a lot of like kind of flexible cards again, like we saw previously. Spoilers. One of the Navy decks is not Rosinante, but because we were able to take advantage of that Navy typing, right? We got like that whole mini package that we're able to take advantage of, and in general, like the open endedness of some of these cards have that too. Like for example, we got Red Ace, who's been a another Whitebeard Pirates leader, but guess what? Not the only red Whitebeard Pirates leader to take advantage of stuff like the Moby Dick and other pieces. So it's really like made you go back into the binder, find some old decks, some old cards that you've been using, and seeing what if I put this in this? Is this deck kind of good again?
And especially with some of these like more surprises that you talk about, right? Some of these lesser known decks within the majority of the population. There's a statement to it of like, if you go in the binder, you find these like different cards. There's a lot of interesting game plans that your opponent's not going to know how to approach, right? We have just shortly gotten the OP16 cards in our hands physically to be able to play. You might not know how to play against some of these matchups if you face up against an unknown or a random deck that pops up that could, ruin your bracket essentially. If you start out 1-0, you could go to a 1-1 in a
Hmm.
sense and be that much more pressure on you down the line. So, you can really make some noise, especially in a tournament, without a deck that people really know how to utilize, especially if it's a build that is a little bit more unconventional.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just going to be kind of what the future of this game is going to be, right? With OP17 being a global release in August, we're going to just have these times like we've kind of been, a blessing and of a curse of saying, oh, these decks are doing well in Japan, so I know what a deck will look like, and I can make some adjustments for that. But we won't have that anymore. And I know a lot of people who are, specifically playing like Marshall D Teach, kind of like a deck that's supposed to adapt to the meta. But when you don't know what the meta is day one, you have to be, you have to make a lot of guesses on like what cards you think are be relevant across your day.
And especially with such a resource intensive deck, right? Similar to what the OPO9 teach used to be, you had to very much know exactly what to pitch, exactly how to counter, exactly, how your curve kind of looks like and when to play certain things. And so it makes it very difficult in that sense of like, okay, can I even bring it to a regional like this, a major event where I've only had so much practice with it for a
Mhm.
deck that forces so much practice and so many reps alongside of it. It's not easy to pilot, and there's plenty of decks out there today that fit that same mold.
Yeah, I mean, I think Rosinante is a good thing. I mean, Rosinante has been like, arguably maybe one of the best decks at the end of OP14. It was like a really short-lived like spark, especially with
Mhm.
like how we got like EBO3 here in North America. But like, it's a deck that like if you are playing it a lot in OP14, you have a lot of those reps, a lot of that muscle memory. You took a little bit of a break in 15, but brought it back in 16. Like you really are going to be ahead of the pack because you know how the deck works and you can make kind of those split decisions in kind of like these maybe newer situations you haven't seen as often.
Especially because a lot of these newer situations like has morphed the deck just a little bit more. I mean, we saw Professor B in that last round. He didn't play a Rosinante or Trafalgar Law every single turn within that game, right? The primary
Mhm.
focus was something like Sakazuki to be able to do that power minusing and to be able to do that board control. So it looks like we're just about ready to get into our game. So let's go over to it right now. It's round two of the regional championships. It's Sengoku versus Koby. Now, this is not a matchup that I necessarily expected. I don't know about you.
I'm expecting Sengoku in the finals, so seeing it early here in round two, get a flavor of the deck. But jokes aside, I think Sengoku is a deceptively strong leader in this game right now. It does have like some consistency issues at times, but it has a really good matchup spread, and going essentially Dawn -2 at the end of it to play three 7-drop 8Ks, it's pretty good. It's not too bad.
It feels like it's missing that one piece or just one little thing to really push it in the forefront of the
Hmm.
meta. But we did see a lot of success with it in China, winning a major championship out there just the other day. So we'll see if that has somewhat translated into this event in James's list. But both players starting out with one drop searches, James having the Marine Ford, and now Iggy using the Kujaku. Kujaku going to be looking for a Navy type card other than a Kujaku to add to the hand. Koby's leader effect, if you do not know, might pair up well against like some of this removal that Sengoku can do, being able to protect Navy characters on the field from being K or removed from the field by opponents' effects. So we're going to see if he's going to be able to build up the trash enough in this game to be able to sustain maybe some of these effects. But the minus 6,000 power on Sakazuki might make some interesting battles, as it looks like we have two different searches to start out this game. But no, it's actually going to be a John the Ripper.
Yeah, and Kobe's kind of always been a I don't know how to say it. Like he's been like near relevant. I think is maybe like the kindest way to say it, right? Got a lot of support. Got a lot of support in the second half of VBO4, which we got with OP15. I think Kobe's a fan favorite character. We see a Kobe on James' side, so both players are playing some Kobe's here. But it is something that it's a very specific deck. But if you know how it works and with battle, I think being a very important in this meta too, it can be super relevant.
So in this early game, just doing a fair bit of searching. Looks like Iggy is going to trigger a I'm going to be a Navy officer. Just looking at that top three, trying to search the deck a little bit more. And that Hibari that he grabbed from EBO3, such a good card to be able to control the board and attack characters on the turn that you play your own characters is going to be nice to sustain in this game.
Yeah. All right, and yeah, so far James is at 3 Dawn. So next turn's gonna have to try to be a ramp, just because being able to go from 5 to 6 and then going to 8 the next turn will let you play all 3 admirals if you have it. But Sengoku definitely is a game of consistency where you need to find a lot of pieces right back to back. You have a lot of tools to do so, but then if you miss it, it is immediately a little lackluster.
And that's why you often see Sengoku's running something along the lines of like 12 different search cards,
Hmm.
right, within their deck for the early stages of the game. And it looks like Koby is not going to play that Hibari that we found on the search, but the Kujaku from EBO3 allows him, if he trashes a Navy type card from the hand, to draw two. Looks like he revealed on that trash the Meteor Fist. That's not a card that you see too often. Definitely
No.
one of those that as soon as you reveal it, you pitch it. I'm like, can I read that
Hey,
real
can I
quick?
read that?
Yeah.
And you're like, how many more are you running? Because mine's 5K is pretty good. We've seen that, Gamma Knife be really relevant for these things, especially since Kobe is known for attacking cards in active mode. You don't even have to get the extra rest involved. So some really good removal there. But yeah, Kujaku, one of the signature cards, I think, for EVO3 for the deck, that also lets you be defensive, gets that extra plus 2K power for all your sword type characters that are 6 or less, which is pretty good.
Ripper not getting that because he's East Blue Navy typing, but that's fine. He's just a chum blocker at the end
Yeah.
of the day. That 5K swing is going to be a 6 cost Kobe, and now the Sengoku being played down on the field for James is going to be able, if your leader is Navy, to add 2 Dawn cards from your Dawn deck to rest and then draw 2, trash 2. It's really going to help try to find these admirals for the next turn.
Yeah, yeah. This is like as much as it stinks sometimes to get a 2K out of hand. He can really just set you up, right? Being able to go from 5 Dawn to 7, so you start next turn at 9. Also, sometimes that extra ninth Dawn lets you play like another Kobe or another Searcher for that last Admiral you might be missing. So far, I think James has really hit the beginning curve that he wants. So pretty standard start.
Both players looking like they're having pretty solid games at the beginning of this one. E sitting at 3 lives, James sitting at 4, both taking 1. We'll see what Iggy decides to do here. We saw the pitch of the EBO4 Kobe earlier in this game off of that Kujaku draw. We know that he has that EBO3 Hibari in the hand. Might try to go in with that EBO3 Hibari to allow his 4-drop Kujaku to swing and clear the Sengoku. Even though Sengoku only a 5,000 power character, that's still another card out of hand every time it swings.
I'm really thinking here. I think we're at what? We're at 6 Dawn for
Mhm.
Iggy, if I seen this correct. Yeah, because they did go second. Generally speaking, like some good plays that could happen, right? We do have like the new Koby from EBO4, right? So it's a 6 drop once per turn. If your leader includes Navy and this character removed, you can just trash a card from your hand instead. So a lot of protection between the leader effect and this. But it looks like we're actually going to be playing out the is it the 5 drop? Sorry,
The EBO3
3 drop.
Hibari.
Yeah.
Yeah, and especially with that activate main, giving an opponent's character minus 1,000 power. Also on the on play, opting to itself one of the sword characters to be able to attack active characters on the turn that is played, is going to be able to clear that Sengoku with that first swing. And now, since that Sengoku is cleared, this Kyujaku, if it swings, is going to be able to swing in at lead. You now have so much focus onto the deck, clearing away that other Koby searcher as well, because of the Hibari on play when attacking is going to get that last swing over 2 life, and a board absolutely cleared with another Ripper onto the field. That's 5 bodies on the board right now for Iggy, even before the leader effect for James.
Yeah, and with the Kujaku effect, you get that plus 2k as well. So very handy there, all things considered. And yeah, with Kobe's leader effect, your sword type characters can attack characters the turn that they are played. So again, as you kind of mentioned, the Kujaku or Hibari on play let itself attack active characters. Then when attacking, you gave it to something else, and just a really good clear potential.
The Buddha Sengoku being played right now is going to go ahead and look at the top 5 cards, grab Sakazuki, but I think you can actually, you can grab 2 cards.
Yeah. You probably want to grab, the discard for it is not, you have to discard one no matter what if you had 1 card or 2. But
yeah, so looking at the top 5, grabbing 2 cards and then pitching 1, even if it's something you don't really want to utilize, you just go ahead and pitch that second card that you grab anyways. I think now we're doing a Marine Ford, draw 1, and then trash 1 in the hand, just trying to look for 1 more card. We know he has Sakazuki. We know he has Borsalino. Let's see if he's got the trio with Kuz in his hand before he does this Dawn -8.
Yeah. Now, if I was only getting 2, Borsalino and Kuzan Borsalino and Sengoku are the good 2. So, like, even if we don't get the 3, like, having 2 of them is fine. But obviously, you want all 3 if you can.
So here's the Dawn -8 activate main to be able to play up to 3 Admiral type character cards with different names onto the field, and does have only Borsalino and Sakazuki. Is going to start out with that Borsalino effect of adding a Dawn from the Dawn deck as active and 1 as rested. Still has that Sakazuki effect that he can utilize after doing the Dawn minus to minus 6,000 power, now using the Sakazuki effect, and is going to swing at that Hibari. I believe that Hibari with the plus 2,000 from Kyujaku, if the minus was there, that should be a 1,000 power character.
Correct, yeah. So we can just, take a block. That's fine. We need probably more room to play cards next turn. We are going to use the Buddha Sengoku again, looking at top 5 to get 2 cards. We find a manga Kuzan. Oh my.
Always beautiful to see mangas played in the game getting shuffled up galore. Love to see it. Also is going to grab what looks like a Koby potentially, but no, just grabs another Marine Ford on the field.
I'm not a guy who plays with mangas, but if I end up finding a build of Sengoku that I like, I hope I get to see someone, leader effect play 3 mangas at once. It's such a flex.
What's going to be a big deal in this game going forward now is if James is going to be able to keep these characters alive, right? Especially because Koby can attack active characters often with that Hibari on the field. It's going to be interesting to see if, there's enough counter in the long stages of this game to be able to keep the Sakazuki alive, to be able to keep the Borsalino alive. They're 8,000 power characters, but that might be something that Koby can eventually swing over.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's honestly like the biggest thing, because normally you're like, okay, well, I'm kind of safe. Removal for 7-drop 8Ks are not like super common, I think, in the meta right now. There are ways to interact with them, but not, inherently for a lot of decks. It's usually like 2 to 3 card combos. But Koby specifically being able to say, well, I'm going to minus your Borsalino, and then being able to attack actively into it ends up being really, really tough to keep that or the Sakazuki around on board. And again, we're down to 3 Dawn for our Sengoku. So without that additional 2 Dawn from the Kuzan being played as well, we are pretty behind.
And especially, we saw the Meteor Fist be pitched early from Iggy. If we've got something like an Honesty Impact might be able to like get rid of some of these characters too, right?
Yeah.
Being able to minus 4,000 power and then KO a 6, which could be in the range for either Sakazuki or Borsalino, but is going to go with a Doll first. Doll is another great power minusing effect. If you trash a Navy card from your hand, you can minus 6,000 power to one of your opponent's characters in the turn. Is going to opt for that Sakazuki to make it a 2,000 power character. And now looks like we are going to go ahead, use the activate main on the Kujaku to boost up power 1,000 by trashing that character onto the Kujaku. And another EBO3 Hibari is going to allow a character to be able to attack actives. And it looks like the Hibari that was just played is going to swing at that Sakazuki, electing that the other Hibari that was minus 6,000 power on the Sakazuki to be able to attack actives as well.
Yeah, and we're just going to be like, you know what? You got it. I can't defend this guy, and I know that there's a lot of potential other attacks coming in, so that is okay. Yeah, I'm thinking this too. Like, I don't know. Again, I really like playing Sengoku. I'm like, man, there could have been a chance where maybe if we had another Sakazuki in hand, it might have been better to just play the 7 drop just by itself, and the next turn you could play the 3, right? Because now it's like I played 2 of them this turn, and then I'm at 5 Dawn next turn. So I'm going to be so behind on Dawn. It's going to be really tricky for me to like reestablish a board, especially when Koby is one of the decks that can remove these 7 drop 8Ks inherently through a lot of the leader effects.
So the 5,000 power swing from leader, getting a quick Mamaragon and a draw off of that event simply because you are at 6 or less done. Now going in with the Kujaku swing is going to counter out 2 cards out of the hand for James on this side. It's got to be running a little low on hand size, and we're just going to pass off the turn. Kujaku's effect boosting up all these sword type characters by 2,000 power, making these Hibaris 7,000 power, and Kujaku also is going to be an 8,000 power character.
Yeah. And yeah, we're in a pretty tough spot for Sengoku. Again, we're only a 5K leader. We're only 5 Dawn. Like, again, we could play like a Garp or another Sengoku to go up to 7 Dawn at the end of turn, but we can't even afford to do like Borsalino's Dawn -2 because we're just so far behind.
And especially with 2 blockers on the field, just taking that 5,000 power swing to see what happens. Ends up finding a second I want to be a Navy officer trigger off of there. So another 3 search. That's another couple cards built in the trash as well. And it looks like we're going to be tapping all of our Dawn to be able to play out a Garp. Garp is going to be able to re-ramp that Dawn, right? If your leader is the Navy type, add one as active and another as rested. Is just going to have 1 up, still has this Borsalino if he wants to swing, and the Dawn -2 on Borsalino at the end of turn can bring him back as active and a blocker. So we'll see what just James decides to do.
All right. Well, yeah, we're going to use the stage effect to Dawn -1. So we're down to 6. We're going to start next turn 8, which 8 is the number that you need. But yeah, it is a tough spot for James.
Pitching a slow beam as well. You love to see that if you're Iggy, because that means your Doll's going to be active. Your Ripper is going to be active. His name's not John. Ripper is going to be active onto the field. So you're going to get value out of those blockers more than likely, especially with James only having about a 4-card hand, I think I saw there. So we'll see how Iggy continues to utilize the aggression. I also don't think we utilize the end of turn effect. So James doesn't even have a blocker on field, right? Borsalino doesn't have has not gained that blocker keyword.
Yeah, I would say that we're banking on being able to get to 8 Dawn at the start of the next turn, so we're trying to do that. Now, Koby also doesn't have a huge hand, right? I mean, they've been on the aggression the entire time, and very few of their cards replace themselves. So it is a little tough there. And I think at any point, like one of my favorite things about Sengoku is that you can kind of be behind for half the game, and then your opponent's like, oh, I just lose to 3 8Ks. Like you gotta be really careful.
And so now utilizing both of the EBO3 Hibaris to be able to minus 2,000 power in total, 1,000 each on the Borsalino, going to make it a 6,000 power character. Did use on that when attacking of the Hibari to give the other Hibari the ability to attack active characters. He's got kind of a weird line. You were talking about, with all the different swings that can come in later in the game when you have such a low hand size. You've got a full board right now, two of them being blockers. You didn't utilize the blockers last turn. So if you play down a character, whether that's, a Helmeppo that we know is in the hand from the early searches in the game, whether that's like a Koby of some sort or something, what do you play over, right? Do you get rid of one of your blockers, or maybe do you get rid of like a Hibari or something like that?
Mhm. All right, so it looks like we're going minus on Borsalino. All right, so -2. Now, generally speaking, too, one of the big shifts I think from Kobe as well. Kobe used to be like, I have like my big, 8 drop, right? And then we use that, and that's kind of like the game plan for the deck. But I think this, we've seen a lot of shifts from saying, you know what, our mid range cards right here are really good, right? Our Hibaris, our Kujakus, the whole package ends up just being a little bit more tighter and like immediately offers pressure and removal, which is really nice.
So that big swing from the Hibari is going to go ahead, clear the Borsalino, not giving up any cards for that right now. And then with the second Hibari swing, giving the Kyujaku the ability to attack actives if we want to clear this Garp, is just going to go ahead, swing 8,000 power at that Garp, just going to remove the board entirely, right? And I like this strategy from Iggy. You talk about the different swings that can come in. And so now with the big swing at lead is going to put James down to 2, and we're going to pass off the turn, leaving 1 Dawn as active.
Yeah, but the double removal is tough. And, Sengoku is like, I want to make my big board and I hope you can't interact with it. But Kobe is not a deck that lets that happen very easily. Yeah, just confirming Dawn counts too. Yeah, Sengoku specifically, like, goes up and down on Dawn so regularly. You do have to make sure you keep track of it.
So is just going to chum block with the Ripper on that leader swing. Now going in with the leader effect once again, this time getting all 3 Admirals out. We're going to use the on-play effects of the different Admirals. First Kuzan to get 2 rested, 1 for Borsalino as rested, and 1 active. Now utilizing the Dawn minus effect on the Sakazuki on play to minus 6,000 power somewhere. I
Yeah.
feel like you almost want to go in at the Kyujaku simply because with this power boost, it's going to make it a lot easier to be able to get rid of it in the later stages of the game. But I think going with the Hibari instead, one of the 2 Hibaris, and then utilizing Sakazuki's activate main to re-ramp to Dawn.
Yeah. So this is pretty good. I kind of would have been like tempted to give the minus and then attack into the Kujaku, right? It would have still just eaten up a blocker, but would have been okay. We're going to go down to 4 Dawn using the Marine Ford effect to draw 1 and then discard 1. Oh, and they're
Looks
going
like
to
we're
use the
using
effect to make Borsalino blocker as well.
Yeah, and maybe actually it doesn't really matter if you don't have a Mamaragon to pair with the power minusing, because remember, that doll is still on the board, all right, that blocker there. So at worst case, if you try to swing in over at the Kujaku because you only had 1 swing in the turn with your leader, that could just be another chum block, and there you go. You don't really get any value whatsoever. So is going to go ahead with the minus 6,000 power on the Hibari, maybe trying to convince Iggy to not swing with it, to elect another character to be able to attack active characters within the turn. But Iggy now going to be going in, is going to utilize the activate mains to -2 on the Borsalino. Definitely want to target that blocker, I think, just to be able to try to remove it. But first, going to be going in with a Kujaku before committing any swings.
All right, looking at the top 5 for Navy here.
So
I will say like, this is another side, but like when with all this purple navy stuff, right? Like what other color combinations can we use? Only some cards are restricted to navy type leaders, right? So like purple red navy could be a thing because there's so much red stuff from like Kobe. Kujaku looks for navy stuff, like Smoker as well. Like this is kind of what I'm talking about with OP16. There's just so many tools that makes you reevaluate a lot of decks that have existed in this game.
So immediately after finding that, doll is going to use the Kujaku 1-drop Searcher effect, the activate main to trash the character plus 1,000. Somewhere going to be on that Hibari that was not minused by the Sakazuki. We'll see if he tries to go in with like an aggressive doll play to be able to minus 6,000 power and then clear the Borsalino. I think that could be relatively interesting.
Yeah, and we didn't see Kuzan earlier because it did get it was a little late to the party. But it does have a really relevant Dawn -1 effect where you're able to prevent one card on your opponent's side from activating blockers. So that's like why I think the comeback mechanic from Sengoku is so high, right? Like I think James has been on the back foot for most of this game, but if they don't respect that, they're going to have essentially some unblockable attacks next turn. They can go to 2 life to 0 very quickly.
Mhm. And so doing a couple plays right here, playing another Kyujaku onto the field, and then going in with a Helmeppo from EBO4 is going to be able to utilize that activate main to play a sword type character with the cost of 3 or less, other than Helmeppo from the hand or trash, is going to bring back the Hibari that was originally minus that we played over to
Mhm.
then, because Koby's leader effect allows sword type characters to attack characters on the turn that it's played. This Hibari is going to be able to do a 5,000 power swing somewhere.
Yeah, and the Borsalino has been minus by 3K, so
Mhm.
Borso is a 5K. Yeah.
And so
All
slow,
right.
slow
Well,
beam is going to be
slow
able to get
beam,
out of
and
the
it's gonna have
attack.
to be on the Hibari. That's very good, and I don't think we can attack active things anymore.
No, I don't think so either. Because of the sequence of how that actually works, Hibari, when she swings, has to announce where the ability to attack active characters is being placed, then goes to the counter phase where James can then say, okay, because you announced that, I'm going to use slow, slow beam and I'm going to rest that character so then it can swing at active. So it's going to buy a little bit of time, I think, for James within this game. And Kujaku is still going to be able to swing, I believe.
Yeah, and we still got leader. I mean, Borsalino is a blocker, but it's only a 5K, so it's not. You only need to block with it as like a emergency button. Yeah. All right, just confirming on some sequencing here too.
Yeah, just clarifying some things at the table. I would have maybe loved if the actually no, I'm just trying to think, is there a way to be able to get Kyujaku and Hibari that got rested from the slow beam to be able to attack active characters? And I guess on the on play, you could have on the on play on Hibari when you brought it back from Helmeppo, you could have given it to the other Hibari and then swung with the Hibari that you played in the turn to give the when attacking active characters to Kyujaku. Could have been that on that turn to be able to try to get even more swings in at Borsalino to clear it off the
Mhm.
field. But I'm not sure if that's worth it. James is running out of cards in hand, though.
Yeah, Iggy's got a couple more, but not that much more. Looks like we're gonna spend a Dawn here. Wait, a 1 drop. Oh, it's the 2K, I
It's
believe.
the Aramaki. Aramaki is going to be interesting, right? Because if you trash the character, if your leader has the Navy type, up to one of your Navy type characters can attack active characters during this turn, is going to be a sort of roundabout way to get Kyujaku to be able to swing in as actives. And now attaching one Dawn, going to be 7,000 power at the Sakazuki, is going to be
2-1 out of cards, but
2-1.
we saved the Borso.
Because Borso was a 5,000 power character, so that's the exact amount of counter, but we only have one card in hand now, but
Yeah,
only
and
one
3
blocker
Dawn.
left. Yeah, only one blocker left for Iggy.
Yeah, but Sakazuki effect going from 3 Dawn to 5. That's also going to have a rested Dawn. So with only one blocker on the other side, we could use the effects to prevent blockers. We could go for a lot of damage this turn.
And especially with the Kujakus, right? Two Kujakus on the field from that EBO3 set. They do stack in their
They do,
power
yeah.
additions. So it's going to be plus 4,000 power to all the sword type characters. Going to make it really hard to be able to remove something off of the field right now.
Yeah, but this is what we're talking about, 7 to life. And you got to respect all these attacks. Iggy has like 3 or 4 cards in hand right now.
Mm-hmm.
We've got 4 attacks going in, and we have to get out of 2 of them for Iggy if we want to survive. So big 7.
Especially with that Kuzan as well. If you didn't notice before the swing, Kuzan used his activate main to be able to Dawn -1 and tell one of your opponent's blockers that they can't activate blocker in the turn. So this doll not going to be anywhere, has to get out of 2 of these swings, as you were mentioning, got out of 1, took the other swing. Now going in with some more Dawn minusing on the Marine Fort to draw 1 card and trash 1 card. Now is going in with the 9,000 power swing and might just go in with 2 9s.
Yep. And then we've got 1 more 9. Is it going to be enough? And he got it. There it is. James able to take it. Such a close game, but that is the power of Sengoku. You can just be behind, but like when those admirals hit the board, they do a lot of damage. They get around blocker, and man, what a close game.
And I think one of the big things that really helped James within that game is that his admirals were 8,000 power bodies,
Yeah.
right? Especially with all the power minusing and all the attacking actives that Iggy was able to do on your different admirals. Well, if you can only power minus a little bit, you still have some cards that you're able to counter out with, and just had the exact amount of counter that he needed to be able to keep a lot of those bodies alive. Well timed countering, and also well timed, knowing, I can allow this character to be KO'd. I have to save this character. Knowing
Yeah.
kind of those lines is a huge help within the game.
For sure, for sure. And honestly, love to see games, especially against again two lesser played leaders, especially in a day one format. So I'm definitely a biased player and commentator for Sengoku. So I'd love to see it win, and we'll see if the deck continues to take off. But yeah, we'll see how James continues to do. But also, I think Iggy played Koby very well, showed off that man, we've got a lot of tools for this deck right now that's able to kind of interact with boards and stuff. And in a meta where a lot of decks are playing like these 1-drop, 2-drops that are kind of hard to remove anyways, I think Kobe's in a good spot to interact and counter those decks because of those interactions.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see maybe if, Iggy can continue on through this tournament, maybe hit some of those more potentially favorable matchups like
Yeah.
blue, green, Luffy, as you talked about, some of those weenie decks that go in. We're going to go on break real quick before we get into our round three overtime. Looks like just finished, so it shouldn't be too long of a break. Gonna get up, stretch, get some water, all that jazz in a bag of chips. Thank you so much for watching the Top Cut Regionals over in Peoria to start off OP16. We'll see you in a second. Hello and welcome back to the Top Cut Regional over in Peoria, hosted by Top Cut. My name is Jake. I've also got Eggman here with me by my side as we get the final preparations in for round three. We've had two exciting rounds so far, plenty of unique decks at this point and more to come as well. But how have you been enjoying the event so far?
It is just literally everything I've asked for. I mean, I already got my biased Sengoku game and they won, so bonus point for me on that one, for enjoyability at least. But yeah, it's very clear. There's a lot of decks that people are playing. We've already kind of like tried to keep like some of like the fringe ones on the first couple rounds, right? Koby, obviously not like high meta, but has a lot of great interactions into this meta right now too. And then we've also got some of the, I would say, more expected like frontrunners, right? We have like Teach, we've got like Nami and Enel from last format, we've got green and blue Luffy, that potential. So I think we're going to try to find one of those decks for this next round.
Yeah, especially because even though I talked about earlier that this is much more of a jungle meta that's been going on right now, where like you could face a lot of one deck, or you could face 10 different decks in 10 Swiss rounds. That's very likely in a tournament of this style. And what the meta is looking like, you still need to be able to expect to face some of those top decks because they are still going to be a majority of the room, right? And you're probably going to see them once or maybe more than once in a championship. And especially if you make top cut, there's more opportunities to play in there. About 10 rounds of Swiss, I think, today that
Yep.
we have here for you. So plenty of tournament to be able to go. I think our players are ready to get going into this third round. So let's go over there to see what they're playing. We are going to be showcasing in this one a black yellow Teach. So black yellow Teach, one of the decks that, as we're talking about, one of the more formidable menaces in the meta, is going to be super interesting right to start out because a lot of players are on polarizing opinions of it, whether it's a good deck or whether it's a fake deck within the format. But Wise Guy over here on the right side is going to have a pretty good start, even though not going second is going to have that full lead stage out on the field. And every single turn, he's going to be able to look at the top three cards.
Yeah, I can't remember if it's you who told me or something, like if you got full lead turn one to Teach, you are actively playing the game. You are
My
in a good spot.
my phrase is no stage, no gain, thinking
Okay,
of my
okay, that's right.
mulligan.
That's what you
So
said. Yeah.
yeah, so Nami not doing anything, no girl promo here on the first turn, going second, and we go back into Wise Guy's turn just again using that full lead stage. Is going to try to find another piece after pitching a Shiryu. Is going to get a My Era, especially on the 3 Dawn turn. Just building up the trash right now and finding more and more pieces can be nice. Finds You'll Frighten Me, a tech card that is very much used in these decks. Can't be grabbed off of the My Era Begins, but
Yeah.
goes ahead with the Katarina Devon 2K.
Yeah, and just another like trigger card can't be bad, right? Ends up being pretty good for the deck. And we kind of mentioned it, like Teach is a, I think, pretty viable deck all around, and I think probably pretty represented here. But when you have to face, when you're a very reactionary deck like this one, right, and you have to face, there's a good chance you play 10 rounds and you play like 8 different leaders. You have to make sure that you are playing the builds and running the lines that make sense, and that's really tough for day one.
So putting a Van Augur down onto the field, especially with Blackbeard's leader effect of being able to redirect an attack to a Blackbeard Pirates leader or character, this Van Augur is going to be a menace to be able to potentially -3 sometime in the game. Nami starting out with a 7,000 power swing, leaving 2 Dawn open, is going to use that leader effect to redirect into the Van Augur. Even though you don't -3,000 power anywhere that's impactful to maybe like negate a swing, you do get that draw one on the on KO effect of the Van Augur just to be able to cycle and dig a little bit more in your deck as Nami passes off the turn. Now 5,000 power swing with Wise Guy's leader is going to be another card out of hand from Muffin Man.
Yeah, and there is this back and forth. Man, I love discarding full lead off all lead. It just feels so good to be like, oh, I found my one. Here we go. We do get another there, and then we are going to play out the Burgess here, and again the Von Augur. So a good amount of situations there. I think we've got, I think, 7. No,
You
exactly
should
8.
have
So yeah,
eight
plus 2.
eight
Yeah.
in the trash as of right now. And for every 4 cards, the Burgess is going to go bigger and better, right? Gaining 1,000 power for each of that. So right now, being a 7,000 power character, that's why, like, I really like the early My Era Begins and Full Lead being so good. Just easy ways to get things in trash. Nami starting out with a 7,000 power swing. We'll see if Wise Guy goes with another redirect, but no, it's just going to take the life. No trigger on that one. Nami activating her leader effect since she had 7 or less cards in hand. And Fordon is going to be a Perona to say, well, Burgess, even though he's gaining power, is still a 4 cost. So this Perona is going to be able to prevent him from swinging in the next turn.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're going to, I believe, 7 Dawn here for Teach. And I do think that this is also like Teach is a deck that would like to go on what? The
Second.
even curve? Yeah,
Yeah.
even curve. I think both decks do. So Nami being able to take that away is nice. It does offer a way to like slow down Teach a little bit, but it is, I think I don't know if we've mentioned this on live. It is going to be a bit of an uphill battle, I think, for Nami because Teach does have a lot of interesting tools to interact with the Nami leader effect.
And so one of the curious things about the odd curve for Teach and with these My Eras that you saw him grab off of the full lead, because you're like an even curve deck, right? 6, 8, 10 is going to be your numbers, especially on that 6 and 8. When you're on the odd curve for 7 and 9, you can utilize that one Dawn to build up the trash a little bit more or something like that with like a My Era search after this 5,000 power swing. Not really in this matchup, swinging at leader, a difference between 5 and 6,000, but Muffin Man is going to take that first life, no trigger on his side as well. And Wise Guy just going to be going in with a My Era, looking at the next top 3. Does find a 10 cost each and is going to grab that. That's 3 more cards in the trash right now. And that's it should be another plus 1,000 power. Yeah, 12 cards to be able to make this Burgess an 8.
All right, and then we do have the Shiryu here. Discard a Borsalino here to be able to heal a Blackbeard Pirates card from our trash. So a good amount of options. We're going to have the Devon there, and yeah, pass it back to Muffin Man.
Katarina, a typical target for the Shiryu because of that trigger of being able to draw a card, not only cycle itself, dig a little bit deeper in the deck, but play a 1 cost from the trash onto the field is great to be able to consistently get these like small little redirect targets like Van Augur, like Vasco Shot potentially to be able to really stunt your opponent's game plan. So we'll see how he decides to use that trigger in the future. But with a 5 from the Nami, looks like it's going to be that EBO3 Nami because teaches at 3 or more life is going to force Wise Guy to put that card in the hand, the top of the life, and get arrested Dawn on leader. You're kind of okay with that with Wise Guy because, well, you already have a 1-drop on the field, but it's a 2K in the hand now. So it could have been worse.
Yeah, it's not too shabby there. So big 5K going in, taking the life. Going down to 2. It looks like it is another Shiryu that's in the life there. So casually getting that draw 2. We've got the girl hitting the board, maybe a little bit late, but still relevant.
Think still pretty good spot for that girl in the turn, pitching the Moria there. Now using that activate main to get a Dawn on the leader and another one for an 8,000 power swing. That's why I really liked not doing the redirect for Wise Guy that early because even with the minus 3,000 power on Van Augur, Nami would still be swinging 5, but is going to take it. He's going to go down so low in the early stages of this game, but now the Burgess can attack with 13 cards in the trash in total, a little bit more based on the full lead, and we'll see if he's got an 8 cost teach in the hand, maybe to play on this turn. He could go in with some Borsalinos as well, or Shiryu to do a little bit of healing.
All right. Big 8 coming in. And this also could be, I mean, I don't know, would you pressure the Perona at all this turn? You obviously want to attack with your bigger numbers before you do, but looks like they're going to use, yeah, go for it.
You would want to pressure the Perona after this first swing, right? Because the leader effect on the Marshall D Teach leader is +1 cost on opponent's turn. Now that your other 6 cost or less body swings, you want to clear this Perona because it really just says, okay, Van Augur can't swing, but you're not going to swing with him anyways. So really good job by Wise Guy right there, trying to get cards out of hand and also remove the field. And we'll see what he decides to do. Full lead, going to pitch another card to be able to look at the top 3. Looks like it's going to be Vasco Shot off of that pitch. And now looking in there is going to find a Doc Q, just a nice little 2K. Not really relevant with its on KO effect in the matchup, but you like having 2Ks in the hand.
All right, and we're playing what looks like 4. So I think we're at 9 Dawn here for Burgess and 5 for the Borsalino. All right,
This is going to be
2-card
good.
combo.
Yeah, even though you didn't get to play an 8 cost teach, you kind of know what your trigger is, right? You have a Van Augur with a redirect, minus 3,000 on some of these low power leaders and characters on the side, and you have a blocker on the field going back up to 2 lives. So I think you're sitting in a pretty solid spot right now, especially with the second Burgess, right? That's going to be 2 8,000 power swings going to be coming into the leader, even with this new gate on the field. With that new gate, draw 2, trash 1, and now getting 2 Dawn to both the leader and character, going to be some big swings coming in.
Yeah, but we still do have like the Von Augur, so like the redirect and then giving the minus 3k to whatever has an attack could be essentially removing the Dawn here from these attacks. But it looks like starting off with an 8k with Nami, going to discard the Teach, get the redirect to Von Augur, as mentioned.
And the
Just
minus
offer
3,000 power on the Nami is going to make it a 5,000 power character, and you still have the 6,000 power Borsalino. So it's just a free block right there. Excellent sequencing by Wise Guy at that point. And with Nami not having any like Perona Suns or anything like that, we move on onto his next turn. I believe that's 16 cards in the trash now. So these Burgesses are 9,000 power respectively. They build up very, very fast within the game.
Yeah, it's wild how big these attacks can be. Looks like we're going to use full Let here. I think 10 drop Teach would be pretty clearly one of our best plays right now.
Mhm.
It's kind of more of do we have the extension of the Zaha ha 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 ha. So we'll see if that ends up being the case, and we do. There it is, 8 cost there, playing out a 10 drop, using the effect to give them a life to their hand, and then you can use the activate main of the Teach on the blocker and the Nami. This could just be done right now.
I think opting so the new gate it does not have any effects on the card, negates the blocker entirely, and now a 9,000 power swing coming in from this Burgess. Still 2 Dawn left to work with. Nami being nullified cannot go up to a 7,000 power leader. Is just going to take that first life. Now a second swing is going to potentially go in and take another life right here. We'll see what it is. Is going to go now with a 10,000 power swing with the Shuryu, and since no blocker is just going to go in with the game there.
Yeah, and that is the difficulty of this matchup where, Nami is so reliant on its leader effect that when you lose it, and that is super tough.
It's an excellent job, especially, knowing exactly like when to use Van Augur, trying to prioritize as well. That Burgess, he could have maybe played like another set of bodies on that turn, could have been able, we saw him pitch 8 cost teaches early in that game off of different effects, like leader effects. So could have held one of those in the hand to try to play on the field, but he's like, no, I think I can try to pressure this game
Mhm.
so early, right? Especially because you'll only have one blocker on the field in the Edward Newgate in theory. So I'm just going to swing for the fences. I'm just going to go at you. You can't be a 7K leader. These Burgesses are 9,000 power. And I'm going to ask you to just give me all the cards in your hand or just let me win.
Yeah, I mean, Nami's been relevant for a while now. And, in most situations, you're like, oh, I have 3 life, I have a Newgate, I have, a Dawn underneath my leader. I'm pretty good. There's, the chances of me, getting interacted with in most decks is 0, right? But in this deck specifically, especially since we already built the wide board of Borsalino as well as Burgess there, it just being able to turn off a blocker and the leader effect and also give them an extra life back to hand. Even Nami can't really interact with that combo when it's set up.
And especially with, coming off of the LA regionals last weekend as well, Nami was the best deck, right,
Mhm.
out of the group, or at least the most represented deck
Sure.
out of the group in terms of top 32 and also just population overall within the tournament. So it makes sense if you have such a great matchup into Nami. Bring something like Marshall D Teach, where you can get these game plans to neutralize a defensive leader effect like Nami and really kind of steamroll within a game for a deck because Teach really excels within the late stages of the game, right? If you
Yeah.
allow Teach to get into the late game in a comfortable position, it will run you over. And since Nami also wants to get into that late position, it's one of those things that like Teach just kind of wins within that battle with the resource management and things of the nature. I think we're going to go into a quick break here as we prepare for the round 4. We might come back before then, but we'll let you guys know. Thank you so much for watching the Top Cut Regional over here in Peoria, hosted by Top Cut Events. My name is Jake. I got Eggman over here, and we'll see you in the next round.
All right, we are back with round number 4 of the Top Cut Events regional. I'm going to say here in Peoria. I'm going to say that I am virtually here, as well as Jake, who's virtually here with me. And we're closing in on the halfway mark. We're closing on the lunch break after this round, but it's been a good amount of diversity so far today.
Yeah, I think we've seen a good variety of decks and a good variety of strategies in the OP16 format, especially for the opening game. And there's still plenty more to be able to dive into. I know we're going to be showcasing at least one new deck in this round and a couple decks as well that just like have a variety to play. That's one of the things about like a brand new format that you talk about with a jungle meta. Not only do you have a bunch of different decks in the meta in general, but you also have a bunch of different ways to be able to play those decks, in different builds, different styles, what you're trying to tech for, things of like that, that really just bring out the best in deck building.
Yeah, and also just like kind of player identity right now too. I think that even with lines that are in decks that are very similar, there are different lines you can make, and the decisions like how aggressive I want to be or do I need to be cautious. And I think this is also just a format where like players' individual decisions on that front will really shine.
Yeah, especially with those flexibilities, and especially if you make those correct meta decisions, right? If you can predict what the entire field is going to relatively look like, the top couple decks, what are going to be the most populous, most likely that you're going to face within a tournament, you can get paid off for that pretty well, whether that's a complete counter pick or maybe even a couple different tech cards that help with some of those various matchups, especially if it can help you win in those matchups. If it goes from losing to winning, or maybe even if it's still a losing matchup, a lot of times just pushing something from like a 35 win percentage into a 45 win percentage is enough, because it's still pretty close to a 50-50 to where you can maybe steal some games with game knowledge.
Yeah, but I think the players are good to go, so we're going to head on over there and see our matchup for this one. I don't think we've declared it quite yet, so let's make sure we know what it is. It is going to be Rosinante versus Monkey D. Luffy, and we got Nikki versus Brian there. Nikki's from LA, where I'm usually at, a very strong player, not a stranger to being on stream, being in these 3-0 situations, and starting off with Rosinante with this Kobe search.
And one thing that's going to be really interesting that we see over on Brian's side is no one drop Luffy, right? Especially this deck loving the second curve. Nikki taking it away from him more than likely and taking second forces Brian not to have any bodies on the first turn of the game. Is going to kind of slow the start down a little bit, but goes in off of that. Kobe finds that Navy type Rosinante searcher and just digs a little bit more into the deck. Now looking for a Trafalgar Law card.
Yeah, and something that I think that's really important for Rosinante is like, yeah, obviously these one drops are really good searchers for helping us like get consistency tools. But when you're playing against a deck like Luffy, where they're gonna have all these like 1K, 2K bodies you need to interact with, they're very good for applying pressure and offering some removal too.
So still thinking about what he wants to grab. Is going to be a Rosinante and Law, right? Kind of the lifeblood of the purple yellow Rosinante deck, as we've seen in the previous rounds. Now Luffy going into his 3 Dawn turn is just going to start out with a 5K at lead. Going to try to ask for a card out of hand before playing any cards down and using Dawn. Is just going to take it, no trigger on that first swing. And now a Daz Bones coming in. Going to tap 2 Dawn and on play draw 1 card before going in with leader effect to restand those 2 Dawn and maybe play down something else like this Bond Clay to draw another.
Yeah, and Blue Green Luffy, one of the newest decks in this game right now. Leader effect's pretty simple, right? If you only have impel down characters, you get an extra 2 Dawn every turn by unresting 2, which means that you do get these choices to one play out these bodies. I mean, you played out 3 bodies on the board, and each one of them drew you an additional card. So you do need to apply some Dawn to make them more effective, but Luffy's really flexible with the Dawn, and I think one of the it's secretly for me approached like one of the best decks in this format.
Oh yeah, I'm very high on it within this format. And Nikki Goldman going in with the 7K swing is going to go ahead and take the life. Still 2 Dawn remaining, could leader effect and play like a 4 cost promo Law on this turn, but doesn't look like I don't think he has one in hand. I think he only has a 4 cost 2000 power counter Trafalgar Law and actually just passes off the turn.
Yeah, so a little bit unfortunate there. We saw this earlier with Professor B. They did miss out the 2. I do think like having potentially a Rosinante Law on 6 is a little bit more impactful, but you probably would enjoy having a 4/6 on the board right now.
So now going in with the 5,000 power swing is going to ask for a card in hand, especially because this Daz Bones and Mr. 2 is going to go ahead and swing in at life. So we'll see what Nikki decides to do with 3 life remaining. Looks like it is going to be a 1K Borsalino to get out of the attack, especially with the Mr. 2 on this swing is going to have to get a Dawn attached to leader. And now copying the leader's base power is going to be a 6,000 power swing at lead, just a 2K to get out of that attack. And looks like a 4-cost Crocodile could reset the board while establishing a 4-6 blocker on Brian's side.
Yeah, I love this card in the deck. And so many times I'm like, oh, finally they attacked with one of their 1-drops or 2-drops. I'll be able to attack into it. And then Crocodile's like, no, I'm just going to let you add it back to hand and then play it again. So, Crocodile's effect is essentially draw 1, restand Bond Clay right now, which is super good.
So playing back down that Bond Clay to draw 1 card uses leader effect a restand 2 Dawn. Could go ahead and use these 2 to attach to these 2 characters. First, the Luffy gaining 1,000 power with every unique name on the field is plus 4,000, and 1 Dawn is a 5,000 power swing. Nikki is going to take it, and potentially a trigger is going to opt not to use it, put it in the hand, and another Luffy comes down, leaves this Daz Bones as active, but looks in the top 3, finds a couple different cards. Looks like thinking about the Navy headquarters event is going to
Yeah.
go with that.
I still don't know how I feel 100% about that card, but with this scenario, like you get to, actively say, by the way, you now have to play around it because you know it's in hand, which is tough to see. Also, like there is like this little game for Blue Green Luffy where it's more important about the unique names on it. So, the fact that you attacked with the Luffy, but you played another one out anyways, it's still going to have like one unique Luffy name, which is good.
So after using Koby to clear that 0 power, Luffy is going to go with the 6,000 power swing at lead. Is going to ask for a card out of hand, whether that's the block in 1K or a 2K off of leader. We'll see what he decides to do. Does have that Prisoner of Impel Down in hand. Remember, the Prisoner of Impel Down, you can run as many copies of this card in your deck as you want. And although Blue Green Luffy doesn't get that high in the number of copies, does play respectively about 8 of them, I think, typically. So
Yeah.
is going to go in, counter out with that. Now Nikki using leader effect to get that Rosinante and Law on the board for only 4 Dawn.
So we got 2 left, but unfortunately not really enough to apply pressure here for like the Rosie 1-drop to attack anything. So yeah, it's been a little unfortunate for Nikki because we've just, this is our second turn in a row that we were passing with 2 Dawn open.
So now going into this turn, the Boa Hancock is going to be able to stun that Rosinante and Law, prevent it from being rested until the end of the opponent's next end phase. This means that Rosinante and Law, the 8,000 power blocker, not going to be able to block on all these swings, going to be asking for cards. Looks like starting out with the Daz Bone swings that the Koby trying to clear it off the field.
Yeah, there goes the Koby. And you're going to use our leader effect to get 2 Dawn back afterwards. Again, like it's you look at the effect, but like when you go over 5 turns, you get an extra 10 Dawn to work with compared to like every other deck in the game. It's one of the reasons I think that this Luffy deck's so good. But we're down to 2 life. We're going to use the I Love You here to get a 2K Law back. We're going to add 1 more Dawn to here to try to get another 6K attack at the leader.
So the 6K attack at the leader could just ask for another one of those 2Ks that we just grabbed, and it looks like it is going to be that. And 1 more Dawn now onto the Luffy. There's 5 unique names onto the field, so this is going to be a 6,000 power swing. The I Love You just being 2,000 power and grabbing that Law back yet again. Another 6K swing. This deck just eating 2Ks out of Nikki's hand right now.
Yeah, but the good thing about like this Rosinante deck is that it is very good at you spent 1 card and 1 Dawn to essentially get out of 2 attacks, which is very valuable in this matchup where they will just try to hit you to death with 5K, 6K. So very heads up for leaving that 2 Dawn open for there. It was something that I thought he just suboptimally couldn't use, but ended up being very valuable to stay at 2 life there.
And now the Rosinante going in and trying to clear board. No blockers as active because we rested that Crocodile blocker. Is going to go ahead, start out the Rosinante, 2,000 power at the 0 Luffy. Lots of cards in hand from Brian. He hasn't really pitched anything up to this point. Only 1 2K counter card, but doesn't opt to save the Luffy. Lets it get knocked down before having a potential leader swing clear something else. It looks like this 5,000 power swing going at the Bond Clay, taking that out. 3 bodies left on the field for Brian on his side, and we'll see what he decides to play right now. I think has a Sakazuki in hand over on Nicky's side, and he's going to play it down on the field.
Yep. So using the Sakazuki here, going to give the minus to likely the Boa. Unfortunately, we don't have any more attacks right now. So otherwise, even using on the Crocodile could be good. But looks like we are, going to be on the Boa. So it has a minus 6k for the turn. Using two Dawn, or turning one Dawn into two with Sakazuki's effect. And if we've got a 4-drop law, we are in a good spot. But we have the Gum Gum Lightning. Such a big fan of this card. Being able to get the hard removal on that Boa Hancock. And only 2 characters on the board for Brian. This is a good move here.
Even at the cost of Dawn -2, right? KOing any 6,000 power or less character, it's going to be very good in this matchup, right? Whether it's for all these little weenies that we see over here on Brian's side, these small power characters, or maybe a Boa Hancock that has that unblockable trait, against a blocker deck like Rosinante. Definitely really nice to get that off the field, as you were saying, and really alleviates a lot of the pressure that Brian was trying to present. He cleared 3 bodies on that turn.
Yeah, including the Boa, which is sometimes a little tricky to get rid of in a lot of decks. So being able to get that hard removal there means that Brian kind of has to start again from kind of square one. But the other thing with this deck, Luffy draws so many cards. So you still have ways and cards to play out next turn because like almost every other card draws again.
So is going to go ahead, clear that Rosinante so he can't swing in at something like the Daz Bones. Now with the Luffy is going to go ahead and free block with that 8,000 power Rosinante and Lawn, the 5,000 power leader swing. We've got a fair amount of Dawn here now on Brian's side. Should be 9 Dawn, I believe, in total that he can work with right now. Does have a couple different options like Miss Olive in the hand as a potential blocker. Could try to double body with that buggy from OP16 to get that Prisoner of Impel down on the field. There's a lot of different lines that this deck can take, especially in these later turns with these kind of lower power characters. We'll see what route Brian goes to.
Yep, we've got 2 life for Rosinante. We're thinking about attacking with a blocker, but we're actually just going to instead return a character to the hand to get a draw to discard 1 here.
Has
Yeah,
perfect synergy within this deck.
Yeah, I don't see this card as often in Crocodile, in Luffy. Kind of another Crocodile-like effect to be able to reset your smaller cards, but it can be useful in situations like this.
So now using leader effect to restand 2 of the Dawn to basically make Miss Olive a 3 cost in total, and now gets in with the Daz Bones to draw 1 card. Thinking about playing the Luffy onto the field from starter deck 30. This is one of the brand new cards. Just going to put it on the field and pass off the turn. Does not opt for that rush effect, right? Because you're out of Dawn. Can't utilize it. You have to tap an additional Dawn. But having 4 bodies back onto the field is going to make it a little bit harder for Nicky to counter out of within the next turn unless he has a little bit more removal.
Yeah, and that Luffy is an impel down card. It is also, has the when attacking rest of one of your opponent's blockers. So, it has a pseudo unblockable kind of effect, right? So, it is a very scary card to see on the other side of a board that has a blocker and not a lot of life when, you also know the event is in hand for our blue-green Luffy player. Like this could be an explosive next turn if Nicky's not careful.
So now at 9, Dawn starts out with the Marine forward stage. So look at the top 5 for a Navy kind of card. I think there's a couple options in there, one being a 5 cost Borsalino. We are sitting at 2 life, so if we tried to play Borsalino, would be able to heal 1, but what do we do after that is the real question, especially in the face of a Luffy that can rest any blocker regardless of cost or size, as you were mentioning earlier. It's definitely a threat to Nicky at this point.
Looking at there, I mean, finding a Borsalino and being able to play it is a really good technique that, is almost exclusive to Rosinante here. So we are thinking about playing it. It is just so intimidating when they could go so wide with attacks next turn.
Yeah, so he's going to start out with that Borsalino, 2 heal 1. Might try to double up if he's got another Rosinante and Law in hand, right? You do have the ability with Sakazuki to ramp and then also be able to cheat out a character, but goes with the Mama Ragon to start, puts 2 Dawn back into the Dawn deck to be able to rest a 5,000 power character or less, and now is going to swing at the Daz Bones, even though there's 2 6,000 power blockers on the field. Just says, you know what, I'm going to allow this Daz Bones to go away just simply because if I start resting my blockers for the free block, you could swing into those and clear even more bodies on the turn. This is a great way for Brian to mitigate the amount of bodies that are leaving the field outside of another like Gum Gum Lightning or something like that.
Two up then. So yeah, lightning could be in play. Looks like we're going to do a Sakazuki effect to get one more Dawn back active because it is an activate main with a Navy. And with three up, we could be playing out a. Oh no, we're just going to use the Marine Ford effect.
Going ahead with the Marine Ford. If you tap the stage and Dawn -1, put one Dawn back into your Dawn deck, you can draw one and trash one. Looks like pitch the Divine Departure there, so doesn't need that in hand anymore. Now goes with an 8,000 power swing over at lead. Is going to try to put the pressure a little bit on Brian's life as he takes one and goes down to 2.
All right, three up again. I would love to see a Gum Gum Lightning for Nikki. If you can use that to remove the or the 4/6 Luffy, that is a lot of pressure you get off the board. And we'll see instead. You know what? Let's just go 10K with it.
So a 10,000 power swing over at Brian is going to get him to take the life again. Just stacking so many cards in hand right now as he passes off the turn, leaves one Dawn as active, presumably maybe for another I Love You event that he's got in the hand. But especially for Brian now, right? You do know that he has that restand event in the hand, but he's only got 3 characters of Impel Down with unique names on the field. So he's got to play 2 more characters before he can utilize that event. But first, just starting out with the Luffy and resting the Borsalino blocker because of that when attacking effect to rest any blocker. And Nikki's actually going to take the life, go back down to 2.
Yeah, and that usually means that, the I love you has the condition you have to be at 2 or less life, right? So you are okay with going there pretty quickly. But the other thing too, you have to be like really worried for Brian, right? Sure, you have a lot of offense, but with 1 life and needing to likely attack with these blockers, you need to be careful that you're not just going to lose on this next turn. So using the I love you there to get a 2K to get out of the attack, very nice. And we'll see what Brian continues to do.
It's almost like a pseudo 4,000 power counter event. So just clarifying what he exactly grabbed off of the I Love You. Still full 10 Dawn to work with for Brian. Might be a situation where he goes in with this Miss Olive and swings. You see the Ivankov in the hand for Brian. That's a great way to try to find a character to play on the field. But Mr. 3 is going to be the option instead. This Mr. 3, he is going to utilize that activate main, trashing the character to draw 2 and saying that a 9 cost or less cannot swing within the next turn, is going to probably either opt for the Sakazuki or Rosinante in law and goes for the Sakazuki. He wants Nikki to rest his blockers for attacks.
Yeah. And, since we are a green deck, we do have a lot of options for stun cards like Electrical Luna or I Know You're Strong, which, if you're able to fully stun their blockers, not only not going to be able to attack next turn, but they won't be able to block next turn too. And that's pretty huge to be able to, prevent that over 2 turns.
So over countering a little bit on the 5,000 power leader swing, giving the Trafalgar Law 2K. It's kind of a double-edged sword, right? It's a little bit of over countering, which you don't like, but it is a known card that is in the hand for Nikki. So you don't really reveal any information of what else is in the hand over on Brian's side, especially because if he wants to swing again, it's going to have to be one of his other blockers. But instead, goes with the Buggy. Buggy on the on play will draw one and then play a Prisoner of Impel Down onto the field. And with that prisoner, if he gets to utilize that once per turn on opponent's attack, he'll be able to make that prisoner a blocker to get 3 on the field in total, just in case Nikki tries to go in heavy for game, but goes ahead and swings the 6,000 power Miss Olive. We'll see if Nikki counters out or goes to 1.
Yeah. And we kind of, we have caster vision here. We did just get a copy of I Know You're Strong, which would be automatically a way to just make it so that Borsalino and Rosie Law not only get to not attack next turn, but also like not block next turn too. And yeah, there it is. Nasty play here. And that is going to be very tough. Nothing but the 1-drop Rosie can attack next turn. Nothing will really be able to block next turn too. And Nikki again is facing against the board with 5 characters that he needs to try to interact with.
And it's 5 unique characters as well in terms of names. So that event is live immediately for Brian if all 5 of these characters stay on the field. But that's why I love I Know You're Strong in the deck, right? And talking about some of the different ways to be able to build it, right? Just being able with your leader effect to restand 2 Dawn makes it that much easier, similar to Dracula Mihawk, what we've seen in previous formats. Be able to utilize these stun counter events when 7 costs or less are so prevalent within the game right now. Excellent job with Brian.
Yeah, and now this is a tough spot. I think, Nikki went aggressive saying, I need to put pressure on them for next turn, but I don't know, blue green Luffy, like, yeah, your card pool is a little restricted, but your draw power is insane. Your even like the extra cards you get to run are pretty insane. We're just gonna start with the Borsalino saying I probably need to make sure I'm healing up. Nikki also have used 3 copies of I Love You, I think, which means we're kind of out of our like defensive events too. It's very tricky for Nikki here.
Gonna have to try to find some non-navy counter events, stuff like slow beam that's very typical in these Rosinante lists, right? But an unsearchable card ends up going off of the Marineford, drawing one, pitching a Sakazuki brick in the hand. Maybe thinking about going leader effect to play a character out onto the field, and is going to use that leader effect. Now play out Rosinante and Law for only 4 to draw another card. Still has that re-ramp effect. Do we still have the Sakazuki effect as well?
And then we do have the Mama Rog on here,
So
which
Mama
looks like we're
Ragon,
gonna use it for
a draw.
just literally a draw. Okay.
Mhm.
And then we get the 2 Dawn back activated. So, a sneaky way to be able to get like extra Dawn back active with Sakazuki effect when we don't have that much left in the Dawn deck.
Especially when you're going for that slow beam potentially, right? Because that Luffy is still sitting on the field right now. And
Yeah.
with so many cards in hand, this 6,000 power swing is just going to be 1 card off. So is going to go ahead with that buggy effect to make the Prisoner of Impel down a blocker and block 1K off of the Ivankov in the hand. And now a pass off to Brian's turn. I think he's going to be swinging for the fences here.
Yeah, this is a really good position. There are 2 blockers, but guess what? Luffy's going to be able to rest one of them, and then if we restand, it's going to be able to rest another one. So you got to make sure to use the blocks early. There could be like a copy of like slow beam that like deters some plays, but like doesn't prevent any.
And
Not as much as
especially
like other decks because the restand is so there.
especially with starting out with the 6,000 power swing from the Luffy. This means that slow beam is just going to be resting one of the other characters, right? You got that value off of the Luffy, and you're asking him to wait even longer to maybe to commit that until after you restand your characters, which you could just lead off again with another Luffy swing if you still have your Borsalino as active. So great job by Brian, right? Kind of playing around these 2 floating Dawn that Nikki has right there and just trying to get that immediate value to rest that 8,000 power blocker. Looks like he does have a 2K Trafalgar Law in hand, though, about 3 cards in hand left, but he got out of that attack. That's step 1.
All right, and a lot of decision making here. You kind of want to block. You still need to block with Borsalino, right? And the other thing too is that you can still, with how the board is, you can still just kind of apply a medium amount of pressure. If you got like a copy of like Electrical Luna or another, I know you're strong. Nikki's still not going to be able to apply any pressure, and it's still going to be easy to go in next turn too. Like this is a really good spot for Brian here.
Yeah, so just swinging in 6,000 power buggy is going to be a Suru 2K out of the hand. Another one of these searchable 2Ks that this deck typically plays. I think is really trying to think about how aggressive he wants to be to go in for a game, especially with only 1 life, right? And for potential with some removal or resting that Nikki could have on this side. You don't want to get baited into going for game when you don't hit it, right? If you commit too hard into going for a game, that could spell disaster for you on the clapback. So if you're going to go all in and you're going to try to claim the win, you need to make sure that you get it, right? Because it could spell disaster if you leave all this on the field.
All right, we've got the time's ticking down. We've got 8 minutes left in this game. Again, Brian's got like so many cards in hand, like what 10 or so, which is
He has kept his hand size pretty high.
yeah.
So the 5,000 power leader swing just going to be a X Drake 2K to get out of the attack. Plenty of 2Ks in Nikki's hand in this turn, but only about 1 card in hand or so. What's it going to be? A 7,000 power now swing going at the lead. There's only 1 card. You'll be able to get out of it more than likely. And so takes that life, goes to 2. Now Miss Olive swinging 7, a bunch of 7s to go in for the late stages of the game. Still has 8 Dawn left to be able to utilize. So I think maybe like attaching one with Crocodile and then using the restand event could be a great game plan. Just blocks on that 7K swing and lets Borsalino go to the bin. And here we go. The Let's Go to the Navy headquarters, resting 6 additional Dawn with the 1. If you have 5 Impel Down type characters with different card names, set your leader and all of your characters as active, allowing for another set of swings, which could be 7,000 power on the Crocodile, 7 with the Miss Olive, and 7 with the Prisoner. And we still have leader effect to restand 2 more.
Yeah, like these are I think a five. Yeah, you're just like this. There's so much pressure. You're able to keep getting your board active. Maybe a Gum Gum Lightning a little bit earlier could have helped you get removal. We used one to get rid of Boa Hancock, which felt correct, but man, only seeing the one ended up I think being very tough to continue to clear the board. And Luffy was just able to I think end like 3 or 4 turns with just 5 unique impel down characters on the board. Very tough to interact with.
And that's the big strength of this deck and why so many people are so high on it, including myself, heading into this format of like, if you know how to properly sequence this deck, if you know how to manage your resources to be able to, hold characters on the field, but also maintain a huge hand size, it is so aggressive and it's so good and control, almost like control. It's not really controlling, but like being able to take control of a game is what
Yeah.
I should say, of like, okay, I'm going to command the tempo of this game and I'm going to put you on a clock instead of putting me on a clock. And it's just so strong.
Yeah, I again, you looked at the deck, you're like, oh, you just play like a bunch of 1 drops and 2 drops, right? Oh, like the end condition, oh, 5 of them on the board at the same time. That seems like so tough to do, but I think generically just having 2 extra Dawn is just continuing to be very good. All of your 1 drops and 2 drops being able to draw a card essentially, but also being able to turn into 5K pressures very easily. It's been very clear why I think Blue Green Luffy has been on the rise. I think in the next couple weeks, and it's
Mhm.
something where I think people will have to start to like hard respect it moving forward if they want to do well.
Yeah, and especially not only in the Western region is Blue Purple Luffy a deck that a lot of people are excited about. It's actually doing very well over in the championships now that
Blue
Blue
green,
Purple
blue green,
Luffy, or I'm sorry, yeah, Blue
yeah,
Green.
blue green,
Blue
yeah, yeah,
Purple
yeah,
is the other
yeah.
one that I've
In
been
my
thinking about.
heart, I wish blue purple, but yes,
Yeah,
blue green, yeah.
blue green Luffy right there. It's the second straight tournament that it's got multiple entries within the top 8, and with 3 of them takes up most of them. And then the other deck that had multiple entries in the purple Enel, and then one each of blue yellow Nami, blue yellow Boa, which made a lot of noise in this tournament we'll talk about shortly, and then the Rosinante. And there's the pie chart there of the top 8 deck distribution if you're interested in seeing that. Any surprises to you in this top 8?
Honestly, like Boa has been, but I've been looking through like data and stuff, and Boa definitely has been like silently on the rise. This also is like a different kind of thing between the English and Japanese meta, where the Japanese meta had Rayquaza, I think, illegal until May 1st, where we had it like
Mhm.
banned on April 1st. So we're using Boa more often than us for a lot of ways. So there could just be more people who are on it, but it got a lot of support in OP16 with some more blockers that can play off of life end up being very strong. But yeah, clearly like Blue Green Luffy and Enel have been very popular in Japan.
And we do have the top 2 deck lists from the championship as well that we'll go over real quick. Starting out with that, Boa did have a runner-up finish, and you talk about there are some cards within the OP16 set that gave it a big boost, and there were some big surprises within this deck list, right? Marigold has been something that I think a lot of people were like, really iffy on it at first, but being
Mhm.
able to play it out onto the field as a 5 cost blocker, maybe from trigger, and then be able to just have it there as a blocker to work alongside your leader effect has been very good. But also the Marshall D teach.
Yeah, and I haven't played this deck enough to be like super for or against it. It's so weird to see 8 drop Moria as only for the trigger effect, right? It is
Hmm.
simply because I want to play Zoro off of it, right? We've seen like the Thriller Bark package. It's been pretty popular at this point, but it's something that I've been like a surprise. But you can just Hiyori it into your life, so it makes sense. I think 5 cost Nami has also been a more regular add, especially because even at 10 Dawn, you can say Nami effect. I'm going to recycle, know what's at the top of my life, and I'm going to put my Borsalino on the board, and that heals me up to 3 with the exact card that I want in that life.
And you can also do that with the 4 cost Zoro, right? That's in the deck as well. There are multiple ways with this 5 cost Nami to be able to, as you're saying, manipulate and kind of know what that life is that you're exactly healing. And one of the other things that I think is really interesting with the 8 cost Moria, going back to that real quick, you talk about the trigger of playing a 4 cost or less. Think about playing a 4 cost blocker Boa onto the field.
Yeah.
In blue yellow Nami, we see a lot of strengths where sometimes the 8 cost Gecko triggers will play out a 4 cost Marco from
Hmm.
PRBO2. And Boa kind of fits that same strategy, just working alongside your leader effect to where, okay, if I put this blocker onto the field and then maybe I block with it, let it get KO'd. Now you have to take a life because of my Dawn times one once per turn. It's a super interesting strategy in here, I think, for the Boa. Also, Gravity Blade being at 2 copies. I
Hmm.
think Gravity Blade is so good within this format. I think there's just a lot of good 6 costs or less that are running around right now that you can hit. And especially with a trigger that, bottom decks of 5, when you're able to manipulate the trigger in several situations, just works out so well with this deck. And then the 3, you're the one that should disappear. We all have trembled. If you've been playing the game for a couple years now, we've all trembled on that last life to be, please, no 0 cost trigger. And well, it's very viable within this
Yes.
deck.
Yeah, 100%. And when you almost always gonna have that card to discard because you're drawing every time you play something on your opponent's turn, and I'm sure there's gonna be like 2 Gecko Morias stuck in my hand anytime I play it. So this is the Boa Hancock deck. Got second again in Japan. It was a 470-person event, which is really cool to see. Same format as we're into, which is it's really cool that we're so caught up to Japan right now. They're going to get some star decks before us, but we're going to look at the first place list too, real quick. It's going to be the Enel, which has been, there's been a lot of debate, I think, in Enel, mostly if you play Holy or not. Most of the Japanese lists I've seen are, playing 4 copies of the dog, but this is really interesting to see it win the entire event without any copies of it in the build.
The second straight Japan championship that Enel has won, right? Previously winning a Hokkaido in OP16. One of the things that's really curious about this deck list that I really find interesting is the move back up in Satori's, right? Especially in
Mhm.
OP 15, we saw a lot of players either playing like 1 or 2 of Satori to 0 Satori, right, within their deck. But now in the OP 16, it's becoming much more of a relevant card back again in this deck list. And as you saw with blue green Luffy, right, it's just really nice to be able to battle against your opponent's board. And with that, when attacking, of reordering the top 2 can help you dig for certain pieces that you need, or potentially just be able to filter out your deck for something that you may not want.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think the biggest thing though right now is that there's a lot of decks that are up to like Enel's level, which is great. I think Enel was like arguably one of the best decks in the format for OP15 to kind of battle with Nami a lot. But with more and more kind of decks at that same kind of skill and interaction, like yes, Enel won 2 back to back, and it's a front runner for this event too. But as time goes on, I think more and more people are going to get more reps with the decks that are in this format, and maybe give Enel a run for its money.
It's also just like deck building, maybe playing a little bit more to counter how Enel has changed a little bit within this format. Maybe with the gravity blades, you play those in of your own because that can still bottom deck Frankie and things of that nature.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also interesting to see, even with 3 gamma knives in this deck list, there's no senior pinks, right?
Mm,
Something that really exploded into the OP15 scene as something like, oh my gosh, this is an incredible combo, has been left out of this list. And even the pudding counts have
yeah.
dropped too. So just like a drastically different list than I feel like what we saw in OP15, even though for I think a majority of people, they'll look at this list and be like, oh, it feels like the same thing. It's definitely a little bit different.
Yeah, and I've definitely attributed Senior Pink to more of like an English Western format tech that I haven't again seen as much in Japan. I'm sure there are people in Japan who do play the card, but it is less surprising for me to see it based on how I see Japanese players play this game. That they don't see that the card is as strong currently. But we'll see if that kind of changes because again we're kind of hand in hand and. I know a lot of people in Japan who are watching the results for this event today are going to be like, all right, this is going to change what I'm going to do next weekend too. So I think that's really cool.
Yeah, especially with everybody kind of on the same page. There's a lot of things that you can get and a lot of information that you can take and a lot of ideas that you can scrap from these different events happening all across the country. I know like there's Mexico regionals going on right now this weekend. There's also Toronto regionals happening next weekend. There's a lot
Hmm.
of stuff going on, and even in the Malaysia, also the Philippines, I think has championships like a 3-on-3 and stuff like that that are happening this weekend. There's so much One Piece being played right now, and I
There's a lot.
absolutely love it.
It is the summer of One Piece. So
Hmm.
that is going to be it for our little like kind of aside for what's been going on for the meta around the world. We're going to hopefully get some kind of leader breakdown for this event too. For the total amount, we'll obviously know the top 32 cut once we get there, but we are on a lunch break going into round number 5, so we will have a bit of an extended break, but we'll be doing the next 6 rounds, expected 6 rounds. There might be 5, but expected 6 rounds for the next half of this event too. So that also means that we'll likely have a little bit of time to try to find any unusual leaders. So if there's any that you guys want to see, please let us know in the chat. We'll do our best to try to find that going into round 5. But it's been a lot of fun. I think we've seen a lot of diversity already in this event, and looking forward to the second half of Swiss. So, all right, Jake, that sounds good for us. And then we should be going on our break there. So we will be back with round number 5. It's going to be a little bit of a break. So make sure to get some food, water, drink, and we'll see you guys in round number 5.
computers now have primary control of critical vehicle functions.
Hello and welcome back from the lunch break of the Top Cut Regional over in Peoria, Illinois, to kick off the western side of the OP16 format. My name is Jake. You can also call me Atrocious. I got Eggman here with me by my side today, casting this weekend, and it's
You
been
can
an
only call me
exciting one.
Eggman. Only call me Eggman. That's the only name, right?
Exactly. Yeah. We just call each other by the content names. That's how
Yes,
people know. That's
100%.
how everyone knows. But
Yes,
we've
yes.
had an exciting regional so far. We've got plenty of good matches and a good variety of decks as well in this kind of jungly format that we have for you today. So it's been an exciting one. We still got about 5 or 6 rounds of Swiss left, either 9 or 10 rounds, just depending on the pair down. And I know our players are getting set up now at
Mm.
the table. We've got our matchup here for you. And is there anything that you're interested in seeing later down the line?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I already got my like Sengoku game and win on stream, so I'm a little bit checked off on that one. I also think players are ready, so we can zoom in as we talk about it. But honestly, I think I mean, I know the match we're going into now, which is a leader that's new, right? We haven't seen before. But looking at the OP16 leaders, I think the only things we haven't seen are like what Buggy and Ace right now. Is there
Mhm.
anything else that we haven't seen?
Yeah, I think outside of the 16 leaders, those are the only two that we really haven't seen. But especially now going into this one, we got Big Chris over on the left side with Yamato and Mohammed over on the right side with Rosinante. So this is going to be an interesting one, right? You have a big, heavy blocker deck with Mohammed, with all of those Rosinante and laws, 4 cost laws, things of that nature, and a little bit of control. But with Big Chris, and the Yamato being able to get your Land of Wano characters rush if they're played from the trash is going to be a very aggressive style heading into this matchup.
Yeah, and Yamato, one of the newest leaders for this game, and honestly, like I've kept saying, if you are watching this right now, if you're watching this at home, you want to try to get into the One Piece card game, Yamato is probably one of the best ways to do so. It's a pretty self-contained deck. You just need to get a couple cards from OP16 and you're kind of good to go. And it has like this good kind of like combo curve that shows you how to work the game. So I'm a big fan of Yamato right now. And we do just have a 2-drop blocker pass and back to Rosinante.
So not looking good right now for Big Chris to start out this game. Typically, you want to play a Robin or Nami to start out the searching, but Mohammed's going to be doing some searching in his first couple turns, first with the Rosinante and now the Koby. Koby going to be looking for a Navy card. Sakazuki is going to be a good one to have simply because you can minus and control the board as we've seen all day with these kind of purple decks. Now using leader effect, thinking of cheating out a Trafalgar Law. It's going to be that promo that we found on the Rosinante Searcher.
Yeah, I mean, this is the third game of Rosinante we've seen. We don't have the full leader breakdown right now. We probably will have it going into day 2. But, this is the first time we've seen 4-drop law hit the curve, which is super nice. Does just let you just establish a 4/6 body. We do see our first Nami, though, being able to grab a card and put the rest in the trash. Having an 8 cost in the trash also very strong for us. And already like a little bit of tech here, too. Looks like we do have copies of the spoil. So this is a card from OP15. Trash 3 cards from the top of your deck on play. It's a 2K. You can trash this character. If you have 15 or more cards in your trash, you can give it to one Rested Dawn to one of your leaders or characters. And Yamato can definitely classify for that.
Especially because, as you just saw right there, Big Chris milling the deck right now, just trying to filter through, trying to find all these pieces, get some good setup, even though you didn't play Kinemon on this turn on curve. The spoils is going to be able to get those Yamatos and other good pieces inside the trash. And after the 6K swing and Mohammed taking the life is going to pass off the turn over to Mohammed. Is going to start out with the 6K swing over at lead. We still have that 2-drop blocker there, but a 2K Otama is coming out of the hand. Now leader effect coming in to swing 6,000 power yet again.
Yeah, Yamato taking it. And Yamato is usually pretty good taking a lot of this damage early. We do have a Rosinante Law using the leader effect. So draw 1, get an extra Dawn active. We're out of attacks for the turn. Could have maybe played a 1-drop if we had it, but went back to Big Chris.
So now going into the 6th on turn, you can start getting the Yamato on field to maybe get the 8-drop right here. And I think playing the Kinemon to start. So no 6-cost Yamato happening at this point, but looking at that top 5, trying to find a Land of Wano piece is going to grab that event. The I've come here to cut those chains. to put into the hand a nice counter event for 3K onto the leader, cheating out a 6-cost Yamato. Playing down a Nami again is just going to go a little bit more. There's finally a 6-cost Yamato to grab into the hand, maybe play in the next turns, passing on two Shinobu 2Ks.
Yeah, and there's a lot of consistency tools for this deck and many others. But if you do not see Yamato on your 6 Dawn turn or 6 or more Dawn turn, you just feel like you are like on the back foot. It is such an integral part of this deck that just being able to get one into your hand does feel a lot better.
So, how is Big Chris going to maneuver now for the rest of this game? That's going to be the big question. First, a 5K swing from Mohammed on the leader is just going to be a 1K of that Yamato out of the hand. Remember that I've come to cut those chains. Does play a 6-cost Yamato from the trash, so we can counter with it to be able to bring it back later. The 8K swing on the Rosie Law just going to be a 2-drop chum blocker onto the discard pile, and now going in with a play here is thinking about no, I was wondering if he was going to attach some Dawn, but no, just a 6K swing and a 2K Shinobu out of that attack. And now tapping all of the 7 is going to get that Sakazuki to minus the Kinemon and passes off the turn. That -6 is going to stick. So Kinemon just sitting at a 0 power.
Yeah, back to Yamato here, and hopefully we are able to. I think we are likely going to be able to play Yamato this turn, which is going to be good. Kinemon, yeah, as mentioned, can't really attack. It's at 0 power right now. Spoil might be close to being able to have 15 more cards in the trash if we want to be able to add an extra Dawn at times. But looking through here, we put 5 cards into our trash with this Chains event, and then we are able to play out a Yamato, which this will also be played off of the trash, which means that using our leader effect, we can also give it Rush. So an additional 5K attack this turn is nice.
As well as on that on play effect, right, of the Yamato to draw 1, trash 1. It's going to help set up the hand just a little bit more. Is going to go ahead and pitch, I think, another Kinemon in the hand. So now a 5K swing over at lead. We'll see what Mohammed decides to do. Still sitting at 3 life, no blockers on the field. Is going to Mama Ragon, is going to be able to draw 1 card because you're at exactly 6 Dawn onto the field because of that Dawn minus last turn. Now is going to use that active A main to be able to put that Yamato to the trash to bring out an 8-cost Yamato onto the field. And now we see this Yamato with the on play grab the 2-cost blocker and play it back down onto the field.
Yeah, there are 2 different Yamato 8 drops that generally you can play. We've got this one, which I call the blockable Yamato, and then we have the unblockable as the other one. But big 8K attack, being able to, again, recur value from our trash is nice. And yeah, just offers a lot of pressure.
Especially with the synergy of playing down a 2-cost, right? The Shimotsuki Ushimaru that keeps coming out onto the field. It's basically like for that 8 Dawn play, you're also getting out a nice 2-drop blocker every single time. There are ways around it with Mohammed that he can utilize with Gum to Gum Lightning and Mama Ragon, right, to be able to rest it. But you force those resources to go on that body instead of the others on the field.
Yeah. All right. So we've got 9 Dawn here from Mohammed. We have not used our Sakazuki effect quite yet either. We're going to play out, just looks like a Rosie Law for a full 6 here. Or sorry, one less. So it's a.
I think we Dawn minus for the leader effect,
sorry.
and then
we did
immediately
use the
did it.
Sakazuki effect. Sorry, I was making sure on the dice there. My apologies.
And so now with 6 Dawn left over, is going to go ahead, tap 1 to maybe play this Marineford, right? Another search to be able to look at that top 5 for a Navy kind of card. Does find I Love You, which typically not searchable in the past with Rosinante, is now searchable because of its Navy typing. Another way that this deck has very much changed since it was on the top in OP14.
Yeah, and we can also use the effector to Dawn -1. Since we are so flexible with our Dawn, just being able to get a draw 1, discard 1 is pretty nice. And we are going to discard what looks like to be a 1-cost Rosinante.
So especially if you don't feel like you need as many searchers anymore, can spread out this Dawn for some attacks. You do have to be careful against Yamato, right? As such an aggressive deck, you don't want to turn too many things sideways too fast, but the 5K swing is going to be that unblockable Yamato, as you were talking about. Now the 6K swing taking the life, the 8K swing on the Sakazuki on the block, and now another 8K swing going to be going in at lead, putting Big Chris down to 1. Now the Borsalino coming in with the rest of the 5 Dawn to go ahead and heal because you are at 2 life, going back up to 3.
Yeah. And yeah, Borsalino just being such a flex, like, oh, well, 5 Dawn is really not that much, especially when I have an already established board for attacking. We've got what? 4 blockers on the board. 2 of them are active. One of them is Rosie Law. We do see likely the Momo combo here, though. So we do get to play the 5 cost out.
The Momonosuke being able to play 6 cost or less Land of Wano type characters, perfect for the Yamato, right? Playing it from the trash is going to activate that ability to have rush, and now your leader and this other Yamato can swing. But first, that Yamato getting free blocked by the Borsalino, now going in with the character Yamato's swing, is going to either net a second free block or maybe a card out of hand, potentially a life.
I'm going to take the 1K here. Still a good amount of attacks left, though, for Yamato, because, again, we still have our Activate Main ability. I think asking for cards in trash as well, just really looking at the spoil. Once again, spoil, you can use Activate Main to put it into your trash. If you do so, if you have 15 more cards in your trash, which you do, you can add 1 Rested Dawn pretty much anywhere. So we are going to do that. And there's
the 7K swing blocked, now going with Yamato on an 8,000 power swing. No blockers, so he's either going to have to take a life or pitch 2 cards in the hand. No Dawn left open for that I Love You event that we know in the hand, so it's got to be either 2 2Ks or a life here. Still maybe 1 attack left after utilizing the 6 cost Yamato's Activate Main to bring out another Yamato. Might want to, well, depending on the hand size, if you don't have many 2Ks, I was going to say maybe you want to go with the 8 cost unblockable Yamato, but is going to go Divine Departure, get rid of Sakazuki to go up to 8,000 power, and needs 1K more to go up to 9. Is going to give off the X Drake, now using the Activate Main on Yamato. Going to play out an 8 cost from the trash, and it looks like it's going to be that on play Yamato, as we were talking about, to grab a 2K back into the hand. See if he plays anything down onto the field. It looks like it is going to be another 2 cost Shimotsuki Ushimaru. So that's going to be nice as a little chump blocker as we pass off the turn after the swing.
All right, we are back to Mohammed here. Again, a wide board. There are 2 blockers for Big Chris here, but 1 life, 1 Dawn open. Chris also does have a good amount of cards in hand. I think something that's kind of like a little bit underrated about Yamato is that we have so much of this cycling and like hand fixing where we can really end the game on like a bunch of 2Ks. We know there's an Otama in there already. We got these blockers, so you do have to be worried about how much defense Yamato has.
So starting out with an 8,000 power swing on the Trafalgar Law, nets the chum block, now using leader effect to be able to cheat out a Trafalgar Law for 2 Dawn less. And then Marineford is a quick Dawn -2 to be able to draw 1 card and trash 1 card. Looks like he's going to pitch the promo blocker Trafalgar Law. The thing about this deck that's crazy is you can use the Sakazuki effect, as we're seeing right now, to just re-ramp 2 of the Dawn. It's almost like some of the older days, the Green Cavendish, right? Just reutilizing 2 Dawn is very high value. Now with the 8,000 power swing, is going to go ahead, tap 1 Dawn for the cutting the chains and a 1K to go up to 9.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a ground death there. Would have been super nice to get out of that for 1 card, but we still get out of it. We still have a blocker as well.
So now here's the big question for Mohammed on how aggressive you go in with your blockers, right? To be able to win the game, you more than likely need to swing your blockers. But the more blockers you tap sideways against a big aggressive deck like Chris's and the Yamato, makes it that much harder to be able to stay alive. But grabbing I Love You from the newest Marineford that was played on the field is a pretty good start, especially when you have a 2K Trafalgar Law set up in the trash already.
Yeah, and we do have to be careful. We haven't seen them yet, but there are the unblockable Yamatos that Big Chris can play next turn too. So even if we do leave our blockers up, we have to make sure that they are actually able to block.
So now going with the Marineford Sage, just filtering out the hand yet again. Pitching another 4 cost promo law. You got to know that he's filtering out all the non-counter cards in his hand. The 8K swing blocking with the Momonosuke, and now another 8K swing going in at lead is going to be two 2Ks in the Otama and Momonosuke. We got a couple more swings left for Mohammed if he so chooses for starting out with the 6. Looks like he pitched 2 once to go down to a 0 card hand now at this point. And we'll see just more Borsalinos coming down on the field to go up to 3.
Yeah, I mean, 1 card for 5 can get out of 2 attacks, and then it's also a card that can start attacking next turn. It's been incredibly relevant since released.
So now using the Marine Forward stage is going to go ahead, grab an X-Drake 2K. X-Drake definitely upping in popularity because he is also the Navy type. Now going in with that Activate main on the stage to just filter out the hand once again. I mean, this deck is so good at being able to do that.
All right, gets out a copy of I Love You, which means we likely have another one in the hand for that 1 Dawn we have open. We just don't have 2. And yeah, pretty clearly it seems like, all right, Yamato has to win this turn or they're going to likely not make it on the next one. But we are just going to play for the full 9. Another Momo is going to let us get a 5K Yamato here. Have 1 Dawn left active.
The top deck of the Momonosuke being able to play out a Yamato for just an extra 5K swing, right? Drawing 1 and trashing 1 is that Robin in the hand. Now the free block and then the 1K on that one. Going in with the Kinemon on the swing is going to either net a life or block. Remember, we know that there's one more I Love You in the hand. So like an I Love You 2K combo can be able to get out of it. Also know the 2K and the X-Drake that he's pitching right here, and a 2-1 on the Mamaragon is going to get out. Now Yamato's swinging in 8,000 power, take the first life, 8,000 power again. It's going to be the block from the Borsalino. I think you're pretty good like taking this because no way that Big Chris can really beat you at this point, especially with just a big board. You can take all of these swings. Now with the Activate man of the Yamato, getting out the on-play Yamato yet again to get out the Shimotsuki Ushimaru to play on the field, and another 8K swing in.
Yeah, at this point, like, you can probably just let it go. But we're going to play the I Love You. Use it. We're going to get a law here.
So grabbing a Trafalgar Law from the trash if you're at 2 or less life and still in the counter phase, you can use that as continued counter to be a pseudo 9,000 power counter event, getting out of that attack, passing off the turn. Big Chris still with 2 blockers on the field, but no cards in hand. I'm not sure if there's a card in this life that can save him.
Yeah, and just looks like scooping it up at the moment too. Just saying, yeah, I needed to go for game that turn, and wasn't able to get there. But honestly, a lot of back and forth, pretty close, right? There was, I think we played the Yamato like a little bit late, right? It was on 8 Dawn instead of 6 Dawn, which makes a big difference for amount of pressure. But a good back and forth, and Mohammed's going to continue this second half of the day 5-0.
Yeah, I mean, an excellent start if you're Mohammed in this regional, right? Put you in a pretty good position for not only being able to have top cut right after the 9 or 10 rounds, top 32, advancing into day 2 of our championship, but even for other prizing as well, right? It could be top 64, which have excellent prize cards, top 128, top 256, whatever your goal is in the regionals. It's got to be the best start that you can have so far.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, we are expecting 10 rounds today. We've seen a good amount of variety. We also have seen a good amount of Rosinante. We don't know the full leader breakdown right now, but we will likely later this weekend. But it is definitely, I think, a lot of people love that deck. It was, really, it had like a spark bulb moment in like OP14 after like we finally got like EBO3 out, right? And then like the new kind of rediscovery is it being also like a Navy type leader has had like a lot of like cool effects for it. So I know a lot of people are on it. And, it seems to be pretty good. So I am expecting it to get a top 32 finish today.
Oh, yeah. I would say that it could be one of the more popular decks within the top 32 cut. Just the amount of different deck building that you can utilize with it. We've seen Gum Gum Lightnings. We've seen, different cards within the deck that maybe could make some noise. There are still plenty of more cards that maybe we could try to find within some of these top players and what they're trying to catch people off guard with,
Yeah.
things of that nature. So that's going to be all for this round. Thank you so much for watching the Top Cut regional hosted by, or the Peoria regional hosted by Top Cut.
Yeah.
My name is Jake. I've got Eggman here with me, and we're going to be back here in a short break for round 6 of action.
Yeah, round 6. See you guys there. All right, we are back with round 6 of the Peoria Regionals hosted by Top Cut Events. And, we've been trying to get a good amount of OP16 leaders on the stream today since this is kind of the release weekend competitively for it. We've seen Sengoku, we've seen Yamato, we've been able to see the blue-green Luffy, we've seen Teach, we got 2 more left, and we've got an undefeated one. Guesses in chat on Ace or Buggy, but one of them will be our feature match today.
I'm actually so excited to see this. I'm hardly being able to contain myself from spoiling what the leader is,
Yeah.
before we get into the match. But it's going to be really curious to see, especially, how do I even talk about this leader before we even get
Yeah,
into
yeah,
it?
yeah. Sorry, you can explore it. Just I want people to think for a second, and you can
Especially
go
with
for it.
either Ace or Buggy right there,
Yeah.
very obviously in a lot of people's minds, kind of the lower end of the set, right? In terms of the
Mhm.
new leaders that have released in terms of their viability within the format. And so we talked about at the beginning of the stream, how important a strategy is of going into a major event, the first weekend of the format, and people not know what you're going to do, right? Not know exactly what your deck has options of and things of like that. And obviously, for our player here that we're going to be showcasing, both players really, I mean, their strategies have been working very well for them as of
Mhm.
late. And I will say that, I mean, the other player too has some interesting options within their list. It's not necessarily like a clear cut list on either side of these two players, but I think we're just about ready to get into this match. I'm so ready for this to see what's
Yeah,
going
yeah,
on.
I'll let you exclaim it as soon as it gets on the screen there. But oh,
And
there
here
it is.
we go. It's Red Ace. If you do not know, this new leader in OP16, Mono Red, Whitebeard Pirates, 5 life leader. Activate main once per turn up to one of your Luffy characters or one of your characters with a type including Whitebeard Pirates with 8,000 power or more. Gains Rush during the turn. Another aggressive kind of deck, but going second in this game does not have anything like One Dawn Searchers or Moby Dick to start out the turn. Looks like Bubble is going to go ahead on the 3 Dawn turn to swing 8 at lead, and Opa taking the life.
Yeah, and man, I'm super excited. I've been a big fan of Whitebeard pirate leaders for a while. Obviously, the red blue ace has been pretty popular, and when we thought we were getting ace, we thought we were getting the red blue one at first. But yeah, the Portuguese D ace being able to offer a lot of pressure is super strong. And without us like actively playing this specific matchup, we do think that this could be something where ace could be something that's too aggressive for even Nami at times.
Especially with this Luffy on the field right now on your opponent's attack. If you trash a character with 8,000 power or more, you can make your leaders and this character's base power 7,000 power, which makes it so easy to be able to battle against some of these lower to the ground leaders. And so after playing that Vivi from EB03 to play out the 5 cost Nami on the field, double body, that Vivi is going to be really good in this matchup to be able to eat one of the big rush swings that Opa might play down, especially because now he's on 6 Dawn. He can start playing some of these 6 cost 8,000 power characters and immediately give them rush.
Yeah, and I think it's only fair that if Nami can be a 7K leader, Ace can be a 7K leader too, on defense at least. But hopefully you're finding a 6 cost. But it looks like we are going to find the Moby Dick instead. This
Moby
looks top
Dick.
3 for literally any card. You do not have to show it. You just get to add one just for being a Whitebeard pirate leader.
And you can even utilize that activate main to trash the stage and give a rested Dawn to a leader or character, get this Luffy to swing 7,000 power, but tapping the rest of the Dawn is going to get the ace on the field. This ace and Luffy, such a good combination to start out this game and get the setup going. This 5 cost ace on play is going to look at the top 5 cards for a Luffy or a Whitebeard Pirates kind of card to put into the hand. Right, and also has that on KO. But on top of that, makes all your 8,000 power characters in your hand 2,000 counter, originally them being bricks.
Yeah, and if we wanted, we could have made it, given it rush, and we could have popped the Moby Dick to get a Dawn for maybe one more 7K pressure. But I like keeping it active here. It means that it's easier to defend your leader as a 7K than Ace as a 6K on the defense. So we'll see what Beamer ends up doing.
Yeah, I really like kind of holding still a little bit for a more explosive turn later. Bubble is going to go with the 7,000 power swing of their own. Looks like is going to use that Luffy effect to make the leader 7,000 power, while also that Luffy getting rid of the Marco and a 2K. A little bit of over countering there with the Ace Sabo Luffy, but you get out of that attack. really trying to deny at this point. I think some card draw from Bubble with that leader effect. Just another 7K swing, but ends up taking it going down to 2. Nami going to get that draw off the leader effect with 7 or more cards in hand. And a Mr. 3 is going to come in. We've seen Mr. 3 in these blue decks be so good. We'll see if Bubble decides to utilize the Activate main. Says no, he's going to hold the Activate main just in case for these 6 cost 8,000 power characters. I like this play from Bubble on being a little bit more conservative as well.
Yeah, and minor mistake from me. Ace only gives it for something with 8K power or more, so you could not have given the Ace 5-drop rush that turn. So my apologies on that one. But I think also the other thing is like the Mr. 3 is like really good specifically if you are preempting the attack. But if Ace is already giving something rush anyways, like the stun does not do as much as it could do in a lot of other decks, right?
So swinging now at the Nami is just going to be a 1K counter out of it with that Perona and kind of revealing the Thrillerberg version to Opa. Although I think most Namis that you play against, you can assume the Thrillerberg version in some capacity with how good that is. Looks like it's going to be Big Edward Newgate onto the field. This A cost 10,000 power character. If you reveal 2 character cards with 8,000 power from your hand, you can give a character minus 6,000 power during the turn, making it a 0 powered character, this Nami. And so also giving your leader plus 2,000 power and double attack during this turn can make for a very aggressive turn heading here for Opa.
Yeah, and this is looking pretty good here. And obviously like a lot of pressure. So yeah, going into the Nami.
One thing that he does have to worry about, though, Bubble could allow that on KO effect to happen, reveal the top life, and play a character onto the field, and looks like is going to let that go, but not reveal any characters to be able to play out with 6,000 power less. That's a big deal, actually, for Opa to be able to control this board.
Yeah. And yeah, it was a big decision too, because there could be like a Borsalino in hand, which even if you're not getting the heal, getting out a blocker to prevent like a big double attack for free could be good. We are going to get the Kiku Nojo off the top there. A very good hit there. And then we're going to pass it back to Opa. But the thing too is that like even if we use the Mr. 3 here on the new gate, the bigger thing is I think that giving your leader the plus 2K and double attack is a lot harder for Nami to interact with.
Especially with Nami being able to have a leader effect to make her a 7,000 power leader. If your ace leader is 7,000 power, that's going to force multiple cards out of hand on each of the swings, even if you don't attach Dawn. So now on the 5,000 power swing from the Mr. 3 is going to go ahead, utilize that Luffy on opponent's attack effect. And now the Mr. 3 being popped on its activate main is going to prevent the new gate from swinging the next turn of 10,000 power. But first, a 6,000 power swing going at this ace. Got to be a fine line of like protecting this ace, but also wanting to keep it there, but allows the KO to happen. Another top 5 search for a Whitebeard Pirate or Luffy.
Yeah, that card, like being able to get, potentially 2 draws is super strong there. So you're going to get the little Oris Jr., which since we already have an 8-drop new gate out, is going to be pretty handy for being essentially a 4-drop 8K, which is very, very tough to, value-wise for Nami.
So now going in with a 8 cost Teach, typically in the Blackbeard Pirates deck, is now a just generically good yellow card. And Nami is a good stuff deck, right? Just plays good cards within blue and yellow. Going to use it to heal 1 life and look at that top 3 to put exactly what they want in there, whether that's a trigger to play something on the field or something to happen, what have you. So now going in with the Luffy to activate that leader effect, going to pitch the Kiku Nojo to be a 7,000 power leader. Looks like we're going to be tapping 8 Dawn for another new gate onto the field. This is going to be interesting because I think the new gate affects stack. So now this ace, because it says specifically on the new gate that your leader gains double attack and plus 2,000 power, he's going to be a 9,000 power double attack leader. Very, very aggressive now.
Yeah, maybe even a double attack, but that doesn't stack. So it's only going to be 2 damage. So looks like it is going to be a gravity blade, though. So it does get rid of the Luffy, but luckily we attack first. And then I don't believe we triggered anything for the second. We've got the big new gate that can attack 10K. And then because we've got 2 left open and we've got 6 more Dawn, we can just play another 4-cost Luffy. And man, being able to be 7K offensively and defensively so consistently has been so strong for Opa.
Just a really solid start for Opa. And one of the things that I find very interesting about what Opa has been doing is he's not focused around the 6 cost characters, right? Playing them
Yeah.
out onto the field to battle against the Nami. As we've kind of talked about, whether it's the Boa list that we featured in the Miyagi championships, that trigger that we saw that Bubble had in that previous turn. Gravity Blade is a card that is becoming more relevant within this meta. So, kind of having that knowledge potentially of, oh, I could get Gravity Bladed in this matchup on my 6 cost, 8,000 power bodies. Maybe I'll just go in and just try to prioritize like these new gates and some of these other smaller bodies to make Gravity Blade feel worse.
All right, we're going to start off with the Teach here, just a big 10K. You don't want to like use the Luffy effect if you know that you're not going to be able to get out of the attack anyway. So just thinking about taking it and going down to 1 life, Nami's going to be able to get a draw from the leader effect.
I think what's really tough at this point, if you're Opa, is that you don't have that ace on the field to be able to make your 6 cost 8,000 power characters 2K counters. There's a couple of them in here that are bricks. So you might have a couple bricks in your hand if your draws haven't been gracious with a lot of natural counter. So we'll see. Looks like, God, I think he's got 2 more new gates in the hand.
Yeah, that's a little bit tough. And it's kind of weird. Like Newgate, like is part of the archetype, but he doesn't kind of contribute to it, right? It's an 8-drop 10K. So with it being a 10K, you don't really get to pitch it for effects for free. It's just kind of stuck in hand. So if we see all 4, like they're gonna do work and get on the board. I mean, I think what we get to be an 11K leader just on your turn if all 3 hit the board next turn, but likely would like a little bit more counter in hand.
I think Bubble is thinking about playing that 4 cost Vivi that we saw, or I'm sorry, a 5 cost Vivi that we saw earlier in the turns. It could be nice to just spread out the board a little bit wider, as we were kind of talking about, like with the potential for a lot of non-counter cards. He's already at 1, so you just need a couple swings in and no blockers on the field. This 10 cost Teach is going to be doing a little bit of work, so we'll see what Bubble decides to do with this 10 done. A lot of times people just play 10 cost Newgate, but I don't know if that's what you're really looking for at this point.
Yeah, I mean, having a 7K, 8K is good. We're going to play the Mr. 3 once again. So can't attack with our other Newgate.
So you're starting to see the value of Mr. 3, right? Kind of neutralizing a lot of these 10,000 power swings. 6 Dawn left over. One of them should be on leader, so then you can at least use leader effect even at the face of a 9,000 power leader swing. But is going to go with that Vivi, like I mentioned, playing out an Alabaster or Straw Hat Crew type of character with a cost of 5 or less is just going to get out the Nami, not necessarily for the on play effect to force Opa to take a life, but to get arrested Dawn and get the last active Dawn to swing at lead. Now, even with the Luffy effect that we're seeing right now, Opa's going to have to pitch another card from hand to be able to get out of this attack since it's at 7,000 power.
Yeah, this is pretty good. We're going to get rid of a Little Oars Jr. as part of it. So we go to 8K for that battle. But yeah, I know a lot of people have been theory crafting a lot of the VV engine with the deck. And I mean, it's been doing really good so far. It's been very strong.
What's been very interesting about this list is we see the VV more in like these Sky Island packages of the deck, but especially with some of the Thriller Bark cards that we see in the discard pile, this is much more of a Thriller Bark engine with VV in it, right? Just has very good synergy with Nami, Zoro, all of those things. So decides to go in with another Newgate minus 6,000 power, the Teach. Now this ace is going to be an 11,000 power
11K
double
yeah.
attack leader. That's crazy. Yeah. And now Luffy swinging 6 at 4.
We're gonna need another Eggman dice on there if he plays the 4th one.
Yeah. It's gonna be the whole play set out onto the field. Does have to fulfill the swing. It's going to be curious to see how long you think you can keep this Teach alive. And I think, especially with a lot of these 6,000 power characters on the field, getting rid of this Teach is actually priority number 1, right?
Yeah.
That Opa needs to do. So actually gets rid of it on that swing is actually really good news, because now you can go in with 3 different swings right now, right? With your 2 10,000 power Newgates that can attack, and now potentially a 13,000 power double attack.
VV is a blocker, so that will likely immediately turn sideways. But
I think if you're going to do anything, just spread out the Dawn, go 11s across the board, right? It's going to be a lot of cards out of Nami's hand to be able to get rid of. But take or blocks that double attack, right? You don't want to take 2 life at this point in the game. It'd be a little bit scary, but still has 2 new gates to be able to go in and swing, especially because they're only 10,000 power. I feel like you'd be okay swinging these. You need to put the pressure on.
Yeah, the only scary thing is that since it's Nami, right? It's the bark
Mhm.
package. There could be interactions to one, remove your 4-drop Luffy, which is more or less going to be keeping you in the game defensively. If you give them more Peronas or what have yous off through their bark triggers too, it's a little bit scary. So, all right, no trigger off that first one. That's feels good. And then, yeah, we're going to go, looks like a big 11-5, since I don't believe we've used the Nami leader effect quite yet.
And something that's interesting right now is leaving one Dawn up, right? This one Dawn could be a lot of different things, but one of them that it could be is time for a counter attack, right? That's a 1 cost event that we're seeing a lot in some of these red decks right now that
Yeah.
play 8 cost or higher characters. That's 4,000 power on the counter side. So that could be the difference in this game. And it's something that Bubble is going to have to think about defensively. So maybe trying to leave that up, maybe would go in with a Moby Dick search or a Garp search or something of the sort. So it looks like is going to use leader effect to get rid of the teach for 7,000 power. Still needs to give up 4,000 in counter to be able to get out of the attack. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, and a 4 is going to give up all of these 1Ks and a 2K actually to get out of the
Yeah.
attack. Did we over counter? Oh, no, no, no. We
Uh,
swung 11,000 power, so we had to get to 12. That's my
yeah, yeah,
apologies.
yeah. No, I
Yeah,
think
yeah,
we're
yeah.
good.
That was fine. Yeah. That was enough counter.
Yeah, the only reason I can think we saved this though is that we have maybe like a 9-drop. Okay. Now I see why. We have Zeus, so we need a life to be able to get rid of the Luffy. And now we're just saying like I have to go for game. So being able to get rid of the Luffy means we don't get to be a 7K leader for free anymore, and that's a little bit tricky. And making sure on some numbers here. So we should have, I believe, 8 Dawn left and a double 6K and 5K. So
Should be 889, I
yeah,
believe,
I
with
think
the
you're correct,
Dawn.
right? Because it's 8 Dawn plus 20 plus
Mhm.
5.
So you got to counter out of 2 of the swings to be able to survive in this one. But starts out with the 7,000 power swing, is going to go 2K, 1K to go up to 8. Now the 9,000 power swing looks like he's going to be swinging 9-9 in this one. Is going to take the life. Is it some sort of counter event or enough counter to get out of this game? And is going to be just 2-1 to get out of that.
Not quite enough. And really heads up play from Beamer there. Just saying, you know what? If I get rid of that Luffy, that is going to be such an important way to keep them a 5K leader. And by doing so, being able to just get enough to be able to win the game there.
Actually a great game right there and was super interesting to watch, right? The synergy of like the Edward Newgate stacking up to make these big bodies. The Vivi really put in work. There's a
It
couple
did.
of them in this deck list, and it really was able to starve off these double attacks to where, like, okay, I've got a chum block that I can be able to get rid of this because there's not really anything that'll pop more than
Mhm.
likely the Vivi in this matchup. And it allowed you to stay at that high counts of life to be able then to stay alive for long enough to be able to have that Zeus.
Yeah, and yeah, I think Beamer, yeah, was really, understood like this. I'm not going to stay alive on the next turn. I need that life to be able to pay the cost for the Zeus effect. Played it very well, and for something that I'm also going to guess was a little bit of a obscure matchup for them. I think was well navigated.
Yeah, definitely good awareness on being able to know, okay, what are kind of the options, being able to think on the fly, right? Of, oh, these are some of the best scenarios, these are some of the best counters that I can do to my opponent. That's kind of the difference that a lot of people don't think about, with the good players and the great players that we see in card games across the whole, right? Not
Mhm.
just the one piece card games, being able to think on the fly of these tournaments for these more obscure matchups that you don't expect or haven't really prepared for heading into this tournament. Hope to
Yeah.
see more of those matchups along the way. Thank you so much for watching. We've got the next round heading very shortly for you, just after a little bit of overtime. So we're going to take a quick break. Thank you so much for watching the Peoria Regionals hosted by Top Cut. We'll see you in the next round. Hello and welcome back to the OP16 Peoria Regional hosted by Top Cut. My name is Jake. You can also call me Atrocious. I got Eggman over here at my side all weekend. Has been such a fun tournament so far, such good matches, and we got another great one here for you in round 7 of Swiss. I've loved the variety and the diversity that we've had in this tournament so far, and it's just going to keep continuing.
Yeah, and it's going to be a battle of the brothers for round number 7 here. It's going to be Ace versus Luffy, but we're a couple sets into this game, right? We're 16 sets in. I'm going to let you guys just think about which Ace and which Luffy we're seeing, and then perhaps we'll find out on the other side which one it is. But we're going to continue the streak of having unique leaders on the field, and yeah, there's just so much that are viable right now.
Especially in round 7 of the tournament, right? So players undefeated right now, 6-0, really trying to fight for really good seeding in terms of, trying to make it within top cut, whether to try to bubble into top 32, 64, slide into 128, things of that nature. So honestly a great position, and especially if you go 6 rounds in a tournament in a regional championship
Yeah,
undefeated, you know that your deck is doing something right, especially in a
yeah.
jungle meta where you can find a variety of different matchups instead of just hard countering one specific deck and playing that. So it's been a joy to see so far.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and once you're 7-0, like essentially you just need one more win and you're in, more or less,
Mhm.
right? Tiebreakers are generally on your side if you start the day off 7-0, or so like your other tiebreakers will likely help you out. So really, this is an important win to help you secure that day too. So I
Eh,
think we're ready to go though. We're gonna move on over. Let's see what Ace and Luffy awaits us on the other side for our round 7 match again for Peoria.
So it's going to be a blue yellow Ace versus blue green Luffy. I know you've had a ton of experience on this Ace deck, so walk me through, what are we trying to do in this game?
Yeah. So one, it's another Whitebeard Pirates leader, right? We've been seeing like a lot of support for that leader in a while. It's kind of like like Black Yellow Luffy of old was kind of like the more like defensive value version. Ace is a little bit more aggressive leaning. We do have the Garp on the rip there, which is really good. I generally think we like going second with this deck. So it's a little bit tough that we did lose that here, but from Ace's effect, we are very good at putting cards like Luffy into our life and then being able to play them off the 2-drop boys, like we just added that 2-drop Ace to our hand.
So an NA going in with a 2-drop and a 1, starting off with Daz Bones and Luffy. Luffy looking at that top 3 for a impel down type of card. We'll see what kind of options he has, right? Especially going into the 4-Dawn turn, could do something like the Ivankov, right, to play out another body on the field, but grabs Buggy. Great to be able to play out a Prisoner of Impel down in this game, and is just going to pass off the turn. No more 1-drops to play.
Yep. And now we've got 3 Dawn here for Ace. Now, also, like, unironically, I could kind of feel that we could play a 2-drop a little bit early if we were feeling it, since I think the removal is a little bit tough. But we are using our Ace leader ability, so Activate Main, after having 2 Dawn underneath. If we look at the top 5 cards in our deck, put a 5 cost to the top of our life there. So it looks like it's going to be a 5 cost Ace. This is from the best of Volume 2 that released last fall. Going to get a rearrange here, and then also the end of your turn, you have to send all of your face-up cards away. So hopefully it has a way to add that 1-drop or add that there, and we do have the 1-drop Flampe. So not only do we get the Ace to our hand, but we get an extra draw for our trouble.
You didn't necessarily put the life face down, but being able essentially with your leader effect to get a draw 1 ability is not bad by any stretch of the means, especially
Mhm.
NANA going to go as a 5,000 power swing at lead. Might be a 1K to get out of this attack, still sitting at 3, or I'm sorry, 4 life now,
Or like,
I
yeah,
believe. Yes, because we did heal 1 with the leader effect. This is my first Ace game I think I've really watch. So this is going to be a ride and a joy. Luffy going in with the Ivankov to be able to look at that top 3 for another impel down kind of card. Looks like grabbing the Bond Clay and can play that down off the Ivankov effect to go ahead, draw 2, still having the leader effect to restand 2.
yeah, and yeah, this Ace leader is pretty old. I think he's about 2 years old in this game. Came out in Star Deck 10. The Black Yellow Luffy is usually a little bit more known, a little bit more relevant. I think even Sabo, if pressed, is probably the second most of it, but does have a lot of tools here, and we did get some kind of upgrades, I think, throughout the game. So we do get out of that attack. We are going to take another swing at the ace here. Currently at 3 life. We're kind of okay going down to 2, since we do have some effects that activate based off 2 or less. But it looks like we have a trigger, and it is the event, or the event searcher trigger there.
Thank you for loving me. On the trigger is going to draw 1 card, as you saw right there. So a good way to help filter out the deck, especially if you don't really see yourself later in this game using it to be able to draw some cards. Just going to utilize Garp to swing at the Dazbones. 2,000 power on 2,000 power. It could be just 1 card in hand to be able to get rid of this, but lets it go. More often than not, I feel like green, purple Luffy players just letting attacks go.
Yeah, and also like being able to get this Flampe out has been very helpful in the fact that it does let us, attack into these smaller bodies too. We're going to spend another 1 for another copy of the Thank You for Loving Me. This one looks at the top 3 for a Whitebeard Pirates or Luffy and adds the rest. And you place the rest at the top or bottom of your deck in any order. So really helpful for then setting up your leader effect afterwards too.
So it looks like he is going to grab that 5 cost blocker ace from OP07. Very nice card to be able to filter and through the deck and help draw a couple cards. We're going to attach 2 Dawn, 2 leader, and go ahead with that leader effect, activating the main to look at that top 5 for a 5 cost character to put in. Run so many of them within this deck, whether they're bricks. You see that rush ace from starter deck 10. You see the 2K ace, all 5 costs in there. This deck, a majority of 5 cost characters, means that a majority of the time you're going to hit one off your leader effect.
Yeah, and so usually this think means that there might be a good amount of variety for our choice here of what we want to put on the top. And we're currently at 2 life, but putting the life there with the ace will put us back up to 3.
This would be great if you had like a 2 cost body of either Ace or Luffy to be able to quote unquote evolve into during this turn with the 2 Dawn that's left, especially because those would make you a 7,000 power leader through your opponent's turn. That's a strategy that we've seen a ton in this early stages of the format to be able to counter decks like blue, purple Luffy. So we see exactly that to be able to get that ace onto the field. And because we're at 2 life, this ace is going to be a 7,000 power rush character.
Yeah, and real quick, if anyone hasn't kind of seen like Star Deck 10 kind of cards we played, it's a little bit of a unique mechanic, but essentially there's these 2-drop aces and Luffys. They have this effect of you can trash this leader, reveal 1 card from the top of your deck. If it's a ace or Luffy, depending on which 2-drop you have, with a cost of 5, you can play that card. And if you do, your leader gets 2K power until the end of your opponent's next turn. So Ace was able to attack 7K. The leader was able to be a base 7K and the extra 2 Dawn, another 9. So a lot of aggression and hitting our blue and green Luffy player down to 2 life.
The Bonkure, Mr. 2 is going to be able to match the power of the ace simply because it copies the power of the leader. But especially with this Ivankov here, Ivankov more than likely not going to be able to swing. It needs 3 Dawn at least to be able to swing over at lead and 2 Dawn on the leader to be able to swing. So just 1 Dawn attached is going to go ahead with that 7,000 power attack over at lead, I believe.
I think it's an 8 because it's base 7.
Or it's an 8. Yes, you're right. Yeah. So he's going to ask for a 2K in the hand.
And I'm going to get the Sabo, another one of the 3 brothers here. So just a searchable 2K. Sometimes you need to manipulate your life. So not a bad add to this deck.
So is going to go with the buggy with the rest of his Dawn to be able to play out that Prisoner of Impel down as a potential blocker during the coming turn. Still has leader effect to be able to utilize. Could play another 2-drop on the field. Could just attach the 2, swing and lead to try to get another card out of hand. But maybe thinking about clearing some of these 1-drops on the field, especially if you clear some of these 1-drops on the field in Flampe and Garp. That means that you're going to have to utilize your leader swing or this ace or something of the sort to be able to swing at the Bon Clay on the side. And Bon Clay feels very important within this matchup just to be able to match leader.
Yeah, and we're passing it back, and we're going to 7 Dawn, which honestly is pretty relevant because I do think we have a PRBO2 ace into our hand. So if we do and we add a card face up to our life, we're going to be able to play the 5-7 and it's going to be able to play a 2-drop from our trash. So if we find another like rush ace are like anything like that, we can get like a pretty stellar turn, I think, next turn.
So does find a Luffy within that top five. Also has a 5 cost ace, one of those blockers from OP07 that we talked about a little bit earlier. So I think does have a Luffy in hand, and Luffy could actually be very nice, right? If you go ahead and do that 2-drop combo with the Luffy into this OP07 Egghead Luffy, you'll be able to remove a cost 4 or less on the board, which could be one of these bond clays, which could be the Ivankov. So is a combo that you maybe want to consider, especially now that you fulfill that condition of being at 2 or less life.
Yeah, I think you're right on there with it. I think it would be a little bit better, I think, for us to find an ace there, because I don't think there's a 2-drop Luffy in there. So yeah, okay, never mind saying, what, ace is better. I'd rather get a wider board, and it looks like we're going to, I think, going to play the play with the 5-drop. But starting us off, though, I think we're going to start with a 7K from our ace character.
So the 7,000 power, really got to think about where you want to swing, especially with the bond clay that's rested. Do you want to go all in on the pressure on this bond clay, or do you maybe want to rush down your opponent and try to swing at life? You got a pretty healthy hand size of cards, and so if you can just win the resource war and out aggro them, maybe you'd be able to rush them down.
Yeah, but thinking on the 7, deciding to, again, ask them what cards do you have in the trash there. We've got a couple 2Ks right now. I think we've got 2 copies of the 2-drop ace in there too. So
Especially
not a
because
lot of
Nene,
information.
especially because Nene knows that 5 cost PRBO2 ace is in the hand, because we did the combo of leader effect and Flampe in one of the first turns of the game. Just really considering all the different options on a matchup that you have to learn on the fly more than likely. So ends up going ahead using the buggy effect to make the prisoner a 2K, and then uses another 2K to get out of the attack. We'll see the ace come down.
Yeah, and so since we have a face-up life, the on-play lets you play a 2-drop from your trash. Ends up being a 2-drop ace, which we're going to use to play out the 5-drop ace from our life face-up. We're going to give the 2K to our leader, and then it has a effect to draw 2, and then I believe you have to put 2 more either on top or bottom of your life. Yeah, in any order. So that can set up some future plays off of, again, that ace, top 5 leader effect. Since it's too deep as well, you're going to draw for turn next turn, and then what card you want to put in rotation for the leader effect.
It has great flexibility, right? As you're talking about, you can either get rid of 2 cards or synergize very well with your leader effect. And so after that, still has the leader to be able to swing 9,000 power if he wants to. Really thinking about where he wants to go. Do you want to utilize that 9,000 power swing to clear one of these bodies on the field? And actually goes with the prisoner. So that is a 6,000 power body, is just going to clear it on the attack, pass off the turn. We move on to an NA's next turn.
Yeah, and like there was a lot of decision making there. If you went into leader, putting them down to 1 makes it kind of scary for them. It means that they might not feel comfortable enough to attack with the prisoners. You could also get like the mildly guaranteed clear of like Bond Clay as well, because that's also, for 1 Dawn, that ends up being an 8K instead of a 7K, like all these 6K bodies, which ends up being important. So yeah, all those attacks felt, there were no like super wrong answers, I felt.
Especially because your rested ace is a 7,000 power character. So it's going to take maybe some freezing effects to really be comfortable getting rid of it, because you have a pretty healthy hand size as Sky right now.
All right. And we're going to go, again, just a big 8 due to using the copy ability on the 7K there.
Is going to 2K Flampe to get out of the attack. Still sitting with 7 more Dawn, I believe. I believe this is 8 in total that he's got left. Is thinking about attaching 1 more for this other Bond Clay, more than likely. What does the rest of your turn look like? Especially with Luffy's leader effect. Attached Dawn is not considered rested Dawn. You can't get that back unless the character leaves the field of play in the turn. So really got to think about, when you play something down, what kind of Dawn is going to be utilized for that, and how much Dawn are you going to utilize to swing at this leader?
Yeah, well, yeah, it looks like we're thinking about the buggy. Sorry, it's a little getting a little blurry on my side a little bit, but yeah, just thinking about it. Yeah, going to go 7 with buggy now. 7 to 7. We get rid of a Luffy 2 drops.
Luffy coming out of hand could be really nice setup for a potential Luffy going into the life on the next turn off leader effect. I think we saw the secret rare Luffy from OP15 go into those top 2 cards. So if you've got a 5-cost ace in the future in your next turn, you could get a rush 7,000 power body onto the field.
Yeah, it's pretty nasty, especially in a deck that likes to use blockers like this crocodile. Like it's pretty fearful for those situations. And again, it gets rushed. Your leader gets the plus 7k. A really good inclusion for a deck like this. So now, I mean, now we're playing a bunch of rush cards in general that you can play off these 2 drops.
So using leader effect and restanding to Dawn has 3 in total left within the turn. More than likely not swinging with the Ivankov, just going to attach to swing 7 at lead. Just try to ask for another card out of hand. Looks like going to be a 1k ace from OPO7. Still has that 5-cost blocker as active.
Yeah, and maybe thinking about using it for aggression, right? Luffy has 1 Dawn open, 1 blocker, and 2 life. So that could be a bit terrifying. But this could be like a spot where we can start maybe going for game too.
Definitely can get very aggressive with 7 Dawn left over after attaching 2 of your 9 in total for the turn onto the leader. More than likely, probably going to go off with the leader effect first. May actually swing a little bit first just to kind of see how the Luffy reacts to it. Because there could be a situation to where if you start swinging first and your opponent reacts a little differently, maybe you want to go a more defensive route than an offensive route on the turn. So is a bunch of different things that you got to consider right now, but a pretty healthy hand size in 7 from a Nene is going to make this a hard decision, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, asking for man, 7 so many cards. Again, like blue green Luffy, like deceptively just draws so much and has so much flexibility on its Dawn. It's clear why it's been now. To me, it's now clear. I wasn't immediately sold, but these situations are just like, man, what do I even do? Like, where's the value against a deck that has a wide board, a wide hand, and again has just even a Dawn open right now?
So is going to put that Rush Luffy into the life. The secret rare from OP15. Put the rest to the bottom of the deck. The stack kind of matters within this deck because looking at the top 5 constantly with leader effect and then doing a little bit more searching and cycling, you could actually cycle through your entire deck. So PRBO2, because you have that face up life on the ace, going to be able to put that Luffy down onto the field and immediately utilize that activate main to get that 5-cost secret rare Luffy from life. Now with your leader being a 7,000 power leader, you've got that 5-cost Luffy on the field to be able to attack on this turn and really put the aggression on turbo.
Yeah, and so like we can start interacting either with board or into their leader. Depends on like how confident we are that a 7k leader with 1 life will stay around. The other issue too is that like we have to be careful that if we go too wide and attack with our whole board, electrical Luna, I know you're strong. All these kind of tools that green has to keep these cards sideways could hurt you from trying to go for game the turn afterwards.
We've seen previously in rounds with blue green Luffy's how powerful electrical Luna is, but starts out with a 9,000 power swing over at the buggy, is a 6,000 power character. So gonna have to commit like 2Ks to get out of the attack, especially because a lot of these counter events that these green or partially green decks are running, their counter only counts towards leader. So just trying to see, if we can burn the hand a little bit, but ends up getting that knockout buggy leaving the field.
All right, down to 4 on board here. We can attack it into the bottom clave pretty quickly, which looks like we will. Down to 3. We've got 3 more attacks because one of these ace 5/7s was just played this past turn. Gonna go what looks like a big 8 at leader here.
So 8,000 power is not just going to be a counter event to get out of the attack, but it looks like a counter event is going to be given here right now. There's a couple different options that can be played, and it looks like it's going to be Dead Man's Game. So especially with that 5-cost blocker ace that you have on the field right now, I think Dead Man's Game is going to be pretty good. And just trying to clarify, when exactly the secret rare Luffy effect goes off to be able to boost up power, especially with the Dead Man's Game right now. because
Yeah.
when you activate an effect, you can gain the amount of power by the cost. And it looks like it's a three brothers bond in the life. So only 1,000 power, but every little bit helps.
Yeah. One of the I mean, there's no zero cost. So the worst hit you could get, at least power wise, but obviously an 8K was already very strong, helped you get out of that attack in the first place. So we're not any boost is good, but another 5 would have been really nice.
We wish it could have been a little bit higher, but sometimes, especially as that's an unknown life, that's just what happens sometimes in a deck. But you still have this Luffy to be able to swing with on this turn if you want for at least 8,000 power, sitting at about 5 cards in hand. More than likely, I think if you swing this, they'll go ahead, maybe take life to go down to 1 just to keep that body or as many bodies as possible on the field right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I mean, this will likely the weird thing too is that if you block with Crocodile and you're like, well, I know that they're going to get 9K. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter because you're attacking in. You could just attack in the leader too, but yeah, I don't know. I think we need to probably hit them down to 1 with this giant 8.
The
You get a double
8,000.
2K.
Yeah, the 8,000 power swing over at lead is going to ask for a couple cards out of hand from an NA, but he's going to go ahead and take it, go down to 1 life here. Still sitting with 1 Dawn left open, maybe trying to feign a counter event of his own or something of the sort.
Yeah, and we could I mean, we could attack with blocker ace if we wanted to, but I think leaving it active is pretty understood. Again, we're down to 1 life. We're a 7K leader, and their board is not usually as as wide as I would expect a blue green Luffy to be, but there is also the 2-drop on clay that's on board, which can be pretty nasty at applying pressure.
Yeah, especially that 2 cost there's the 2 cost that copies the power, right? And there's other options as well within this deck of like Mr. 3s. There's a Mr. 3 that rests a 5 cost or less, could make your blocker sideways. We've already revealed Dead Man's Game as a potential card, and then even stuff like Boa prevents things from being rested. So there's a lot of ways kind of in this deck to be able to neutralize the blocker that you have. Some of them are better than others, but especially with Bond Clay copying power and the Crocodile honestly being 6, there's a couple ways that you can get around this this ace blocker right here and make you a little fearful of going for lethal right now.
Just under 10 minutes left in the round, though. And this is a tough crossroads for an NA, right? It's really like, do I think I need to do I think I can survive next turn, right? That's the first question. If the answer is no, you have to kind of go for game, which you have some options to do so, but they're not, I'd say, particularly great. And then if we think we can defend, we can. I think like either Electrical Luna or I Know You're Strong kind of has to be part of the equation for that to at least get out of some of these attacks. But it is still like a very wide board for Sky right now.
So going in with a 9,000 power swing, right? 2 Dawn attached is plus 2,000 power, and the base power of Bond Clay on attacking, if you have a Dawn attached, is going to be the same as the leader. So coming up to 9. It's thinking about blocking right away right here. And that's an interesting one, especially because now you're asking for the Inazuma to have a lot of Dawn, right? To be able to go in and swing, or maybe just with leader and Luffy. But you mentioned Electrical Luna, the Galdino Mr. 3. We've seen it time and time again in this tournament. It is so good. Stunning one of the characters. It looks like it's going to be one of the 5 cost 7,000 power aces.
Interesting.
I think it was
we have
the
to have like a
active one
Luna or something then, right? Because
Yeah.
I'm so surprised that the Luffy wasn't the first target for it.
Especially because you don't have to choose your target on the stun until after you draw the 2 cards, right?
Yeah.
You may not know exactly which one that you want to actually stun, but if you draw into something like an I Know You're Strong or an Electrical Luna, that could be a pretty easy decision for you on like, okay, I'm going to do the active so he can't attack in the next turn, and then I'm going to stun the rest of the board to nullify them from being able to attack, really only limiting you to 1, maybe 2 swings next turn.
Yeah. Also, it hasn't really come up yet, but there is the interesting interaction that Boa does not stun cards named Monkey D. Luffy. There's not many characters like that in the game right now being played, but that Luffy is definitely one of them. And that could have prevented a separate play that we were maybe thinking about. But getting the 2 Dawn back with our leader effect, since we do have the 7 open.
Is going to be 6 Dawn in total for you to be able to work with right
Oh,
now.
yep. My apologies. 6 Dawn.
Is going to go ahead and swing 7,000 power at lead, has 4 Dawn left. Could just be like another stun potentially. Is going to 1K out of that attack with what the community calls the punch Luffy from starter deck 13. Haven't seen that guy in a while.
I haven't heard that in a long time. Yeah.
Yeah.
He's been on vacation, but it's another 7K going.
I think
leader here.
I think this 7K lead from the Crocodile really signifies that we have some sort of stun effect coming in terms of an event, and getting out of that, there is Electrical Luna. The only way to stun all 3 of those characters on the field is going to keep them as rested, and the active ace cannot attack, especially if there's no rush characters on this turn. I think Sky is in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, I am gonna say I'm surprised they attacked with Crocodile. They have to be feeling very confident that they're not going to lose here. I mean, when we have, I believe, what is that, 7 cards in hand, I would be mildly confident. Now, numbers aside, if we do a 5 and 7, we get some good numbers. If we happen to use leader effect and we have like a rush character on the top of life and the corresponding 2-drop, that could, represent a little bit more like up hit and damage, but it's going to be pretty particular for a Nene here to be able to defend it.
So what do you do now at this point? Do you try to control the board a little bit, maybe with your rush swings, but is going to start off attaching the 2 Dawn onto leader, more than likely utilize the activate main, just making sure, you got 8 Dawn left in this game. Kind of feels like we're in the end game stage for this match here. So I think you got to go with the leader effect, and I think you just got to see what you have.
Yeah. I mean, best case, if we just split the Dawn right with the 5 and 7, that ends up being what, 12, so 22k power, so it'd be like 10-12 or 11-11, right?
There's also a little bit of thoughts. I think there's a 1-cost Garp in the hand. So thinking about the different counts within your deck, especially because with the searching, you've been bottom decking a lot of cards. You're kind of thinking about at this point, okay, what are the odds that I see X card? Right. And so it could be a situation to where you're trying to think about what the odds are of a 5-cost rush ace or rush Luffy could be in your deck to be able to find off the top 5. And then maybe what are the odds to find the corresponding 2-cost version of that character that you could maybe get off the Garp if you don't have that corresponding one in hand. So really interesting, and one of those kind of little things that players need to know in terms of the counts and percentages of, likelihoods, especially for a deck that churns through so much like this ace does.
Yeah, and definitely taking a minute to think, and I understand this is maybe their last turn here, and looks like we are going to play out the Garp here to likely try to find a 2-drop. I do see a 2-drop ace and a 2-drop Luffy off the 5.
Yeah, I think there's 2 aces and 1 Luffy.
Yeah.
There is also a 5-cost rush ace, which is in this 5, which I think is important to note if you're trying to do that combination of like Garp find a 2-drop and leader effect find a 5-drop. So now you got to think about, okay, I'm bottom decking one of the ace. What's the likelihood that if I grab an ace, I can find an ace target? Am I more likely to find a Luffy target? And he's grabbing the Luffy, so I think he's more confident off this top 5 of finding a Luffy.
Yeah. All right, using the leader effect. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
Oh,
we
he
see a
found an
rush ace, but I don't think we see a rush Luffy. That is tough, because I don't think we have another rush ace. I think we've got 2 in the trash, and we just bottom deck 2 more. So it's a tough call to make. And that's like the biggest thing with this deck, is that like you have to hard commit to one. If you see the other, you just feel so bad about it.
And so now what is the best case scenario for you? What can you do at this point to try to salvage this game? Obviously, you got to put a 5-cost in the life because you want to put 1 anyways. Do you have a way to get the life, right? With something like another Flampe or something like that, but goes in with the rush ace, and we'll see if he's got a way to flip over that life at the end of the turn. Might try to go in with a little bit more searching potentially. He's doing some counts in his hand. But this is one of the things where I think Blue Green Luffy is such a good deck within this format, right? Just having well timed stun effects of such a variety, right? Whether it's the I Know You're Strong, the Electrical Luna, the Mr. 3, one of the best stun cards that we have in the game right now. I think there's just so much versatility within this deck to where like you can just really stunt an opponent, especially in a more low to the ground situation or mid game, I should say, situation like Sky is playing with a deck such as this that makes it so formidable in this format.
Yeah. Also, Jake, I'm not sure if I might have missed this. You might not have. The activates can that I don't believe that card can attack. Is that right?
The what?
The
No,
activate.
the active ace was stunned by the Mr. 3.
Yeah, my apologies. I thought we hit the rested ace right next to it, and then we were setting up for a I know you're strong. So that
No,
was
no,
on
no.
me because I in my mental I was like, oh, we can have the attack of five. Both these attacks are there, so that's on me for that one. So I like having dice on my things to make sure that things are clear on what can attack and not. So yeah, the active ace can also not attack here, so that obviously changes the dynamic of this turn. But saying a blocker is nice. We do get the removal there. If we do have a copy of like the Zeus, that could also be something where we're not technically losing a life. But yeah, with that being an ace and not a Luffy, that kind of stunts that turn a little bit. And we're going back to an Nene here.
And I think this is kind of like your best case scenario, right? Of that you have to work with. Getting that blocker on the field is nice because now it forces them to remove the blocker in some capacity and swing the right numbers in total. So starting out with a 5,000 power swing on the Ivankov is just going to be one card to get out. It is going to be that OPO7 Luffy. Now it's going to be a little bit harder to be able to get that lethal, right? Especially with that blocker still up on the field in one life. Does he have a way to get there?
Yeah, I mean, and this is tough because like we've been as like a 7K leader for most of this game, but now on like arguably the most important turn to be a 7K leader, we're back down to a 5K. And again, I've played a good amount of this ace deck, and this happens way too often where I'm like, I just need one more hit, and it just doesn't get there, and now I'm just like panicking as a 5K.
And this is a really interesting situation that you present, right? And there's the Brook. That's one of the ways to get around the blocker to be able to rest any one of Sky's cards. Choosing that blocker is now going to go 5,000 power. Lead is going to be a 1K out of the attack. Now attaching the rest of the Dawn onto the Crocodile. Going to be a 9,000 power swing. Going to go ahead and take the life. And now utilizing the Brook's activate main to restand in a cost or less. Will use leader effect to get 2 more active Dawn. Swing 11,000 power and is going to be the winner of this game. Brook was one of the exact cards that he needed to be able to win in that game, and he hit it right at the perfect time.
Yeah, yeah. So really well done with that play there. Yeah, and I think like the biggest thing with Blue Green Luffy is that like again it has so much card draw, but when so many cards I think that are being played right now are 7 costs or less, you can really just buy yourself another turn with cards like Luna, with cards like the Mr. 3, with cards like I Know You're Strong, and being able to stun that board just meant that we couldn't go for game for Sky. I also think, we had to take a 50-50 of which 2-drop made more sense, the Luffy and the Ace. We unfortunately picked the wrong one for the situation. But if we did find the Ace instead, picked up the Ace instead, it could have been a huge difference for it. So really happy we were able to show off that game. Unfortunate for Sky that they're now in the 6-1 pool, but honestly, just a couple more rounds left. I think 2 or 3, and if you continue to win out, we could have a blue-yellow ace into this top 32.
And I think honestly, like not only is he sitting in a very good position, I think he played that game very well, right? I think especially, having that understanding of what the counts are, sometimes you just lose the coin flip, and that's
Mhm.
just how it goes. The best players and the best decks try to lower the variance inside card games. So that's just one of the things that you just have to put it behind you. You're still 6-1 in this tournament. Like you said, a very
Mhm.
good position to try to make top 32 with only 3 rounds left or so, as we expect to have a 10-round regional. But we do have some, as we're preparing for the next round, we do have in mind what deck we want to stream. So going to be an exciting one for you guys. I think we're going to go ahead, take it to a break real quick to be able to just catch a little bit of water and stuff. I need to catch some water in this
It's
game, and
coffee number 2 time for Eggman. Let me just say it's.
and so we'll
We're gonna
catch you
get there.
back here. We'll catch you back here in a couple minutes of the Top Gun Regional. Thank you so much for watching over in Peoria, and we got round 8 coming soon.
All right, we are back with the 8th round of the Top Cut Events Regionals in Peoria. We've got ourselves, Eggman and Jake, doing our remote coverage here. And honestly, it's been a good day. A lot of different decks kind of running around. We got a unique matchup today also that I don't think we've seen any of these decks. Is that right, Jake?
Yeah, we haven't seen either of these leaders heading into this round, which is somewhat surprising for one of them.
Yeah, and I don't know how we've started this like this mystery game of seeing what deck we get as we go into, but it's a little bit of a lore battle as well, which will be fun. We've got I don't know what I want to say to be honest. We've got a Battle of Sky Island going on, and you guys can determine if it's the one you're expecting or the one you're not expecting as well.
It's just going to be curious because in the last couple of rounds, we've seen these like very interesting decks, these under the radar style of decks have incredible starts within the tournament. And so it's very interesting. Like during the break, the small break, I was like thinking about, I was like, what makes blue yellow ace so good in this format, right? Like what, and just thinking about some of the different matchups of like how you can approach them. And it just makes it so there's so much to dive into this format. It's my favorite start so far of
Yeah.
OP16. I absolutely love this.
Yeah, it's been very good. And again, we are entering into round 8, and both of our players are going to be undefeated at 7-0 runs with their decks here too. So a win here would likely guarantee them a spot into day 2, like essentially guaranteed, because your tiebreakers are going to be likely pretty high if you start the day 8-0. So a very important win here to help you get into that top 32. And even if you don't, like even a 7-1 record is really good. You just need to find another win over the next round or two, and that will be very impactful. So I'm double checking. It looks like we are likely good to go to the game, and looks like we're going to go in there. And it is a down pair as well. So we've got Zelcom, who's going to be X1 with Enel, and Sefer, who's going to be the undefeated on Kalgara.
So Kalgara, very interesting. We've seen Kalgara in the last couple of formats just have some spurts, right? Being able with that leader effect to spit out a character, swarm the board, which has kind of been the name of the game, but no searching or anything of the sort to start out this game. Zelcom starting out on his second turn, going first, is going to go ahead with the 6,000 power swing at lead. And Seth is going to 2K out of that with the wiper. The Shura now going on the field might go ahead with the leader effect after that draw to be able to swarm with the wiper, just using the lightning beast kitten to draw one card. Now leader effect, getting one active for rested, is going to attach for a 7,000 power swing, and Kalgara going to be taking his first life.
Yeah, and there it is. So trying to maybe find another one drop to establish on the board, but not being able to so far. Kalgar also, there was a lot of Sky Island support that got printed in OP15, right? Which has been pretty helpful. And then, most of this yellow Sky Island stuff is meant to kind of counter Enel. Whether it does effectively is kind of still up in the air at times, but there is a lot of counterplay with this deck. We're going to start off though with the 3-drop Kalgara though, and to help us find some more pieces. So get rid of a Kalgara in hand. Look top 5 to find 2 Sky Island cards off the top.
This Kalgara has been such a nice addition since OP15 released, right? Not only finding Sky Island stuff, but also finding Shandian Warriors options. Do you know what we grabbed off that?
I do not. The internet decided to sneeze, and here we are now. So unfortunately, not.
He actually grabbed nothing off of it,
Oh,
I'm pretty sure. So that's a awful whiff,
very
actually.
tough to true.
And there are some non-Sky Island or some non-Shandian Warrior or Mont Black Norland cards that you run in this deck, right? Kind of that Sky Island package, which is going to be a huge whiff for this deck. So using leader effect to play out the Bram is going to be nice to be able to battle some of these one drops. And the Ohm hits the field for Zelcom right now, and the Shura to be able to draw some cards and populate the board with some bodies. Still going to have 4 Dawn to work with to be able to do what he wants. Maybe something like a Frankie could come in, right, with the 4 Dawn, a Reiju, some cards that frequently come in these decks.
All right, so thinking on the play here, I think we've got 5 Dawn left, or no, 4 Dawn left active. We're going to play out the Reiju, and I think this is the 4th card we're entering into our trash, if I remember correctly. Because we played 2 events out last turn, and then 2 more this turn. It might be 3. but
And
that
so
being able to be a 7K would be huge.
being able to rest that Kalgar and maybe remove it from the field, especially after leader effect going in with the Shura swing now, it's going to be 6,000 power, not going to give anything up for that Shura, just going to get no value attacking on the field. And thinking about another 6K swing now going in at lead, keeping the Ohm as active. It looks like we only have 3 events right now in the trash, Lightning Dragon being the 4th one to make Reiju that 9 cost 7,000 power. Now going in at lead with the 6,000 power swing is going to go ahead and put Seth, I believe, to 2 at this point.
Yeah, that is a little tough here. So, I mean, Kalgara is able to like aggressively take cards from his life to kind of cheat out some cards a little early. But when your life's already this kind of low against, a bit of a faster deck, you are in a tough spot. And yeah, we did have the attack there to get rid of the 1-drop there. But when they have another 1-drop in the rear there, that's going to be tough. We can attack with leader, but it's going to be tough for this also to be an impactful attack when there is a 7K blocker on the other side.
So
we're going to play with Kalgara, though, which is nice.
Is going to be that Kalgara from OP12. So if any life is taken, going to be able to draw a card. Works in great synergy with your leader effect, right? Especially because your leader effect, as we've talked about, forces you to take a life. But do you want to do it at this point? That's going to be the big question. But no, just passes off the turn. Just passes off the turn with 1 Dawn left open. There are some 1 Dawn counter events that are inside this deck, so it's not out of the realm of the ordinary to leave 1 Dawn open, especially when Reiju is a 7,000 power blocker because of those 4 events hitting the trash. But definitely doesn't feel good right now. It looks like Zelcom is definitely in the driver's seat, starting out with the Frankie, going to use that on play effect to trash 1 card and draw 2.
Yeah, and establishing another blocker is good. Having like these bigger bodies that can start pressuring. Again, we're only at 2 life for Kalgara, and despite we had to pitch a card instead of drawing 2 because we missed on both of them. It's just been a tough spot for Suffer, but I don't think they're out quite yet. I think there are still a couple opportunities for to turn it around.
There are some sneaky ways, especially with the potential healing that you can use in the Kalgara deck. But a Gamma Knife is going to be used to minus the Kalgara on the active. Maybe going in with another Mamaraga on play, but Thor is going to be the choice for the KO plus 1,000 somewhere. Maybe the Enel leader is going to go with the Earth Will Not Lose for plus 3,000 power and get the upper yard onto the field. It's an interesting synergy, right? Because upper yard is a nice look at the top 5 for a Sky Island kind of card to add to the hand.
All right, and yeah, thinking on the search there off the upper yard. All right, going to get another copy of Bram there.
Bram, a nice 2K in the deck, right? That is searchable of the Sky Island typing. Is going to go with leader effect now over on Zelcom's side to get 1 active for rested onto the Ohm. Is thinking about swinging now 7,000 power with the Ohm. The minus 1,000 power. Don't really mind too much of the Bram, just simply because you want to go at face, right? Before they really develop a board. This Bram is only swinging 4,000 power. Once your 1-drops are gone, which are more than likely going to go anyways from like a leader swing, you don't have to worry about this guy as much anymore. And so passing off the turn, going to go into Kalgara's next turn, I believe the 8 Dawn turn.
Mm-hmm.
See what he's...
Kalgara also has it's an interesting effect with how it works too. You have to take a life if you have it, but it's not a cost to take the life. So if you go down to 0, there are some plays where you can play out a body and then you can heal afterwards, which helps you, essentially not lose the life for free. But you do have to kind of sequence it correctly for that too. But yeah, 1 life. Looking at the top 5, going to play or find a copy of the Earth Will Not Lose. So another one of those 1-cost events there.
Going to be nice, especially not only for countering out of different attacks, but if you have more upper yards in your hand that are a little bit stuck. So it looks like we're going to be tapping some Dawn. We'll see exactly what it is. It's going to be Wiper.
Ooh.
Wiper's a nice one that people really love from OP15. Going to minus 2,000 power across the board and KO any 0-cost characters, or 0 power characters, I'm sorry, getting rid of that Ohm so you don't have to commit a swing. And now attaching a Dawn onto the Bram for a 5,000 power attack. Just Mamaragon to get out of that.
All right, and we are going to use the effect of the wiper. We're going to go 6 into, I'm going to guess, Reiju here, which is
Especially
currently
because
5K.
yeah, especially with that minus 2,000 power. Enel, very good at protecting life, not as good at protecting characters not named Enel. So committing a divine departure, a little bit of over countering, and no leader effect utilized as well is going to go ahead, pass off the turn with 1 life open. Couple bodies on the field right now for Zelcom.
Yeah, and it's the 3-drop Kalgara as well, which, if I remember correctly, does not have any counter. So you don't love
Correct.
seeing that card hanging out as your last card in life because there's a lot of pressure. So first 7K, we're going to use the Earth Will Not Lose. We will not have a copy of Upper Yard to play off of it, though.
Think really just trying to bait out that event. And so 2K, 1K to get out of that 7K attack from the Reiju is going to be 4 for potentially another Frankie, just to be able, after you got so many cards out of hand, 3 cards just to be able to filter and draw 2. There's a secret rare Enel off of that draw, not helping you right now, but can help you in the future. And now we go in with the Frankie. You're still sitting at 5 lives, so the 9,000 power attack is going to hit. And now the 1-drop pudding is going to be able to get your board very wide within the next turn, especially because off of this top 4 on the pudding, you're going to be able to find any one of these 4 events that you just found.
Yeah. Really, really tough to keep up with this aggression, right? Even without like a 6-drop, secret rare now hitting the board, you didn't really need it because these 4-drop blockers have been doing the job themselves. Reiju on curve, I think, is still so. It's a 4-drop 7K in this deck, like 9 times out of 10. It is very tough to interact with.
Definitely showing the strength of this deck and why it's still a formidable foe in the OP16 format. But the match isn't over yet. Now on a 10-Dawn turn for the Kalgara. Again, definitely with some of the healing options that he can have, especially with non-Sky Island cards. Going to be starting out with that Kalgara. Going to pitch the Nami and look at that top 5, hoping to not whiff this time. We'll see what he can find. Mont Black Norlands or Sky Island. Looks like he found a Bram and a Wiper, just 2/2Ks to add to the hand.
Yeah, not too bad, especially turning a 1K into 2/2Ks. Very nice. Looks like we are going to play out the Norland here. So since we have a Kalgara, that will offer a heal 1, which is nice. Though,
It's very
going.
nice too, just simply because right before OP15, it used to be that you had to use your leader effect to get like a 6-cost Kalgara on the field. But now, especially how this deck is built nowadays, you can heal with that 3 cost and be a little bit more efficient. Don't have to sacrifice your life too much. And so now with the 5K swing over at Frankie is going to go ahead, collect that knockout, just try to clear the board. So now going 5K at lead is going to take his first life, going down to 4.
All right, got 2 Dawn left open. I believe 2 cards in hand, 1 life, no blocker on board, and there's a pretty wide board for Zelcom. So this could be it for Sephir's undefeated run, but we'll see how this turn unfolds.
Especially with this 7K swing, we should know exactly what the 2 cards are in hand because of the Kalgara. Taking that first 7K swing is going to go with an 11, countering out of that attack. And now the Reiju going in and gets the game. Unfortunate a little bit for Seth. I think really the turning point in that game was whiffing on the first Kalgara, not even finding a single card, but that's just how it goes sometimes in card games, right? And so Zelcom is going to continue to be X1 in this tournament, try to put himself in the best position possible to be able to reach that top cut.
Yeah. So, very likely at this point with an 0-8-0 record, right, that we are going to see Zelcom make a top 32 finish with Enel. Another leader that I'd also expect to make in the top 32, nothing too surprising, but a well run so far, and continuing to wish him luck on the rest of this day.
And especially with Kalgara too. I mean, our Kalgara player Seth was undefeated heading into this round, so sitting at an X1, he is still in a prime position to be able to make that top cut. So there's still plenty of matches. Again, similar to what we saw in the Ace, when we talked about how you kind of lost that pseudo die rule in a sense of that guess of what the cards you were trying to find. You just got to put it behind you and continue going in. So.
And apologies, sorry. Zelcom went into that match as the down pair, not as an 8.
Oh, I meant to say that Seth was the undefeated. Yeah.
We're both 7-1 at this point, so both players would appreciate at least one more win in the next round or so. So apologies on that one. Yeah, because I wasn't expecting us to have a down pair because I do know that we capped out. But there have been times, like it happened in Los Angeles last weekend too, where someone was undefeated and then they had to drop for whatever reason. That kind of can mess up some of the numbers there. So before we go, before round 9 starts, we'll get a confirmation for how many undefeateds there are. There might only be 3 heading into round 9 though, so that would mean that I would hope to watch table 2 because that could determine if there's a 10th round or not. But yeah, it's kind of an interesting spot to be in.
Especially when you talk about Swiss rounds, anything's possible. We're going to try to find that info for you guys sooner rather than later. So we're going to go into a break. Thank you so much for watching the Top Cut Regional. We've got round 9 heading for you guys here in a short bit. So don't go anywhere. Don't miss any of the action, and we'll see you shortly.
In round 9.
Hello and welcome back to round 9 of the Top Cut Regional over in Peoria, Illinois. My name is Jake. You can also call me Atrocious. I got Eggman over by my side. We're heading into the 9th round. It's been very exciting so far. So many cool decks within this format, and we're continuing it on as players are starting to fight for solidifying placements within the top 32 cut that we have tomorrow.
Yeah, we've got 4 players left undefeated, but we're actually going to kind of focus on an X1 table, a couple of hopefuls. Essentially, if you end up being kind of a 9-1, or sorry, an 8-1 record going into round 10, you're in a very good spot into getting into day 2, whether you win 10th round or not. So it's in a good spot. And it's a little bit of a repeat, but it's, again, another battle of brothers here. It's going to be the Ace player versus Luffy, and I think we saw Ace earlier, Opa, and then we've got a new Luffy player.
So really curious to see, right, Opa. Even though last time on stream he wasn't able to get there against the Nami, a very, very close match, and really showed us how strong this deck could be, especially within that matchup. And we'll see a new matchup for him today. So if you're trying to maybe learn a little bit of the Ace deck, maybe you pulled 3 or 4 Marcos right out of your OP16 boxes. You'll be able to build the deck after this and know a little bit of the matchup. So it looks like players are starting at the table. So we'll go there in a sec. But going to be curious, especially as we talked about with the Luffy deck, right? Having some interesting stun effects in the game, especially when there's some 8,000 power new gates on the field. Stuff like I Know You're Strong, stuff like Electrical Luna, not going to be able to keep those as arrested. So we'll see how this works out. The Garp, though, finding the Vista as part of the latest set, that treasure rare for North America.
Yeah, and I kind of joked earlier we did have Ace versus Luffy, but it was the blue yellow Ace that we saw on that one. And we haven't seen blue red Ace yet today, though. I do know that its presence, and we do have some maybe leader breakdown, maybe in between some games, but which blue red Ace is the most popular variant of Ace today. But with OP16 just launching, I know a lot of people are seeing if this red one has any merit for it.
And so Job not actually having so great of a start, just only playing that Mr. 3 from the starter deck 30 and just attaching Dawn, swinging in. Opa still sitting at 4 life right now, is just going to start with the 5K lead, taking the life, going to 3, and now tapping all the Dawn for that Luffy on the field that we saw within the last game. Luffy's going to be so nice, especially on the defensive side, to be able to be a 7K leader through the opponent's turn.
Yeah, and it just like at the simple cost of getting rid of an 8 cost. Also, the blue green Luffy deck isn't really known for removing cards. It's good at like stunning cards and preventing them from attacking, but it's going to be kind of difficult to remove this 4 cost Luffy. I mean, Ace is probably going to essentially moonlight as like a Nami leader for the rest of this game with the pretty persistent 7K leaders on defense.
And so is going to go ahead with that buggy to be able to draw 1 card and get the Prisoner of Impel down onto the field. Now going ahead with leader effect and attaching 2 Dawn with lead. This is going to be say no matter what, I'm going to have to force 2 cards out of your hand with the Luffy on opponent's attack and maybe another counter card there, or maybe a 2K, 1K, but no, ends up taking the life, going to 3. Opa very aggressively in now both games that we've seen, taking life in the start. Maybe that's just part of the strategy this deck has to take as a 5 life leader.
Yeah. And we are at 6 Dawn right now. So there are some, potential for some 6-drop 8Ks right now. But I think we're going to be playing maybe the Secret Rare Ace. Yeah. Playing at the Secret Rare Ace for 5. They're looking top 5 for a Whitebeard Pirates or a Luffy. Also has the bonus effect that any of your 8Ks turns into 2K counters as well. And
So that,
yeah, go for it.
I was going to say that means especially that we know that that Vista that we grabbed earlier is at least going to be a 2K in the hand, right?
Mhm.
So gaining a little bit of counter.
Yeah, and we got a natural 2K there as well, so pretty good on the defense there. We do have a big 5K attack coming in, which can be blocked with the prisoners.
Be curious to see if he tries to go like 5K lead to try to bait the free block and then maybe use Moby Dick to attach a Dawn onto the Luffy and the active one to then go 8 into the 1. But no, is actually going to use Moby Dick to make Ace an 8,000 power character to give him rush on the turn with the leaders active A main. A surprise amount of aggression coming in, and is going to go ahead, take the life, go down to 2, and pass off the turn, not swinging the Luffy.
Yeah, and I like keeping the Luffy safe as long as he's like active on the board, it's really kind of tough for most blue green Luffy decks that I've seen to interact with it. Like you'd have to like do a dead man's game to rest it and attack into it. It makes itself a 7K base as well, so it's the same kind of removal process. So I think in a matchup like this, it can stay on the board pretty consistently.
And especially with that Mr. 3 there, right? Being able to attach 2 Rested Dawn to 2 different 6,000 power base characters, it could be an interesting way that if you were overly aggressive on your turn as Oppa, maybe swinging this Luffy on an attack, then maybe Job can just respond with resting that Mr. 3 to be able to get aggressive attacks on his own with this Buggy and Prisoner, but is going to go ahead and try to stall out the game a little bit, trying to halt Oppa in his tracks, using the Mr. 3 to go ahead and freeze the ace. I forgot
Yeah,
everybody's name.
I believe Ace. Yeah,
Yeah, believe ace there on that turn, so he cannot attack using those fabulous Eggman dice, I
yeah.
will say.
I'm a little bit biased, but it helps me. Legitimate. I give people dice, so like when you play on stream and stuff, it helps me do my job. So it's very beneficial. Do appreciate it. And it looks like we are going to use the Luffy leader effect or Luffy effect on the leader to make it a 7K base. So we do get out of that for just getting rid of an 8K power card in their hand.
Just being able to get out of that attack, now tapping all 5 for another Buggy, especially if Job's hand is full of Prisoner of Impel Downs. This is a nice strategy because each of those Buggies is going to be able to make a Prisoner a blocker. And so now utilizing that Mr. 3 effect to get 4 Rested Dawn, 2 each on these characters. He's going to go in with some 8,000 power swings. He's going to ask for another 2K out of hand. And there is one.
Yeah, I mean, when again, Ace turns all of your cards into most of your cards, all of your 8K power cards into 2Ks, it's going to be very easy to get out of this kind of pressure here. So since it's an 8K, another 2K there. And
Especially
yeah,
because even though Little Oars Jr. does have a 1K text on it, Ace kind of overrides that to make it a 2K to be able to get out of that attack. And so now going into his next turn should be the 8 Dawn turn right now for Oppa. We'll see if he plays a new gate on curve to be able to go ahead and get some aggression with the double attacks and plus power. Remember that Ace cannot swing on this turn because of the Mr. 3.
yeah. So gonna stay active there. It looks like we are finally attacking with a 4-drop Luffy into it seems like either Buggy or the Mr. 3 into the Mr. 3, and there it goes.
It's especially annoying, especially that Mr. 3, because with Mr. 3 being a 3,000 power character, you see in blue, green Luffy a lot of 1,000 power, 2,000 power characters. Mr. 3 is actually a 3,000, so you can't use Garp as easily, that 1-drop searcher, to be able to clear that body. So great job getting rid of him. Now the 8 cost Newgate boosting up the ace is going to go ahead now and swing in.
Yeah, and it gives the minus 6,000 to the Buggy. So it's going to be 2-0 right now if they want to save the Buggy.
Does have the ability to make this active prisoner a blocker if he wants to, but is just going to let it go. That's nice because Buggy can only give 1 prisoner blocker during the turn. So one of these prisoners not necessarily going to have a lot of value on the field for the defensive side. So now the 7,000 power swing is going to utilize that active Buggy's effect to make the prisoner a blocker. And it looks like he's going to counter out of this attack. We'll see if it's a counter 2K.
All right, thinking on saving it here again, 7-6 due to the new gate effect, and then looks like a Mr. 3 out of hand as that 2K. So Ace can't attack, but we do have the new gate that does gain rush due to leader effect. So big 10K here, and going over specifically that one. The other prisoner's fine, but that one specifically needs to be removed.
I like trying to clear the board a little bit, right? Especially for Oppa on his side, because Job has kind of had a little bit of struggle playing things that are not Buggy and Prisoner of Impel Down. So maybe if you can catch him in a situation to where there's not like as many impactful bodies on the field, especially because they're kind of a little bit lower to the ground, especially when that Luffy is still making you a 7,000 power leader. I think you could do a pretty good job of controlling this board and really forcing Luffy to only have maybe 1 or 2 swings per turn coming at you, which is a lot easier to deal with than 5.
All right, we've got our Emporio here. Look at the top of their deck for an Impel Down card. And then we'll be able to play a 2 cost onto the board. or 2 costs or less, I believe.
Hmm.
Looking off the top and getting some confirmation. I don't feel like we've seen Emporio hit the board as much today as I'm usually used to.
It's been an interesting set. Some people have played the Emporio Ivankov, some haven't. And it looks like after grabbing the Mr. 3, the one that stuns, I don't know if we have a 2 cost to play out onto the field. Either that or we just have a couple of them to choose from in the hand.
Yeah, we are thinking about it.
I feel like Bonclay is your best choice for a 2 cost, right? So really, I guess a little bit of decision is going to play out another 2K of the Mr. 3 Galdino. And this is especially nice when you do have the prisoner and the buggy, right? We've already seen
Mhm.
how much value you can get in reutilizing Dawn. So maybe just trying to repeat that. Now going with the Mr. 3 to say that Newgate can't swing because it hits a 9 or less and drawing 2 cards. Just trying to nerf Ace in his tracks.
Yeah, and yeah, this Mr. 3, I think this is like our 3rd copy of it. We had
Mhm.
one hit the board early. We ended up using a 2K. And yeah, we do have to be kind of careful about losing our blocker, right? Because we kind of needed to make sure that we don't get hit by a big double attack, right? But it is also a really good way to invade the Navy HQ, the event card, being able to you can rest it, give 2 Dawn, it restands, and then you get to rest it again for additional 2 Dawn. So setting up for that play maybe next turn would be pretty good.
Super threatening situation for Opa, and a job in this match is going to go 5,000 power, now using the Luffy effect to trash an 8,000 power character in hand to become 8. Or
Yeah,
I'm
and it makes
sorry,
the Luffy
7.
a 7K as well.
Mhm.
So helpful there.
So now utilizing Mr. 3 is going to get 2 Rested Dawn on 2 different 6,000 power characters. Perfect synergy with Buggy and Prisoner is going to make them 8,000 power each with 3 Dawn left remaining. Is thinking about attaching 1 and swinging 9,000 power, it looks like, over at lead.
Yeah. Could be the Luffy though too. This Luffy offers like so much protection, right? That you would be kind of happy to see it leave the board, but no, going into life, going down to 2 life for Opa here. We got Buggy who can do one more big attack as well.
And it's one of those things, like you were saying, do you actually want to swing with the Prisoner, right? Because the Prisoner can be a valuable blocker. He's going to go in off the aggressive stance to swing another 9,000 power at lead.
Yeah, and we're using the Ace effect to make that a 2K, and that's a 1K, so we do get to 10K with the 2 cards. And we're passing back to Opa. Full 10 Dawn here, and we'll see what's happening. So Newgate cannot attack due to Mr. 3's effect, but it can be set back as active, which is nice.
And that your turn effect on the new gate is still active despite not being able to attack. So your leader, as of right now, going to be a 7,000 power leader with double attack, is going to be very threatening on the board. And it looks like we're just still going in with this clearing effect, right? Using the Luffy to swing in at the Mr. 3. Now getting another new gate. And just like we saw in the last stream game, this is going to be stacking, right? So now Ace, after revealing those 2 cards, is going to minus 6,000 power to the Buggy to get it off the field with this Garp. And now Ace is going to be a 9,000 power double attack leader.
Yeah. Now you can't game double attack twice.
Unfortunately.
Or even if you technically can, it doesn't stack. So you only are hitting for 2 damage. It doesn't matter when they also only have 2 life, but this is a big, looks like 10K to Luffy. So Luffy is known for running a lot of these plus 3K events. So you're kind of asking for 3 cards from their hand, a plus 3K event, a 2K, and a 1K.
I think this is a big moment because you could see the Newgate just clear the Prisoner of Impel down as well right after this, after committing so many cards to get out of this double attack swing, because you don't want to go down to 0 right now.
No.
We're going to see
we're getting the plus 3K. We're getting
Navy
the plus
headquarters
2K, tying at 10, and the Buggy.
So that's going to be 11,000 power getting out of that attack in the Newgate. As I mentioned, just going to be clearing it. Now with the Ace swing, 7,000 power, especially since so many cards were committed, going to go down to 1, is going to nullify the double attack that Ace can utilize within the next turn, but still does not feel good, I think, for Job right now, but there's still plenty of game to play.
Yeah. But it is definitely terrifying. Again, like blue green Luffy not having any like hard removal is tough when half the effects of these cards, it doesn't really matter about the attacking. It just matters that they're on the board, right? The
Hmm.
fact that Luffy's on the board, the fact these Newgate's on the board, doesn't matter if they can't attack. You are giving the buffs to your leader that you need, and that is tough for blue green Luffy.
Yeah, especially with the ace as well, right? Having that effect to be able to make any of your bricks a 2K is just value in itself. So, job starting off the turn, going with a Bon Curé to be able to draw one card. That at least is going to be nice to be able to swing in and match the power of the ace, but the timing on it is going to be the big key, I think. So now going in with the Luffy just to be able to look at that top three, just trying to repopulate the board, repopulate the hand, see what he can grab right here. I think maybe Crocodile could be a card that you could utilize, right? Being able to not only put something on the board and then repopulate, but goes with an alternate art of Mr. 2. Might just play that down too. Mr. 2, one of the better bodies in this matchup. Being able to copy the power of the leader on the swing. Can't really do any attacks on this turn. One thing that you really have to worry about, I think, as job is surviving in this next turn, especially if you don't have
Mhm.
any blockers on the field and things being able to get rush. There's a lot of bodies, big bodies that could be coming in to swing at you, especially now on this Mr. One Daz Bones going to draw another card. Still 3 Dawn left. Haven't used leader effect. Potentially
Yeah, I
5
mean,
Dawn in total.
we could establish like Crocodile might be like a good blocker for us to be able to play it out. And no, you get to reset a one of your one drops or two drops. Not that it really matters, but being able to have a blocker and then have one Dawn open for defense event would be good. But this is this is looking pretty tough for our green blue Luffy.
Yeah, only 4 cards in hand for Opa, but still 2 life and a lot of attacks coming in. I don't envy Job right now in this position.
All right, looking at hand there, I think we've got about 8 cards in hand for Job. Right, again, every card replacing itself is nice, but looks like
Might be more like 6, I think.
oh really? Oh,
Especially
that's
because we had to take so many cards out of our hand in the last turn. But starting out with the 5,000 power ad lead is going to go ahead and utilize the Luffy effect for 7. Now just going to clear this guard. Doesn't want to give any chance of more bodies attacking on the field and still having 3 Dawn to be able to work with. Could be something like an I Know You're Strong or an Electrical Luna just to be able to freeze the Ace and Luffy because, well, after using leader effect, it'd be a little bit easier to control with less bodies on the field, but looks like tapping 4 going to be something either like a Crocodile right here playing
Mhm.
over the Ivankov.
Yep. And so being able to return a 2 or less and to our hand to play another one. So you essentially play Bond Clay out once again to get another draw. 1 life, 1 Dawn open, 1 blocker open against a board full of new gates, a 9K base leader on this turn. This is going to be pretty tough for Job to survive another turn.
But I think you're still in the game, right? If you have any sort of chance to get out of this turn, I think you can swing for the fences in the next turn, especially with double Bon Clay onto the field. It's all about how do you put yourself in the best chance possible to be able to survive in this next onslaught of attacks. Starting out with the 7,000 power swing at lead is just going to ask for that 1 Dawn, right? If it's a counter event and he's going to get it right away, going to be a dead man's game to go up to 8,000 power. Now another 7,000 power swing, just going to be asking again multiple cards in hand. And it looks like he just concedes, says, you know what? I don't have anything as of right now. And Opa is going to continue to be X and 1 in this championship. He's going to try for a spot in top cut.
Yeah, and it's looking really good, right? We've got one more guaranteed round after this. So there's going to be 2 players left undefeated into round 10. But Opa with an X1 record looking pretty good. Even with an X2 after this, tiebreakers should be pretty high for them. And I'm pretty excited if that means that we're getting a red ace into our top 32.
especially with how Red Ace has been performing right now that we've kind of seen how this deck functions and how it is being able to maintain against stuff like Nami. Even though that Nami game that we saw last and Opa ended up losing, it was still a fantastic game and really showed us how this deck can actually be viable against some of these matchups that we've got within the room. And that green purple Luffy was not that different.
No, no, and I think like the 8 drop Newgate has been very good, right? I think a lot of people look at the plus 2K, but being able to get that minus 6K, even if it's just for the turn, does mean that a lot of your 1 drops can favorably trade up, which is really nice. I think a lot of people saw all the red ace support and they're like, oh, this is for red blue ace. But it's really cool to see Opa being able to keep with the deck. Already like 8-1 is an amazing record in a room like this one. And I hope they make it to day 2. But also, we're not out of it with the next 2 record yet. We've got one more round. If we win out, we are still in a pretty good contention for day 2 as well.
Yeah, plenty of One Piece to play. And especially as we've talked about, if you take a loss, just put it behind you and you got to think about the next one forward. It's still so much on the line, especially, even trying to find seedings within top 64 or top 128, whatever your goal is in the One Piece card game, especially at the Peoria regionals, there's a lot of fight left to give. And so we're going to take a quick break. We're just about to hit overtime in this before we get into the 10th round. Hope you've been enjoying the stream and let us know what you want to see in the final round of this championship. My name is Jake. I got Eggman here with me. Thank you so much for watching the Top Cut Peoria Regionals, and we'll see you soon.
All right, we are here for the 10th and final round of Swiss for the Top Cut events regional in Peoria for the OP16 meta of the One Piece card game. And we do have at table one a match of Nami versus the new blue and green Luffy. We're not going to see that match because both are guaranteed into day two. And also, our undefeated in the previous round was a Luffy mirror match and a Nami mirror match. So we're going to keep it lively and we're going to go to a kind of day two hopeful to end up the stream and see if they're able to get to that top 32 status.
Especially in top 32 cut. If you finish at XN2, you've got a very, very high likely, especially if you lose late within the tournament, to be able to make it within the top cut. So a lot is riding on the line for these players. We're going to showcase an XN2 match. If you lose, you're out, guaranteed, of the top cut happening tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time. But we still have this round to go to. So I think players are getting set up and ready to go as we move over there here in a second. But going to be an interesting one here for you. It's something that we haven't seen yet today, but it's something that's going to be very relevant within this format that you're going to need to know.
Yeah, it's kind of a bit of the old guard from OP15. We're going to have a battle of purple decks where it's going to be Enel versus Rosinante. Rosinante was kind of like one of the better decks, I think, at the end of OP14. It just keeps getting random support cards here and there. And it's going to continue to do so with this next one, too, where, we got all this Navy package. And I kind of said before this, I think if Rosinante wants a chance to win, I think you have to try to go first. And seeing that they likely won the dice roll and went first, I think they're in an okay spot.
It's going to be starting out with some searching of the pudding. Is going to find a lightning kitten, I believe it was, to pass off to Rosinante's next turn. Looks like he's thinking about swinging 6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And so an X1 finish here will guarantee a day two. X2 will be on the bubble, so you're going to have to be a little bit nervous on your tiebreakers for it. But we do have our 4-drop law hitting the board on curve, which is pretty nice. Just a pudding on the other side for Delu, so we don't have any like the holy stuff quite yet, if that's in the deck. So pretty standard start.
And this is kind of where you want to be as taught right now, right? Being able to have that Trafalgar Law on the board. The Holly is going to come down now on this 4-down turn 4-3. And so now Todd is going to have to look at that double attack. Now the minus 1,000 power from the kitchen to draw one card is going to make Trafalgar Law 5,000, perfect for a potential Mama Ragon. And that's exactly what we see. Mama Ragon resting that blocker is going to draw one card. And maybe we'll see an aggressive swing set here over at lead, both from leader and the pudding. Try to ask for some 2Ks in the hand after leader effect.
Yep. So using that, we get the 4 Dawn attached to the pudding here. Currently at a 6K. The law is at a 5K, and we are attacking 6K somewhere.
I would assume probably at lead, especially with that Rosinante leader effect of being able to protect the Trafalgar Law. You'd much rather just ignore swing and face and use stuff like Lightning Dragon to prevent him from being active within the next turn. Now 2 Dawn left onto this turn. Might just go ahead and swing 7 to put Tot down to 2 life as he takes the first 2 swings. And it's going to be a hot start for D'Lo.
Yeah. And, the first attack could have been into law. We do have the protection effect from Rosinante that protects from battle too, but I think it was both at lead, like you said. So, but yeah, being able to not attack with law or defend next turn is strong. And we're going to see if, what we've got. I think we've got, the 5 Dawn right now for Tots?
Mm-hmm. So 5 Dawn is going to be the 6K swing over at pudding. Now using leader effect to be able to tap that 4 for a Rosinante and Law. This is kind of what you're hoping for in a start. If you are Todd, the only thing that you're really missing was like a 1-drop searcher in your first turn to be able to swing at the pudding as soon as it turns sideways. But that's going to be all from him there. Doesn't need to do anything else. Has 1 Dawn left open. Now that he's at 2 or less, can utilize something like the I love you. And he's going to have to hope that this Rosinante can maybe block the Holly, because you don't want to take a double attack to the face this early in the game.
Yeah, going down to 2-0 would be pretty tough. And also, X-Tox has just been like a little bit unfortunate with not seeing any 1-drops. They're very good for helping you trade across the board for Enel. Now, Enel's only been able to find a 1-drop pudding, so it goes both ways, right? But, you could have used a little bit more of these consistency tools. But we've got 4-drop Frankie. hitting the board there. Dawn -2, discarding 1 to draw 2. Pretty solid.
So is going to pitch that Vari to be able to draw. Haven't seen Secret Rare Enel yet in this tournament played down onto the field. That's interesting as something maybe to think about. But the Gamma Knife is going to be coming in. Gamma Knife more than likely going to be going at the Rosinante in law to be able to be an easy target for either Mama Ragon or El Thorn. It looks like Mama Ragon's going to be exactly that. And this is not what you want to see if you're Todd right now. Just resting a 5,000 power or less while still having leader effect can be a big swing incoming from Holly after swinging 5 at the 3, trying to force you to take a life right now.
Yeah, and so it's going to be a big, I believe, 5-3 at the Rosie Law, assuming that's the card. Now, we could get out of this attack, and then if they try to attack into Rosie Law, we can take the damage. I'm kind of thinking, oh, and they allow you to get it back. Okay, so we do get out of that one, which is nice.
Really only utilized one event, and Holly only becomes a 6,000 base character on the defensive side. So right now it's sitting at its printed power of 4. Is going to go now 8,000 power, it looks like, at the Rosinante and Law. Can use leader effect if a Trafalgar Law would be KO'd. You can take a life instead with no more swings. That might be what he goes for, especially because you want this body on the field. It's such an impactful body, but I think he's going to let it go.
Yeah, the other thing too is that I'd be kind of okay with going down to 1 life. It means I'm not too concerned about double attacks moving forward. Also, Rosinante does have some abilities to heal, but just letting it go, and we will be playing out the 1-drop Ohm here, so another double attack pressure, and this is looking pretty tough. So I don't recall if I didn't think I saw Lightning Dragon, so our Law blocker can attack and restand. But we've got a lot of pressure already from D-Lo on these first couple turns.
And it's going to be tough to be able to swing in general, right? But is going to utilize Sakazuki, is going to Dawn minus to be able to put that Holly down well below and at 0. Now the leader swing going ahead and taking that knockout. Didn't want to block with the Frankie, but the 6,000 power swing at lead just needs to get aggressive right now. Tries to get the tempo back in the game. He's going to put D-Lo down to 1 life, or I'm sorry, 3 life. I'm sorry, taking 1 life into this next turn.
Yeah, so Sakazuki, I think, was the card we needed on curve here to get that interaction. I think Holy offered a lot of scariness. Now, I think we've got another one in hand that we could interact with the Ohm to try another double, but we are just going to play Frankie once again, getting it out of our hands, saying that our time for Holy has passed. And we've got a bunch of
10 or
cards
11 cards in hand
for Enel.
10 or 11 cards in hand from D-Lo right now, just sitting perfectly fine. I think just stacking up the Frankies, stacking up the defenses as Taunt is on the back foot. So Shura being played down onto the field right now. Might try to utilize Shura off the leader effect because he does have that rush ability since you have 6 or less Dawn, just to be able to preserve the Ohm for maybe some bigger blockers that may come down onto the field. Lightning Beast getting going to minus 1,000 power over on Trafalgar Law. We'll see if he swings at him.
All right, so we've got our leader effect, so keeping 1 Dawn back active, the rest getting on this Ohm. So it's going to go 6 to essentially 5 because we are getting the -1 due to the Ohm effect there.
So now attaching 1 to leader, 6,000 power swing over at lead is maybe no, there's no chance for Ashura. Maybe like another 1-drop character like Pudding or something at this point, but could go ahead and be aggressive and swing with these Frankies. And it looks like that's exactly what we're doing. Another 6,000 power, just trying to 2K check right now, Tot. That's going to be all the attacks that he can utilize on this turn. But Vari going to be able to be put back, not necessarily for the boost in a sense, right? It does +2 cost to make the Frankie a 6 cost, but maybe trying to avoid something like a Zeus potentially.
Yeah, it might just have been for the cycle too, trying to find another card, making sure that I think like the I wouldn't say like new wave, but like the general strategy for Enel is that you can be greedy with your Dawn minuses. You want to make sure you just end your turn with 4 Dawn because you're going to 6 next turn. So it's better to just kind of get the cycle while you still have like a quote unquote floating Dawn left to minus on a turn. But looks like we do have the lightning there to get rid of it. So some pretty good board clear off of this. We've got the Sakazuki effect as well. So just
Sakazuki,
one Shura on the other side.
I think Sakazuki effect is going to put you to 8 Dawn, if I did my math correctly.
Yeah. Now, there's this other awkward thing where in this matchup too, 6-drop Law and Rosie only really works fully if you have less Dawn than your opponent, which is very tough to do against Enel with the their 4 Dawn that they have right now. Yeah, but Borsellino still a solid card here. Going to let you get a heal here, going back up to 3 life. Dawn
So now,
-1 there. Going to
with
play
leader
Law
skill,
and yeah, no ramp from the 4-drop Law because again we have more Dawn than our opponent right now.
it's going to be interesting now. 2 blockers on the field and a limited amount of swings at this point, right? Being able to clear the board effectively is good in the game plan to try to survive. So is going to play another Frankie down on the field, just cycle yet again, drawing 2 more cards. Got a couple 1-drops in here with the Ohm. We'll see how far he wants to go with this Dawn and playing down characters. Starting out the Ohm, Dawn -1 on the on play, drawing 1 card. Still has 1 left to utilize, and then leader effect will bring 1 more back.
All right, giving a -1 to, I'm going to guess one of these blockers, so we could rest it with like a Mamaragon if we so desire.
I would think maybe with the Trafalgar Law, or actually you could go Borsellino if you wanted to Mamaragon because you want to tempt him to block and use the leader effect to take a life.
Yeah,
But
'cause I
ends
think
up
at this
going,
point it's better to have more cards on board, especially since we healed back up to 3 last turn.
so is going to put it on that Trafalgar Law, now using leader effect with the 4 Dawn. Where do you attach it? Ashura is able to swing on this turn, but the only character that you have that could go ahead and is attaching it to the Ohm.
Am I
Maybe
wrong? Did
doesn't.
we just play it this turn?
We did just play Ohm on this turn.
Yeah.
So Ohm can't swing, but maybe doesn't want to commit the Dawn anywhere else, really. The Gamma Knife is going to minus the Sakazuki to make it a 2,000 power character.
Yeah. Oh, Thor. Okay, using it. Giving the bonus to something.
I don't think we can swing
I
with this.
do not think we can attack with that card. I'm pretty sure we played it this turn.
Yeah. Okay, players
Okay, all right,
figuring
they
it out.
got
Okay,
there.
good.
They got there, okay.
Phew! That was close. Yeah. They were thinking about it
we're
for a
good.
second, and they were like, wait. Okay. Yeah. Especially with all the combos and the cards that you can utilize within this deck, it can, when you're under the lights, it can, you can stutter a little bit on that front. So glad that players figured it out. And you know what? The Dawn is there. It is what it is. Just a 5,000 power swing now going at lead, taking the life. Now Frankie going in and potentially swinging. I would have, if you boosted with the El Thor, it would be a 6,000 power, but no, just goes ahead and passes.
Yeah, and the other thing too, I mean, like we're playing Shuras in this deck too, where they can attack the turn they're played, right? So I can understand the confusion, but yeah, you cannot attack with a card generally on the turn you play it. So, you know, just chilling there with its 4 favorite Dawn and pass it back to X Tots there. Going to be at, oh boy, I'm going to guess. It's so tough when both these decks have so much Dawn.
I believe it's
increasing
9.
and decreasing, but yeah, I think it's around 9 or 8, I think.
Either way, has plenty of Dawn to work with, and a 5,000 power swing is going to ask for a card out of hand. It is going to be a Reiju, not being utilized in this situation, just being a 1K, and it looks like tapping 5 in general for Borsellino to once again go back up to 3. Now the Dawn minus from the leader effect still have some Dawn left. Is going to go with the Trafalgar Law, and because of the huge hand size that we've been talking about for D'Lo, looks like Todd is going to rip 2 of them out of the hand.
Yeah, I've been seeing a lot more of this 4-drop law being able to get just a lot of value here. So just the 2 cards on the far right looks like, a
Is
Mama
that double
Ragon
Mama
and
Ragon?
yeah, couldn't maybe double Mama Ragon?
Yeah, so I think that's is that all 4 of them now?
Yeah, I think so, yeah. That is a little brutal.
So that's going to be a big sign for you if you're taught to try to claw back into this game. Is going to get aggressive now with the Borsalinos. I guess because there's like no Hollies right onto the field, and you've got a Borsalino blocker, 3 life. You're still sitting in a solid spot. It's a little scary though, and the Elthor gets out of that attack, just trying to ask for more and more cards out of hand right now.
Yeah. And, yeah, I mean, with 2 blockers and even like the law blockers, a 4-drop 5K, you still have like your leader protection if you need it. So I think this is all fine and dandy, but we're for 6 gonna hit our first Enel 6-drop secret rare of the day. A little late, but still here. Looking top 5 for any card in the deck.
Is going to be looking at that top 5. Grab any card that you want so long as you pitch a card from your hand after this search before you do anything else. Not sure exactly what he grabbed there, but is going to go ahead pitch another secret rare now, probably thinking that he doesn't need to play any more than that within this game, at least at this point. Still sitting at 2 life. All the Dawn tapped is still going to have a leader effect, but not before maybe doing another minus or something of the sort. Could just go ahead and use leader effect if he wanted, but Lightning Dragon going to be the choice to keep either the Law or Borsalino rested. Looks like opting for the Law. So 5 cards in hand now for D'Lo. 2 Dawn floating right now for Todd. Could be something like a slow beam that we've seen Rosinante players playing in this tournament. But now using leader effect is going to have 4 Dawn to be able to attach somewhere onto one of his characters.
Yeah, and okay, back on the Ohm it goes.
And I like using Omen, maybe minusing the Borsalino to make it a 5,000 power character. This makes it so if you swing 5 with leader, not going to be a free block. Ends up taking the life, going down to 2. Now still has 1 Dawn left as active. Sure, not really doing anything at this point, but it's going to be a 6K over at either lead or Borsalino now. Looks like at lead.
All right, and thinking about it here, a big 6K, so I mean there could be some nasty if I have like the slow, right? I think this is I will use it, I'll get out, rest the Frankie and be in a good spot. But looks like it's just a copy of I Love You. Going to get a 2K likely. I think we've got one in. I think we have one in hand, but I'm not sure if we have one in trash.
There is flexibility, though, with Rosinante and Law that maybe you want to play it down on this field. You want to keep up the defensive position. So I think he's eyeing up grabbing the Rosinante and Law.
Yeah, it's just tough when you don't get the full effect of this as a card because you're always going to be, Anel is going to have less Dawn than you more times than not, right?
Mm-hmm. Looks like is going to go for that as the option, even though you're at more Dawn than the Enels, more than likely you still can cheat it out for only 4 Dawn. So there is value potentially in doing multiple plays. Another Lightning Dragon is going to keep the other Borsalino rested as sideways. That's going to be great in alleviating some of the pressure that Top may have thrown at him in this next turn.
Yeah. So we're down to 2 life as Tots. We've got 2 blockers left active. There's one Frankie on the other wide board, including an 8-drop secret rare now. So tough decisions here because I don't think we can go for game, but we still want to try to probably pressure 1 more life this turn if we can.
So 9 Dawn available to him. There's still things like Sakazuki that you can play as well, though I think you maybe wait for Sakazuki to wait until things turn sideways. But a Gum Lightning's going to get rid of the Frankie, trashes the Frankie with a KO effect, not bottom decks like some of the other cards. Still got 7 Dawn to work with, I believe, at this point. Still can maybe attach 1 to lead, swing 6 now that there's no blockers in front of you or anything.
Yeah, I've been such a huge fan of Gum Lightning in this format. I think there are just so many impactful 6K bodies on the board that just spending 2, yeah, putting back 2 Dawn minusing is tough and expensive sometimes, but it's almost always worth it.
So now going 6,000 power over at the more than likely using leader effect right after this attack fulfill, or actually going at lead. I thought he was going at Ohm at first. My bad. Is going to go ahead, take the life, go down to 1.
I mean, we
Are we
could
going for lethal?
we could be. I mean, they took the 6.
Maybe if he takes the 7, it would be if he takes a 10,000 power swing at lead. The counter events are really nice. Maybe trying to coax him to go in for it. Now using leader effect, we'll see what he decides to do. It looks like just going to go in a little bit more defensive with the Rosinante and Law. No draw and no re-ramp, but you got 2 blockers now up on the field. Still sitting at 2 life, so you're actually not afraid of losing, I think, more than likely in this turn, especially with 1 Dawn up if you have an I love you event.
I think we had equal Dawn though. I'd have to go back and check. I thought we were both at 5. No, there's one more in Borsalino. We were at 6. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
were,
okay. I'm like,
yeah.
oh, we almost Dawn minused our way for getting a card draw, but just one off.
It's always close, especially with this new Navy package with Gum Gum Lightning and stuff like that. There's a lot of more Dawn minusing effects than there used to be within this deck.
Yeah.
But now going on to Delo's turn, how can he get himself in the best position possible in this game? Do you try to go in a little bit more aggressive at lethal, or maybe try to get rid of these Borsalinos, or do you just swing face? Maybe go Mama Rock, or actually, no, I don't know if we
I don't think
can
we have
Mama
the
Rock on
Mama
anymore.
Rogons on,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
because of the Rip Law.
They've left the game, so a little bit tough here.
He's going to go with the Ohm when attacking, just a minus 1,000 power somewhere to make that 4-cost Trafalgar Law a 4,000 power character. Even if there's an L Thor of sorts that tries to remove it, you could use your leader effect to protect it, and it would stay as active. So now the Shura getting 1. Is it a Divine Departure angle to rest 5 additional Dawn? We are going to Divine Departure. We're going to minus the Rosinante and Law. Maybe just trying to go in and say, okay, if you want to survive, maybe you have to block. And so the blocks more than likely going to lead to KOs to get them off the field. It's going to L Thor, try to ask for the leader effect after electing plus 1,000 power onto the Enel. Looks like choosing the Rosinante in Law as it's a 0 power character. Something you got to think about is the double L Thor, and I think that's what Tot is checking for, how likely it is, because your leader effect of saving a Trafalgar Law is only once per turn. So if you go ahead, take the life now, and then they do another L Thor, that can spell trouble if you don't have enough counter and you lose out on one of your blockers. So just taking in account of what events are exactly in the trash right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think I could be wrong. If we let it go, I don't think we can lose this turn. We have 2 life and a blocker, and they have 2 more attacks, and I think we're just good to go because like next turn should be pretty okay for us just to put 10 Dawn on leader and try to go for it. So yeah, I think Delo maybe trying to force a gambit for that to happen, but giving another minus 1k, I believe.
Probably to this Trafalgar Law. Maybe there is another L Thor in hand to try to put him in this situation yet again. Okay, you lost your 1 blocker off of the L Thor. Would you lose a second?
Yeah, and currently at 4 Dawn on the field right now for Delo. So if we did want to do any more Dawn minusing, we could.
And it looks like we do have the L Thor in hand. It is going to go ahead, Dawn minus to KO a 3,000 power character, giving the power to Enel. Once again, that leader. This is an interesting spot if you're Tot right now, especially because there are still 3 swings left. You just have to get out of one of them.
Yeah, asking for cards again, like All right, so no Mama Rogons. How many L Thors have you gone to? Right? What's the chances of you having another L Thor here? Doesn't matter.
And here's the thing about the end game for Enel is the end game splits Outside of that 10,000 power boss monster, it's actually going to be really relatively difficult to be able to swing sort of bigger numbers with these different characters, right? Especially with Shura not having the power boost. It's maybe like a 7,000 power swing, 8,000 power, and then the Enel is another 7 before the 10,000. So
Yeah.
if you've got a couple counter cards in hand, you might be able to get away from all this, even if you let this guy go. But no, is going to opt for the leader effect to take a life to keep this Trafalgar Law alive, especially with no Mamaragons, maybe no L Thors left. Maybe you can guarantee that you can get a block.
Yeah, and we don't have the knowledge of how many Elthors are in hand. Looks like we are just going to try to draw one into it on the Lightning Dragon. So, all right, one of our Borsalinos can't attack next turn. Very good.
I wonder if D'Lo could ever pivot to going in at these like bodies on the field. So with the Shura now with 5 Dawn attached, I believe it's going to
Yeah.
be a 7,000 power body, like I was talking about.
Our law can still block. I mean, again, we do have like a lot of we can spend for one to try to like draw another copy of Elthor if we have it. Obviously, I think pudding would be really good here if we still have one copy in rotation. But looks like we're just going to go a big 7 at leader.
So 7 at leader with the 1 Dawn left as active could be for I Love You. Thinking about countering, and it is going to be that I Love You. If he's got a 2K Trafalgar Law in trash, he's going to be able to get out of this, but he's going to put it in hand and then give a 1K instead.
All right. You still the sequencing's really matter. I mean, again, if you have another Elthor and you waited this long to play it, like that is quite the gambit to play. Because again, you could just block here with Law. They maybe would pressure the one of the Borsalinos, but yeah, we're just gonna go big number here.
2-2-1 getting out of that attack now is going to swing at Borsalino, probably going to net the block on this Trafalgar Law, even though one of the Borsalinos is rested, only a couple cards in hand. And if all the counter events are gone, it looks like Tot is going to win this one.
Yeah. Whew. And that is, a fantastic match there for Tots. I mean, that is a kind of tough matchup for him. Being able to win the dice roll to go first, I think was big. Played it well. I know it's been a long day of the One Piece card game. It's been 10 rounds, over 8 hours of us here. And then also that Law 4-drop did so much work for you as well.
Yeah, being able to get rid of the double Mamaragon to make sure there were none of them left in the game actually provided a huge momentum swing in there, because you could guarantee that no matter what, no matter the power of your characters, they at least weren't going to get rested, right? Force things like El Thor to come out to be able to get rid of them. And that just bided you enough, right, to be able to survive in that game. Excellent job trying to clear board, be patient, trying to utilize, especially that I Love You of grabbing the Rosinante and block. That was the blocker that mattered in that moment.
Yeah. So a lot of heads up decision. Going to end the day 9-1, so a guarantee into day 2. Meanwhile, our Enel player, still a very likely chance with X2 and high tiebreakers to make it there. Obviously, you'd likely want to have the better seed into it and or a guarantee. Or I can tell it's probably going to be a stressful 15 minutes as they wait until if they're in that top 32 for tomorrow. But fantastic plays from both players. Fantastic runs, too. Just 8-2 and 9-1 are just fantastic finishes. And that's going to be the end of Swiss for us today.
We do have the deck distribution, though, of this tournament. We were able to pull the numbers together of all the players in the tournament to tell you. And our most popular deck that we have in this tournament today is Nami, but not by much.
Yeah, and this honestly, I was a bit surprised to see it's still Nami. I was gonna guess it was either gonna be like Bleaker and Luffy, Teach, which are the other two. Nami just had a couple more players on it, but honestly, compared to where like Nami was, I think 25% of the room for Los Angeles last weekend, a huge like difference where we've got 5 leaders across like the top 55%, and 4 leaders just almost evenly splitting 50% of the room.
Yeah, definitely great. And I think, although, it's a little bit of surprise to see how even some of these are, I think the top 5 decks in terms of population are something that a lot of people can agree on, right? You have Nami, blue, green, Luffy, which we saw a couple times today, black, yellow, Teach being the 3rd most populous deck in the room, purple, Enel being 4th, and then Rosinante rounding out that top 5 with other great popular decks that are in the room right now in Yamato, Ace, Lucy, Boa, which, as we saw and talked about earlier in the Miyagi Championships last night, maybe some players trying to ride that train of Boa into this format, and then Shanks, Mihawk, Red Green Luffy, and then the rest as the other kind of final 20% of the format.
Yeah. And so that's what the room started with. We'll have a top 32. Likely won't be until tomorrow morning. If there's anything, we'll probably post it on our socials too. But honestly, like of the any of those leaders that were featured on the pie chart, I could see them get in there. I think we again have a mildly guaranteed red ace, mono red ace into top 32, which wasn't even on that pie chart there. So that's already really cool if true. And yeah, I'm hoping to see maybe one or two other decks kind of sneak in there. We saw the blue yellow ace, had a 6-1 run at one point. So 9-1, 8-2 still in the record for them there. And yeah, really excited to see what happens.
It's going to be curious to see how it all plays out tomorrow. And you can check it out back here for you. 10 a.m. Central Time is when the stream is going to go live and where we're going to start this tournament. Thank you so much for watching day 1 of the Swiss rounds of the Top Cut Regional over in Peoria, Illinois. We have Top 32 cut tomorrow. Hope to see you again. Again, that is 10 a.m. Central Time. My name is Jake. You can also call me Atrocious. I've got Eggman here for you on my left side. It's been a fun day, and I can't wait for tomorrow.
All right. Well, that's going to be it then. Thank you guys so much. We're going to take our break until tomorrow, but we'll see you in 15 hours for top 32 and excited to see you there. So from us, thank you very much and enjoy your evening.